Chapter 101, Games and Tremors. Harry was hovering over the field next to their captain Oliver. He watched as the two bludgers went up in the air. The Weasley twins hurried up to hit them in the enemy team's direction before the Slytherin beaters had the chance to do the same. The quaffle was thrown by Professor Hooch in a straight angle, and Angelina did not waste time to try and grab it. But the one Harry was paying the most attention to was the golden snitch. This one flew around the bludgers and continued to go up until it got lost in the clouds. "Okay, Harry, this is just your first game, so try not to get too nervous. All you have to do is hover over the field, and if you see a golden glint, you go F." Oliver was taken aback when he saw Harry propel himself at a tremendous speed towards the clouds. "Harry, wait. You'll never find the snitch in there," he tried to warn him. "Whoa, what is the new seeker doing?" Jordan stared into the distance. "He is flying into the clouds. Does he really expect to find the snitch in there?" Many of the students watching started to laugh. "What is that idiot doing? He is just a second year. What did you expect? Does he actually think he can find that tiny thing in there? They should have taught him better. What a stupid thing to do." Lyra looked around with a frown. "Hey, you guys, shut up," she yelled at the ones making fun of her brother. James was watching towards the clouds with rapt attention, trying to figure out what Harry's plan was. He did not enjoy hearing the jabs of the other students, but he could understand where they were coming from at least. If this was a normal second-year student, that would have been a very mindless thing to do, and it would be treated as a novice mistake. But they did not know what his son was capable of, and to be honest, neither did he. "You think he has a plan?" Lily asked her husband. "What kind of plan?" Lyra asked. "I think we will have to wait and see." James didn't want to admit that he also had no clue. This was definitely not in the playbook of any team. "Shiny," Holly pointed at the sky. There was a flash of something golden descending from the clouds. "Good job, Holly. That's the snitch," James told her. A second later, something came out of the clouds so fast that they seemed to trace behind it. Slytherin's seeker reacted immediately and flew to the point where he saw the golden flash. "The snitch has reappeared, and both seekers are chasing it now." Jordan stood from his seat. "This is a lot faster than usual." James had realized something. The snitch from school Quidditch is different from the professional one. Is a lot slower to allow students to catch it much more easily, preventing games from dragging unnecessarily. But to deter the games from ending too quickly, the ball had also been enchanted to hide during the first 15 to 20 minutes of the game. Harry had basically forcefully dragged it back into the game before it was time. "What an impatient boy," James said with a smile. "He is flying straight down," Lyra exclaimed. "Wait, what is he doing?" Lily started to become worried when she did not see him slow down at all. The snitch passed through the middle of the field, avoiding several players, and was quickly followed by Harry. The Slytherin team did not even have the chance to interfere and gain time so their own seeker could approach. The snitch continued to fly towards the ground as fast as it could go, and Harry was closing the gap at a fast rate, but the grassy floor of the field was also quickly approaching him. "Oh no, he is too focused on the snitch. He is going to crash." Lily stood up from her seat. "Gryffindor's new seeker is really going for it. He is making a dive," Jordan screamed. Professor McGonagall stared at Harry with concern. "Is he crazy?" Daphne could not help herself from saying out loud. When it was only 10 feet away from touching the ground, the golden snitch made a 90-degree turn to one side and flew parallel to the grass. But Harry had already predicted its path and got in the snitch way. The winged sphere collided against his side, and Harry quickly grabbed it while making sure to keep the broom steady. At this point, he was less than 5 feet away from the ground. As soon as he had it secure, he flew up and held the golden snitch on his right hand to show the crowd. "He got it. He fucking got it," Jordan proclaimed loudly on his microphone. Professor McGonagall was so baffled that she forgot to scold him. "Yeah, well done, Harry," James cheered. "Uff." Lily breathed a sigh of relief and sat back down. "We won already?" Lyra found it hard to believe. The game had just started. The rest of the audience was equally baffled. "We won a game against Slytherin? How did he get the snitch so fast? I can't believe what I just saw. Gryffindor's seeker got the snitch. Hold on, what is his name?" Jordan hurried to go through the roster of the team that he didn't bother looking before. "Right, Potter, Harry Potter." The new seeker from Gryffindor had gotten the golden snitch and ended the game 150 to nothing for Slytherin after 2 minutes and 32 seconds of the game. "Gryffindor wins," Jordan screamed. "We lost already?" Theodore not stared at the score. "How can that be? We never had a chance to score a single point. How is that fair?" Zabini said. "Tusk, for one game I came to watch in person. What a disgrace." Pansy huffed. Uff. Daphne breathed a sigh of relief and sat back down. You okay, Daph? Tracy asked. Pansy turned her head to look at her. What wrong, Daphne? Nothing. Daphne was quick to recover her usual calm demeanor. Pansy smiled. Come on, Daph. We have known each other for many years. You looked very worried a moment ago. She looked back at the field where Harry was now flying. Could it be? Pansy's smile quickly faded from her face and was replaced by panic when the ground started to shake violently and the stands trembled. She had been standing up when the earthquake started, so she lost her balance and fell backwards while screaming for help. Both Nat and Zabini were busy holding to their own seats to prevent themselves from falling and did not even notice the girl falling over the rails right next to them. Pansy. Daphne jumped from her seat and moved forward to grab her hand before she went over the rails. But by the time she managed to grab onto Pansy's arm, it was too late, and the force of gravity sent them both down to their doom. Chapter 102, Flying Rescue. Harry heard people all over the stadium screaming in panic as the towers holding the stands shook and trembled, but luckily they seemed to hold firm. He first glanced over the Gryffindor side where his family was sitting, and he confirmed that they were all holding well. But then he spotted something falling from the Slytherin stands, followed by the desperate screams of two girls. He pushed his Nimbus 1900 to its limits. I won't make it in time. They were getting too close to the ground. He circulated more of his magic through the broom runic array, and this one drastically increased its speed. Harry arrived at their side in an instant. Grabbed one of the girls under his left arm and the other one over his right shoulder. The girls stopped screaming when they realized they were no longer falling. W-wah, Harry, Daphne stammered the words when she looked down and saw his familiar dark messy hair and gold-red robes. Harry gazed at the blonde girl on his shoulder. Hang on, Daphne, I'll get us down. We got saved by a Gryffindor, Pansy exclaimed. Harry moved his eyes to check on the other girl he was holding. Have just saved the life of Lord Parkinson's daughter. He felt a bit conflicted about that one. The man had been aiming for his parents' lives, and in return he just saved his family. That is not how he usually did things. But he couldn't just leave the girl to her fate. It was not in his nature. You too, hang on, I'll descend careful. His broom started to tremble and shake. That's not careful at all, Potter, Pansy shouted. Harry, Daphne called. Oh, well shit, I broke the runes. The broom stopped its flight and plummeted abruptly. He burned down the rune array by overcharging with magic when he increased the speed of the broom past its limits. Now the magical flying broom had nothing magical about itself. It was just a piece of wood. Ah, Pansy started to scream again. Do something, Daphne shouted. Wands were not allowed for Quidditch players. It was a good thing that no one checked for hidden holsters. Spare wand appeared on Harry's left hand, and he did his best to point it down while not letting the girl fall. They must have been only around 20 feet off the ground when Harry spoke the words. Earlos. Harry had to cast it out loud to increase its power and speed since it had to lift 3 people this time. A powerful gust of wind appeared beneath them, slowing their fall until they almost stooped, then allowed them to descend slowly. The trio reached the ground and the wind disappeared. We are safe, Pansy said with disbelief. Harry noticed Daphne looking around before glancing back at him with a shocked expression. Are you hurt? He asked her. EMNO, I'm fine, thanks. She stammered the words, looking very shaken. Harry looked up at the stands. The tremors had stopped, and it didn't seem like anyone else had fallen down from them. He still wanted to go check on his family just to make sure. He went to pick up his broom. It was useless to fly now, but it was still a birthday present from his parents. He was not leaving it here. Are you two going to be okay? I want to go check on someone, Harry told the girls. I'm fine, Potter. Pansy seemed to have recovered her nerves after the experience. Thank you, I won't forget about this. Daphne didn't say anything, but kept staring at the spot where he cast the spell. Harry shrugged it off as the girl being in a momentary state of shock, but at least she wasn't physically harmed. He turned around and ran to the Gryffindor's stands. Daphne stared at his back as he left. Pansy was not there that day when Neville played his only Quidditch match, but she was. She saw very well the wind magic that Neville had supposedly invoked by accident when his life was in danger, or that was what the rumors told. That was the same magic, I have no doubt now. It was Harry the one that cast that spell. This means that all of those rumors about Longbottom doing accidental magic. It wasn't really that surprising to her that Harry was capable of doing this. After all, she already knew that it was him the one who defeated Professor Nayar the previous year, but it still gave her something to think about. The only thing she did not understand was why. Why was Harry doing this? Why go so far as to protect Longbottom while remaining in the dark? Harry was an enigma to Daphne. A wizard with that amount of power at his age would easily be considered the second coming of Merlin if people knew about it. She found herself wanting to know more and more about him. Daphne stopped staring so much. He is gone already. Pansy woke her up from her trance. I wasn't staring at him. Let's just go. Daphne put back her usual calm expression. Of course. Wait until I get my hands on those two idiots who let me fall. They are going to hear me. Pansy huffed. But I should also thank you, Daphne, for trying to save me at least. She shrugged. Someone had to. Harry had to open way amidst the sea of people wanting to get down the stands and finally made it to the top where he found his family. He could finally breathe when he confirmed they all seemed okay. Harry, Lyra came running to his side and hugged him. This was not a usual reaction for her, but she appeared to be really shaken by the experience. I'm fine. What about you? She did not let him go. I'm scared. Why is this happening? This was supposed to be a fun year. This will be over soon enough, you'll see, Lyra, don't worry, Harry promised her. I'll take care of it, somehow. Chapter 103, a debt. So no one got hurt? Harry asked. Harry, Lily and James came to his side. We are fine. Luckily these stands had managed to hold despite that tremor, James said. It wasn't luck. I'm sure these structures are heavily reinforced with magic, so they will never fail, Lily explained. Yes, but you can still fall from them, added Harry. Why didn't you tell us anything about the earthquakes that had been occurring since the start of the year? James was looking straight at Harry with a serious expression. It didn't seem that important, and I'm sure Lyra has already filled you in. Harry brushed aside his concerns. Strange occurrences at Hogwarts were a common thing for him. She did tell us, but I didn't think they were this bad, Lily commented. Now that she mentioned it, I did notice that the tremors seemed to be getting more violent. This just added to his sense of urgency to find the cause and put an end to it, before someone gets seriously hurt or dies. He was still not completely convinced that the giant snake living under Hogwarts was the culprit. After all, even a monster of that size should not have the strength to shake a giant castle like Hogwarts. However, the Chamber of Secrets was the only place he had yet to search, so the answer should be there, hopefully. That was his only plan for the moment. But without a Parselmouth to open the entrance, I'm going to have to resort to more drastic methods. I will need to find a way to force Dumbledore out of the castle, or he will definitely notice what I'm planning on doing. His father is a member of the Wisengamot, so he could ask him to call an emergency meeting, but he is going to want to know more about what his son is planning on doing at school if he makes that request. Maybe it's better if I just ask her. Harry, James got closer and put a hand on his shoulder. Leaving the earthquake aside, that was a fantastic game. I think you may have broken some record there. Yes, it was very short thought, Lyra added. Of course, we are glad that you won, dear. But I would prefer if you keep those reckless maneuvers to a minimum in the future. No need to risk your life for a school game. His mother reminded him. Harry, you flew very high. Holly raised her hands in the air. He smiled. I did. When you are a bit older, maybe I can take you to fly with me. He glanced at his parents. Maybe. Lily did not seem convinced. Yes, let's go, Holly exclaimed. When you are older, not now, little lady, Lily told her. During the next day, people talked mostly about two things, the last earthquake and the Quidditch game. The new Gryffindor Seeker had surprised everyone with his speed, and now everyone was throwing glances at Harry as he passed through the corridors. However, Harry's mind was currently preoccupied with something else. That will do. He finished writing the note he was planning on passing to Daphne. Her father was a member of the school board of governors, and as such, was qualified to call for a very much deserved meeting to discuss the current incidents in the school. To be fair, they should have already closed it for safety. The headmaster must have pulled several favors to prevent the board or the ministry from taking action so far. But that was not going to last long. Professor McGonagall announced the end of today's classes. Harry walked outside the classroom and waited, hoping to have a chance to give Daphne the note he had written. What he was not expecting was a group of several Slytherin students walking directly towards him in the hall, with Pansy Parkinson at the front, followed closely by Daphne, Trace, Nott, and Zabini. Potter, I wanted to have a word with you, Pansy called for him. Harry turned to look at her and waited for her to approach. Pansy and the rest stopped in front of him. I wanted to formally thank you for saving my life yesterday. If there is anything I can do to repay you for that, all you have to do is ask. I see. Harry could understand where she was coming from. For pureblood families who follow old traditions, this could be even considered a life debt, and it would be a huge deal. He was about to brush her off as this was a small thing for him, but an idea came to him. This could be an opportunity to strike at the Death Eaters, and it would be foolish to just let it go. I understand, Miss Parkinson. I formally accept your thanks. I will inform you when I can think of a form of repayment. I will be waiting then. Pansy nodded to him. The group started to walk away, but Daphne remained behind. I also wanted to. Daphne. Harry interrupted her and got closer to her. His face was only a few inches away from hers. He wanted to make sure that no one saw this. What? Daphne was startled by his sudden closeness and blushed slightly, but then she noticed that he placed something on her hand. Read it when you are alone is very important. Please, Harry whispered to her herd. Oh, and you don't have to thank me. I will always protect my friends. Unaware of the girl's embarrassment, Harry walked away. If everything goes smoothly, Lord Greengrass may be able to drive Dumbledore away from Hogwarts by Monday. It was already the end of the week, and he will have to give at least 1 day of notice. I will need to make some preparations. I have a giant snake to kill. Again, Chapter 104, Daphne's Dilemma. On the next day, Harry received an answer from Daphne. The meeting will take place on Monday at midday and will likely last until night time. Lord Greengrass was very easy to convince after learning what happened to his daughter after the Quidditch game, and was absolutely furious with the headmaster for allowing this to continue for this long without taking any measures. Dumbledore was not going to a pleasant Monday, but to be fair, Harry did not think that he was going to be any better. He was not looking forward to fighting that beast one more time. Daphne had of course wanted to know what he was planning on doing, since it was big enough that it required the absence of the headmaster. But since she took Harry's request as her chance to return the favor of saving her, she did not push for information too much and did what he asked her. That girl was truly curious. He only told her that it was related to the tremors, but did not elaborate further. Morning classes ended at 12 p.m. Harry had already prepared everything he was going to need in his bag. If all goes according to plan, he will be done before lunch is over and none will be the wiser. All he had to do was blow up that girl's bathroom, go in, kill the snake, get out and repair the damage. Very simple stuff. What could go wrong? Daphne has been carefully observing Harry all day. He had once again refused to share his plans with her, and this frustrated her to no end. But she could not push further, especially now that she owed him a huge debt. What do I have to do to earn his trust? Daphne wondered as she looked at Harry. Today he seemed a lot more tense than usual, making her even more curious about what he was planning to do. He had been a mystery since the first time she saw him. Daphne had initially only started to pay attention to him because he was the brother of Lyra, who had become close friends with her sister. She never heard Lyra talk about her brother, so Daphne assumed there was nothing remarkable about him, like the rest of the boys she had met until that point. But since the first moment she laid eyes on him, she noticed how different he was compared to the other students. The way he moved, the way he spoke, the way Harry carried himself almost reminded her of someone else. Her grandfather, Augustus Greengrass, had been a veteran war wizard from the Grindwall era and worked as an auror for many years after that, delegating the family business to his younger brother. She had only the chance to meet him a few times before he passed away. But she will never forget about him. Even in his old age, Augustus had this powerful aura around him. It was hard to describe, but being next to him made her feel safe. Like she knew that no matter what happened, her grandfather would be capable of dealing with it. Much to her surprise, she felt the same aura in Harry Potter, who was the same age as her. It made no sense, but it drove her to pay more attention to him. The more she observed him, the less sense it made. His performance in class could only be described as average. He completed the tasks given to him with little interest and always had this bored countenance on his face. She wanted to know more, to find out if he was truly someone capable who was hiding his true skills, or if it was all a pretense to appear more mature. The day she discovered Malfoy's silly ploy to get Longbottom into trouble, she decided to intervene. Longbottom was another boy she had been paying attention to. Her father had informed her about the dangerous situation that their family was in. They were in dire need of an alliance with a powerful family who held no ties with the Dark Lord. The first choice her father suggested was the Longbottoms. It was an ancient family, members of the original Wizard Council, and there was no family more opposed to the Dark Lord than them. He still had some reservations, because it would put them in direct conflict with the other side, and also because he knew next to nothing about the boy himself. Sebastian Greengrass may follow the old traditions, but he would not pledge his daughter to someone he didn't know. That's why he gave her the task of measuring Neville Longbottom as a potential future ally and partner. Daphne had been more than dissatisfied with the boy who lived. The chubby boy looked to be always nervous or scared, or both. He was nothing like the rumors she had heard about him or what those popular books displayed. That night she dragged Tracy and went to find Longbottom to warn him about the trap. She did not expect to find Potter also there. But then, something happened. With Argus Filch on their tail, she saw Potter take charge of the situation with a calm demeanor and guided them to safety. He also did it by effortlessly opening a door that, she would later find out, should have been impossible for a student to open. That day, it became clear to her that Harry Potter was a lot more capable than he let on. Then it came the day of their first flying lesson, and the event that started all those crazy rumors about Longbottom and his accidental magic. She was probably the only one who noticed it, because she was the only one keeping an eye on Potter instead of Longbottom. But at the crucial time, when Longbottom had started to fall, she saw Harry make some strange movements and muttered something. Moments later, Longbottom was saved, and the rumors about his mystical accidental magic started to circulate around the school. Daphne did not believe those rumors, because she was convinced it had been none other than Harry Potter, the one who had cast that spell. She did not share her suspicions with Tracy or anyone else, because they sounded almost as ridiculous as the stories about Longbottom. However, she did decide to take an important step that day. She requested a meeting with him and made the suggestion of an alliance. Her idea was to have her father meet Harry. Sebastian Greengrass was known for having a great sense of measuring people, a skill very much necessary for his job, so she wanted to see if her father could sense the same in Harry that she did. When she heard her father made the proposal of an alliance with the Potters, Daphne had no more doubts about Harry Potter's suitability. And after that day, Harry continued to surprise her with the amount of magical knowledge he seemed to possess. More than anything, she wanted to know how far he could go. How much was he capable of doing, and where did all this knowledge come from? She needed to know. So today, she decided to follow him after class and find out. Chapter 105. What is he up to? Hey, isn't that your brother, Harry? Ginny pointed at the boy who had passed by them. I think so, but where is he going? The Great Hall is that way. Lyra pointed to the corridor at their right. I don't know, but he appeared to be in a hurry. Ginny then noticed someone run after him and then stopped to hide behind one of the many sets of medieval armor spread around the castle. That person kept peeking toward Harry and then headed after him. Lyra, I think that blonde girl looks very suspicious. Seems to be following Harry. Is that a Slytherin uniform? Lyra could only get a glimpse of her green tie before she strode away. Why would a Slytherin girl be following my brother? Maybe she is a stalker, Ginny suggested. He is not famous enough to have stalkers, Lyra said. However, after the last Quidditch game, a lot of people started to talk about her brother's flying skills, including many students from her class. Let's follow her, Lyra decided. What now? But I'm hungry. Ginny groaned. We can skip one meal. I want to know what my brother is up to and why is that girl following him. Lyra, remember what happened the last time we followed Harry? Ginny cried. Yes, that was kind of fun, Lyra smiled. It wasn't fun at all, Ginny shouted at her with frustration. Lyra stopped to think for a second. Maybe fun had not been the best way to describe it, but she did not regret doing what she did that day. It allowed her to learn more about the mystery that had become her brother, and this looked like another chance to do the same. That is what her instincts were telling her. Come on, where is your sense of adventure? Besides, aren't you even a bit curious? Lyra asked. Ginny looked pensive for a moment. Fine, let's legs go, she is getting away. Lyra held onto Ginny's arm and dragged her away before she had the chance to agree to go. They continued to carefully follow the blonde Slytherin girl until they found themselves in an unfamiliar part of the castle. Where are we? Asked Ginny. Not sure, but I think this is the 6th floor. I lost count of how many stairs we went through. The blonde girl took a turn around a corner and disappeared from their sight. Hurry, Ginny, we can't lose her now, Lyra said with urgency. They didn't even know how to go back at this point. Leaving caution to the wind, the Duke started to run. They turned the corner at full speed and had no time to avoid the collision when they found the blonde girl standing behind a column. The Slytherin girl yelped in a mixture of pain and surprise before turning her head around and getting a good look at her attackers. Lyra and Ginny were now able to check up and close the face of the Slytherin girl they had been chasing for the last 5 minutes. Daphne, Lyra immediately recognized her. SHH, lower your voices, Daphne whispered to them. What are you doing here? We thought you were a stalker, Ginny answered. What are you talking about? Daphne scowled. We saw you following my brother. I didn't recognize you, so we decided to follow. I'm not stalking Harry. I mean, I was just wondering what he was up to, that's all. Daphne looked away. How do you know he is up to something? Ginny asked. I don't think I should tell you that. She was hesitant to reveal any further information. Come on, Daphne. It is something about my brother. I have the right to know. Please, Lyra implored. She sighed. Very well, but you better keep this a secret, or I will never trust you again with anything. I'm serious, Daphne warned her. I'm great at keeping secrets, Ginny reassured her. I'll try my best, Lyra promised. Harry made a formal request from my family. He wanted for my father to call an emergency meeting of the school board. Why would he want to do that? Ginny didn't understand. He needed to drive the headmaster away from Hogwarts for a few hours, Daphne told them. What could he be planning on doing that requires him to force the headmaster away? Lyra was getting a bad feeling from this. Her brother was not the prankster type, so this must be something more serious. He told me it was related with the tremors, but did not elaborate any further than that. She told the girls. He knows what's causing the mysterious earthquakes? Ginny asked. He knows that, why not inform the professors instead? Lyra wondered out loud. I have only known your brother for a year or so, but he seems the type who prefers to do everything by themselves, Daphne remarked. Maybe now he has changed so much the last year. Lyra kept those thoughts to herself. And what is he planning on doing exactly? Wait, where is he? She had not seen any trace of her brother since she stumbled upon Daphne. I don't know what he's planning. That's why I followed him. Daphne pointed to a nearby door, but he went in there. Ginny and Lyra stared at the door and then at the familiar sign at the top. That's a girl's bathroom, Lyra shouted. Yes, I didn't even know there was a bathroom here, Daphne said. Why would he go in there? Ginny wondered. I swear if he did all of this just to spy on some girl, Lyra said with narrow eyes. I don't think before Ginny could finish her sentence, there was a loud explosion inside the bathroom, and smoke started to pour from beneath the door. Harry, Lyra started to run, followed by the other two girls. Chapter 106, The Chamber of Secrets. Harry landed on a mountain of skulls that were piled up at the bottom of the hole. The smell is as bad as I remembered it. He made it inside the chamber while still in one piece. Opening the entrance by brute force had been even more dangerous than he originally predicted. Salazar Slytherin had weaved some very nasty curses inside the protective layers. Explosions of acid, followed by organ-dissolving curses, spikes dipped in venom. That man really wanted to kill anyone who dared to intrude into his chamber of secrets. Well, joke's on him, didn't even lose a limb. He did have to resort to his strongest defense, though. Okay, let's find that snake. Harry got out of the pool of bones and stepped into the chamber proper. Ahead of him lies another closed door that he will have to break open before encountering the basilisk. Ah, no! Harry was startled by the shrieks of several girls. He turned his head just in time to see 3 figures landing on the bones. That was so scary, Ginny yelled. I mean, it wasn't that bad. Lyra tried to appear brave, but she was obviously shaken. That was very unpleasant. I don't want to. What is this? Daphne looked down at the objects they were lying on. Ah, that was the first time Harry had heard Daphne shriek like that. Even when falling from the stands the other day, she kept a better composite than now. Are those skulls? Ginny was next to start screaming. Something is biting me, help, Lyra shouted. I think they are making more noise than me when I blew up the bathroom. I better help them. Harry went back to the pool of bones and assisted the girls out. He then waited patiently until they had calmed down a bit. Very well, now I would like to know, why did you follow me here? Wait, before that, Lyra was quick to point at his face. Are you wearing earrings? Are you really asking me this now? He raised an eyebrow. Those rings are so pretty too. Ginny pointed out. Daphne frowned. Those look like magical artifacts. What do they do? She asked. This is not the time for this. Now tell me, what are you doing here? He had a serious expression on his face, and Lyra knew that there was no evading the question. We were just following Daphne. Lyra was quick to shift the blame to someone else. We thought she was a stalker, added Ginny. I have no excuse. Daphne looked away. You 3 have no idea of the danger this place holds, Harry said. At least it is good that I spotted them before opening the last door of the chamber and releasing the basilisk. At least now I can lead them out before going further with complete safety. Wait, what is this place? And how did find out about it? Lyra asked. Harry glanced at his sister. Her curious eyes reminded him of a distant past. Ginny and Daphne hid it a bit better, but they were also dying to know more. I will tell you with the condition that you keep your mouth shut about it. The last thing we need is more people trying to enter this place, Harry said. I promise. Ginny raised her hand. You have my word. Daphne recovered her usual serious expression. You know you can trust me. I didn't tell anyone about what happened in the basement, Lyra said. Lyra, Ginny pointed at Daphne. What happened in the basement? Daphne asked. Nothing happened, Lyra exclaimed before turning to Harry. See? Yes, I see you have a big mouth. Fine, this is the Chamber of Secrets. The what? Lyra looked confused. Never heard of that, Ginny said. The Chamber of Secrets. The one built by Salazar Slytherin? Daphne walked past Harry and stared at the walls of the entrance. It was filled with carvings of snakes of all kinds. Amazing. I thought it was just a legend told to first years, Daphne said. So in the end, it was found by a Gryffindor. If the other Slytherin students found out about this, they would be ripping their hairs out. She then seemed to remember something. Wait, the monster. What monster? Ginny looked at Daphne with worry in her eyes. There is a monster here, Lyra shouted. Daphne glanced at pictures on the wall. The Chamber of Secrets is supposed to contain a deadly monster. The legend says that one day, the true heir of Slytherin will appear and release the beast upon the country to clean the impure blood. Impure blood? You mean muggle-borns like my mother? Lyra frowned. Is that what the Slytherin students want? Hey, don't group me with the blood purist. I don't think like that. And I have several friends in that house who agree with me, Daphne defended. Sorry, I didn't mean it to sound like that. Lyra looked somewhat ashamed. Is fine, Lyra. I know you didn't. Daphne glanced now at Harry. So you think the monster is the one responsible for all the tremors? What is the monster? Does it actually exist? Ginny asked. It must be some sort of snake, right? That's the only animal I imagine Salazar Slytherin keeping. But no snake should be able to survive this long, Daphne concluded. Is a basilisk, and is very much real and alive. Harry did not beat around the bush. He wanted to take these girls out as soon as possible. A basilisk? Lyra exclaimed. Harry, you can't be serious, even if you are right. Did you come here to fight a basilisk alone? Daphne asked with disbelief. Are you crazy? Ginny shouted. My brother Charlie told me about them. He said that they can be more dangerous than dragons and that they can kill with just a look. They are very dangerous. That's why I will be asking for you to leave this place right now. Harry pointed back at the hole they just come out of. You will need to climb back up the same way you entered. Are you really going to stay here? Daphne had a hard time believing what she was hearing. Lyra shook his shoulder. Harry, I know you are strong, but come on. Let's get out of here together and call for Professor McGonagall. I'm sure there is someone in the ministry they can call. Wait, if there is a basilisk in this chamber, why didn't it come out here yet? Ginny looked around with dread. The snake is locked behind a closed door at the end of the corridor, Harry explained. Harry, Daphne called for him, as long as that door is not open. Harry, Daphne shouted now. He turned around and saw her pointing at the corridor. Then he saw it. The circular door that sealed the basilisk area was completely unlocked, and the door was being pushed open very slowly by something while making a chilling noise. Close your eyes. Chapter 107, Is it over? Or, the basilisk. Daphne trembled in fear. Everything will be fine, just keep your eyes closed. Direct eye contact will kill you, and indirect one will petrify you, Harry warned them. They heard the door making a loud sound as it was slammed open against the wall, followed by a threatening hiss. Should we run? Maybe we can make it back to the pipes, Lyra suggested. No, stay where you are and don't move, Harry ordered. He had also closed his eyes, so if the three scared girls started to run around, they might get caught in the crossfire. Harry, he heard Daphne's trembling voice as he walked in the direction of the snake. She was the closest one to the beast and was clearly hearing it approach her. He put a hand on her shoulder. Don't worry, Daphne, I won't let it hurt you, trust me. She seemed to calm down a bit after hearing his voice. Omnia Audio, Harry pronounced the charm loud and clear. All sounds became much easier to pick up after that. Even without seeing it, he could now tell the exact position of the snake. The skin of the basilisk is extremely resistant to magic. So throwing spells at it was not going to do much. Unfortunately for this particular basilisk, Harry's specialty was very much effective against it. It's getting ready to strike. By the sounds, he could tell that at least half Outfit's body was currently off the ground. Snakes would raise their heads up when they were about to strike, and this one was doing the same. The hiss that came from above him just confirmed the current position of the beast, and that's all he needed. Petra. Harry knelt down and touched the stone floor of the corridor with the tip of his wand. This one immediately started to morph and deform like it had been turned into a liquid. Tredessim hasty, 13 stone spears were shaped out of the stone floor and pierced the basilisk from its head up to the end of its body. The beast shrieked in pain as the spears impaled it and lifted it in the air. The girls were terrified by the noises they were hearing, but did not dare to open their eyes or move. This continued for almost a minute, although it felt much longer for them. Eventually, the noises stopped. The basilisk was finally dead. "You can open your eyes now," Harry told them. Lyra, Ginny, and Daphne did so and glanced with caution towards the corridor. They first saw Harry, who was standing up and observing the dead snake with interest. They then saw the basilisk itself. It died while being suspended in the air by the stone spears. It had its mouth open and blood poured from every part of its body. Its terrifying yellow eyes were also open, but they now looked lifeless and no longer power to kill anything. Lyra and Ginny let out another scream. They had never seen something so scary in their short lives, and the mere thought that this monster had been alive moments ago and moving towards them was truly a terrifying thought. Daphne looked more fascinated than scared. She had been hearing legends about this monster and the Chamber of Secrets even before attending Hogwarts, and now she was finally seeing it in person. The legendary monster was dead right in front of her, killed by a boy no older than herself and some unknown spell. If she ever told anyone about this, she would be taken for crazy. "You actually killed Salazar Slytherin Beast." Daphne had a hard time believing what she was seeing. It all felt so surreal. "Is it really dead?" Lyra approached slowly while keeping her eyes on the snake, hoping it would not sprout to life all of a sudden. "It's massive. I didn't know basilisks were so big," Ginny exclaimed. "They are not," Harry told her. "This was a special case. One-of-a-kind specimen who managed to continue living and growing for 1,000 years. I doubt there is another one even close to this size in the entire world." Harry moved his eyes back to the basilisk. He had left its eyes intact on purpose. He was going to need them for a ritual he planned on performing the next year. "It may be a bad idea to call for Dobby right now. Daphne may recognize him." Is not that he suspected she was going to snitch to the ministry, but the fewer people who knew about the elf's current location, the better. He will have to call him after he takes the girls out. "So, this monster," Lyra stared at the giant snake, "was the one creating those earthquakes we have been suffering all year?" Harry didn't know what to answer. The snake was definitely big, but to shake the entire castle, it just seemed impossible. "It also seems smaller than I remember." That may be his imagination. It's been a long time since he fought it, and he was much younger mentally and naive back then. The snake could have looked bigger to him because of that. However, there was still something else he wanted to check. Harry. Lyra saw her brother walk beneath the massive snake and disappear from sight. "Where are you going? Should we follow him?" Ginny wondered. She would feel safer if he was around. Daphne did not say a word and followed Harry's steps, passing beneath the basilisk. "Ugh," Lyra hesitated for a moment. Because of the stone spears, the only way to cross the narrow corridor was by passing below the dead creature. It was lifted a good 10 feet in the air, so there was plenty of room, but was still unpleasant. "Let's go too, Lyra." Ginny held her hand. The two of them walked in between the spears. There was still blood running through their stone surfaces, and there was a very pungent smell in the air. They hurried up to come out from there and found Harry and Daphne staring at the metal door that the snake had opened to escape. "This is very strange." Lyra heard her brother muttering and wondered what he was referring to. Everything about this looked strange to her, strange and scary. Chapter 108, More Threats. "What is it?" asked Daphne. "This door is still locked." Harry glanced at the other part of the door where the locks should have connected. It was all bent and deformed. "It looks like it was hit many times from the inside until it broke," Daphne commented. "So that's it then." Lyra seemed to realize something. "The basilisk must have woken up and has been hitting that door since then. Then it finally managed to break it open during the day of the Quidditch game." "Then why did it stay here?" Ginny asked. "Huh," Lyra tilted her head to one side. She had not thought that far ahead. "The Quidditch game was almost 3 days ago. If that creature has been trying to escape for 2 months, why would it remain here after opening the door?" Daphne replied. "Ah, that's right," Lyra realized. "Maybe he just liked it here. It has been living here for like 1,000 years, right? Oh, but then, why did it want to escape all of a sudden? We are missing something." Harry observed the walls of the corridor. It was filled with cracks, and they seemed very recent. Something was definitely trying to escape the chamber, but he didn't think it was this basilisk. The answers should be ahead. He went past the circular door and ventured further until he reached the core of the chamber. "What is this?" He needed a moment to process what he was seeing. The 3 girls approached too, and then they saw it. Lyra and Ginny screamed at the sight, while Daphne looked to be ready to throw up at any moment. What in Merlin's name happened in this place? Harry still recalled very vividly the pristine look the inner chamber had. with its pools of water and intricate statues. This chamber was in a state of absolute chaos. Giant cracks decorated the walls, and there was not a single statue that remained intact, including the massive bust of Salazar Slytherin that served as the entrance to the basilisk nest. But the most disturbing part were the blood stains and the pieces of flesh and bones that were scattered everywhere. Ugh, the smell. Lyra covered her nose. It looks like there was a war in this chamber, and many had died in here. Daphne took out a handkerchief to cover her mouth and nose. How many basilisks were locked in here? Asked Ginny with horror. There was only supposed to be one, according to the myths at least, Daphne answered. There was only one, of that I have no doubt. If Salazar had kept more than one in here, they would have killed each other many centuries ago. Then where did the others come from? He had no answer for that at the moment. Harry, what do you think? Asked Daphne. I think we should. He suddenly heard some movement coming from the cracks in the walls. The charm he used before to enhance his hearing was still active. Something is approaching. Get back into that corridor. Something? You mean more basilisks? Lyra asked with dread. Daphne took hold of Lyra and Ginny's arms before dragging them out. Come on, we would only get in the way. Harry managed to spot two basilisks coming out of the cracks in the walls before closing his eyes again. This makes little sense, but fine. I'll kill all of you. Come here. He walked forward and allowed them to close the distance. His question will have to wait until the chamber is clear of dangers. The two snakes hissed while slithering closer to him. His spare wand appeared on his left hand. The transfiguration from before is not going to work in this open space. I'm going to have to get creative. He still has the 7 Arkstones as a last resource, in case he needs to cast something big or his reserves become depleted. But he still had other ideas. He was about to start when he heard a familiar cry coming from above. From between a giant crack in the ceiling, a ball of fire descended and went to attack the basilisks. Fox, you came to help me again. Harry smiled after recognizing the new arrival. The basilisk on his right was now busy with the phoenix, so he could focus on the left. This makes things easier. Harry used both wands to conjure 6 giant blades in front of him. Depulso, he flickered both wands in the basilisk direction. The beast had just finished descending the wall when it found itself pierced by the swords. Each blade was over 6 feet long and became completely embedded into its flesh. While the one on the left was dying, the one fighting the phoenix let out a painful shriek. Harry opened his eyes slightly and watched through the shadows as Fox destroyed its eyes. Harry waited for a few more seconds until the left side basilisk died. He then conjured a ghostly-looking hand that grabbed one of the blades from the dead creature and pointed it at the other snake. Move, Harry shouted. The phoenix followed his command and flew up, just in time to avoid the incoming sword. The basilisk opened its mouth and showed its fangs in an intimidating manner, but was instead received with a blade through its skull. The sword pierced the snake's head and embedded it in the wall, pinning the creature in the process. Harry was now starting to feel tired. Conjuration takes a heavy toll on one's magic, much more so than transformation. The phoenix cried again and flew to his side until it landed on his shoulder. It then stared at Harry intensely, like it was trying to figure out if he was injured. I'm fine, thank you, my friend, Harry told the phoenix. What is going on? What was that cry? Can we open our eyes now? The other girls were still in panic. Chapter 109, An Unintended Ritual. Is that a phoenix? Ginny pointed at the red bird on Harry's shoulder. That must be Headmaster's phoenix, Daphne concluded. It's not like there were many birds like that one around the world. It's so pretty. Lyra approached to take a closer look. Her eyes moved momentarily to the 2 dead snakes before she decided to focus on something else. Can I pet him? That's up to Fox. This is not a pet, Lyra, Harry told her before returning his attention to more urgent matters while his sister tried to talk with the bird. It was obvious that this chamber had somehow been filled with basilisks, and they started to fight each other. The last 2 seemed to have survived by hiding in the cracks of the walls and ceiling. The smell of food must have brought them out. I thought you said that the giant basilisk was one of a kind, Harry. How come there were 3 of them? Ginny asked. There were a lot more than 3. Those pieces of skin and flesh scattered everywhere are definitely from basilisks. Maybe there is an entire nest of giant basilisks in here. Daphne drew her own conclusions. Of course, she lacked the information Harry had. He knew just how unique the chamber's basilisk was. An entire nest filled with them? That was impossible. He continued to observe the completely destroyed chamber when a terrifying idea came to his mind, one that could answer several of his questions. A kodoku? A what? Lyra was next to him, petting Fox. Is an ancient magical ritual used mostly in Japan and China since it is illegal here. It consists of sealing a great number of venomous insects inside a giant jar and sealing it with a runic array, Harry explained. That seems like a very cruel thing to do. Ginny made a disgusted face. What's the point? Wouldn't the insects just kill each other? Daphne asked. Because of the magic ingrained in the ritual, the insects will not only kill and devour each other, but the ones doing the eating would gain some properties from their victims. As the insects consume each other, they would grow bigger and stronger. Their venom will also become more deadly than it was before. This will continue until only one insect is remaining. Only then the jar will be open. So the result was some sort of super insect. Sounds scary. Lyra shivered. Indeed, the wizard will then capture the resulting super insect and extract its enhanced venom. That was the purpose of the ritual, to create the deadliest venom possible, Harry told them. You think that's what happened here? Daphne did not like where this was going. I never heard a Kodoku ritual that used venomous snakes, and this chamber is obviously not a jar, but there is powerful magic in its walls to keep it sealed. It could work, I suppose. He thought about it for a while. That would also explain the tremors we have been feeling for the last 2 months. How come? Ginny didn't follow. As the basilisks devoured one another, the winners grew in strength and size. They continued to hit the walls as they fought, and I guess that 2 months ago they started to become big and strong enough to start shaking the castle and breaking the reinforced walls of this place. He considered if that was what truly happened, but this theory covered the basis at least. Aren't you missing something important? Daphne asked. Where is the super basilisk? Ginny asked. That was the thing that got Harry worried. That's a good ques. The ground started to shake. And this earthquake seemed much stronger than the rest. Ginny screamed when she saw a piece of the ceiling break off and fall onto her. Pratigo, a translucent shield appeared on top of her and deflected the piece of debris. Stay close to me, Harry commanded, as he created a bigger shield to cover everyone. Is the entire chamber going to collapse? Lyra wanted nothing but to leave this place now. At the moment they could only remain in place, under the protection of the shield that Harry had created, and wait for it to pass. This tremor was not only stronger, but also lasted for over a minute before it finally stopped. By the time it was over, the chamber looked ready to crumple at any moment. Oh no, Harry looked seriously worried now. The 3 girls felt shivers run through their bodies. They have never seen him make that expression. What is it? Daphne asked with hesitation. It seems like my theory was correct. It's coming this way, I can hear it, Harry told them. What's coming this way? You don't mean? Ginny asked to confirm, but already had an idea of what he was talking about. The super basilisk, there is actually one, Lyra asked. What do we do now? Daphne did not take her eyes off him. Fox, get them off the castle, Harry told the phoenix. This one made a noise that sounded like a complaint. Don't argue with me now, just do it, please. Fox gave out a cry and started to fly but remained hovering a few feet off the ground. Thanks, Harry turned to look at the trio of girls. Grab onto his legs, he will take you out of here. Wait, you're not coming? Lyra exclaimed. I have one more basilisk to hunt. What? But, Ginny looked at him with concern. Do you have to be a Gryffindor until the end? Daphne told him. Harry grinned at hearing this. It was not the first time he heard those words. Are you certain you can do this? She said. Of course. Leave it to me. Now go, Harry said with a serious expression. The 3 girls grabbed onto Fox's legs. Can he really carry us 3? Lyra was doubtful. Lyra, don't underestimate the phoenix. He may get offended and drop you off midway through, Harry advised. Wait, Lyra shouted, but Fox did not wait any longer. He flew up and disappeared through one of the massive cracks in the ceiling while carrying the 3 girls. The floor beneath Harry started to shake violently. How impatient, Harry spoke while securing his wand. The ground beneath him broke down completely and collapsed into a black void. Then, from the darkness, a pair of bright yellow eyes appeared. Chapter 110, A True Monster. Merlin, this is too fast, Lyra screamed as the phoenix took another fast turn and entered the pipe system. Where do you think is taking us? Asked Ginny. Harry told him to take us outside the castle, Daphne answered. Fox seemed to increase its speed, and moments later they were exiting through one of the giant pipes that connect to the outside. Whoa, fresh air, Lyra smiled with joy. I missed this. Ginny agreed with her sentiment. The air inside the chamber was beyond unpleasant. They looked back as they were flying away and saw the massive rocky mount where Hogwarts sat. Then they continued traveling north, towards a nearby forest mountain. You think he is going to be okay in there? Lyra glanced back at the castle with worry. He already defeated 3 basilisks by himself. Your brother is amazing, Lyra. I'm sure he will be fine. Ginny comforted her. He seemed very confident. Trust in him. Daphne hoped her words sounded convincing. If Harry's theory about the ritual turned out to be accurate, then they had no idea what kind of creature would be resulting from that. Fox gave out a loud cry that startled the girls. What is it? Lyra stared at the bird. He must be seeing or hearing something that we can't catch. Daphne's eyes moved in the direction that Fox was looking, but didn't notice anything out of place. Wait, I can see something moving over there, Ginny shouted and used her free hand to point at the rocky side of the castle where they had just come out from. Sun was starting to set already, making it more difficult to discern, but if one paid close attention, it was evident that something was moving in that area. What is that? Lyra narrowed her eyes, trying to decipher what she was seeing. That looks like a head. Daphne did not sound very sure. Fox let out another loud cry, and just a second later they all saw something come out of the previous spot. Now it became evident that it was a snake, as its extremely long body appeared out in the open. The head of the beast continued to rise until it had almost reached the height of the castle's towers, denoting its tremendous size. And then it let out the loudest hiss they had ever heard. "Ah, that's a monster," shouted Ginny. "That thing is at least a dozen times bigger than the ones we encounter inside the Chamber of Secrets." Daphne made a rough estimation based on what she was seeing. "Harry, where is my brother?" Lyra exclaimed, her voice filled with worry. She moved her green eyes all over the monster, trying to find a glimpse of him. "We won't find him from here. We are too far away," Ginny said. "Then, we need to." They then were almost blinded by a flash of light that appeared near the head of the snake before they heard the monster let out a shriek of agony. "What happened?" Lyra tried to make sense of the situation. "That must have been him." That was definitely a S. Daphne was not allowed to finish the sentence because Fox quickly descended to a nearby valley around 200 yards, 180 meters away from Hogwarts' main entrance, bringing the girls far away from the fight. "Why did we land here?" Lyra asked. "We need to back to the castle. I have to find my brother." Fox turned to look at her and gave out a cry. "Lyra, I think he wants you to let go of his claw," Daphne told her. "But what about Harry?" "There is nothing we can do. Let Fox go help him." Daphne put a hand on her shoulder. "She is right, Lyra. You would just get in the way if go with him," Ginny told her friend. "I know." As soon as Lyra released its claw, the phoenix flew in the air towards the colossal beast. "But there has to be something we can do." Lyra felt extremely frustrated right now. "The castle is very nearby. Maybe we can go call the professors," Ginny suggested. "What do you think the professors are going to do against that?" Daphne pointed at the giant monster. The basilisk was now back on the ground. It has descended into a nearby mountain, but it was so massive that they could still see its body poking over the trees as it moved around, crushing everything on its path. They then spotted Fox fly towards its head. "What about the headmaster? He is supposed to be the greatest wizard alive." Ginny had heard those words being said many times by her parents. "Did you forget? He went away to attend an emergency meeting." Lyra at least recalled that. "Right," Ginny said in a low voice. "I don't have any other ideas. Sorry. To be honest, I don't think even Albus Dumbledore would be able to kill a monster like that," Daphne muttered. The situation did not look good at all. She could not understand how Harry was so confident before. "Look," Lyra pointed. "On the head of the snake, I think there is something on top of it." Now that the beast was closer, they were able to spot something standing on top of its head. "That can only be Harry. I hope he knows what he is doing," Daphne said. "Oh, girls," Ginny spoke with worry. "What is it, Ginny?" Lyra sounded exasperated. She was trying to come up with some way to help her brother, but nothing came to mind. Up to this day, she couldn't even imagine that monsters that big existed in the world. There was no chance for her to know what to do in a situation such as this. "Is it just me, or is it coming this way?" Ginny stared into the distant mountain where the snake was moving around. "No, is definitely moving towards here," Daphne said in alarm. "Come on, the castle is very close. We can make it inside." Lyra decided that the only thing they could do for now was survive and hope for the best. A part of her still believed that her brother would somehow find a way to defeat that colossal beast. Chapter 111, Escaping the Chamber. The stone floor of the chamber cracked and crumbled beneath his feet with little warning, and Harry found himself falling into a black void. He caught a glimpse of a deadly pair of yellow eyes and immediately directed his gaze away. Even with only this momentary glimpse, he felt his heart stop for a moment, despite all the protections weaved into his body. He heard a hiss, and the next thing he saw was the inside of a massive mouth surrounding him. This monster had no intention or need to bite him. It was instead trying to swallow him whole. You think I'm a snack? Harry pointed his wand down. Bombarda, he put a lot of power in that spell, more than enough to create an explosion capable of sending him flying away from there and to make the beast regret its decision. He could hear its shrieks of complaint as he landed back in what remained of the Chamber of Secrets. Almost solemn, from the tip of his wand came a powerful light that he used to get a good look at the hole under the chamber. The creature was even larger than he imagined. Its colossal body was trashing around and hitting the rocky walls of that cave, making everything tremble. It became obvious to Harry that this hole beneath the chamber was something the snake had created for itself, after finding the length of the chamber too small for its enormous size. The entire chamber is going to collapse at this rate. I need to hurry before it's too late. Without the support of the ground beneath it, it was just a matter of time before it all came crumbling down into the basilisk's newly made nest. Harry moved back to the corridor where he killed the first basilisk and pulled out a small box and a knife from one of his robe's inner pockets. He had no time to waste before that giant snake recovered and came chasing after him. If all gets lost, he could buy the rest of the materials, but a pair of intact eyes of a 1,000-year-old basilisk was not something he was going to find anywhere else, and this may be his only chance to get them. He used the knife to carve out the eyes of the dead beast with precision and carefully placed them inside the box before sealing it. This type of box was able to perfectly preserve ingredients for many years. He considered if he had time to perhaps get some of the venom. But this was quickly answered when the basilisk brought its head into the chamber and moved towards him. Okay, that's a no. The next thing to consider was how to leave the chamber. If he travels back in the same way he came in, he will be arriving at that bathroom on the 6th floor of the castle, or what was left of it. However, he had no doubt that this monster was going to try and follow him if he did that. That could be a massive disaster. A creature this powerful and big, making its way through Hogwarts, would destroy everything in its path. It could end up collapsing the entire castle and killing everyone inside. Fighting here was not a good option either. There was hardly any space to move, and the ground was uneven and unstable. Harry then recalled seeing Fawkes fly through one of the ceiling cracks after telling him to take the girls outside. There has to be a path that connects to the exterior there. It was a risky decision, but he had no better options at the moment. He then heard a loud crack as the basilisk approached and bashed its head against the circular entrance that connected to the corridor. The door was still open, but the hole was not big enough for its head to fit through, so it was trying to destroy the entire wall, and with just one more hit, it succeeded. Harry pulled a small-looking stick from another pocket and held it in his palm. In Gorgio, the small stick grew in length until it became a full-size magical broom. It was his prototype of the Nimbus 2001. With the wall out of its way, the giant basilisk opened its mouth and took a bite. The first thing it caught was the dead body of its much smaller sibling snake that was suspended by Harry's stone spears. The spears broke down with little resistance under its immense might, and the dead creature was pulled away and into the monster's mouth. This also had the effect of creating just enough space for Harry to slip by with his flying broom. The snake twisted its head around, and its yellow eyes followed Harry's path. It then attempted to lunge at him before he had a chance to escape, but Harry was ready for it. The arkstones on his earrings lit up with a bright blue light as he activated them to power up his next spell, since his reserves were already starting to run low. Harry conjured 6 giant iron blades like the ones he had previously created to kill one of the basilisks. Depulso, the 6 blades disappeared in a blur, and then he heard the snake shriek in suffering as the blades pierced its skin and flesh. But even without seeing it, he knew this was not going to be enough to kill a creature like this one, so he continued its way and flew into one of the many giant cracks that were decorating the ceiling. To kill this monster, I'm going to need something with a lot more power, not the kind of thing I can use inside an enclosed space like this. He hopes to have made the basilisk angry enough to follow him outside. Then, the true battle can begin. Chapter 112, Climb the Snake. He could hear the monster's angry hissing noises as it did its best to follow him through a complex series of rock corridors. Harry could only hope he made the right call when he spotted a broken stone pipe ahead of him and ventured inside it. He took a close turn that made the back of his broom collide with the walls of the narrow space he was in. This made him slow down enough for the snake's fangs to almost touch him. He gave the broom a short kick to increase its speed over its limit just for a second and create some space between to work with. The small arcstones on his rings started to shine as he twisted his body and pointed his wand around the area where its eyes should be. 3 blades were conjured in front of his wand, and the steel edges shone with a baleful purple aura. During their creation, Harry had enchanted them with a highly corrosive dark magic. Regenerating a wound inflicted by these swords was impossible. If he could take out the cursed Ys, it would make this fight a lot easier. Dispulso. The basilisk had no space to move its head in this enclosure. Its massive body was already too big to fit in the pipes, and instead, it was constantly destroying everything around it to open enough space to crawl through. The 3 blades impacted different parts of its body, one on its snout, one on the side of its mouth, and the last one was able to pierce its right eye, destroying it completely. The snake let out a blood-curdling shriek. It was so loud that Harry was forced to cover his ears. The monster looked at Harry with its only remaining eye, and then it started to increase its pace. Even without looking at the creature directly, he could feel its absolute rage and bloodlust. He had to put his full focus on flying the broom as fast as it could possibly go just to avoid being eaten. Another close turn, and he was finally welcomed with a gust of cold wind on his face. This is it. I must be close to the outside. A few more turns and twists, and he was able to throw a few rays of natural light at the end of the sewer. Giving the broom one last kick, Harry flew into the open sky. Not even a second later, he heard the snake making noises beneath him, and by the shadows, he realized that its head was stuck at the end of the tube. Not wanting to let this opportunity go to waste, Harry aimed his wand at the head of the beast once more. But when he was about to conjure more weapons to throw, his broom started to shake violently. Come on, not now. The runes were starting to fail at the worst possible time. The basilisk managed to free itself from the rocks by breaking a big part of the mountain. It then looked toward Harry and hissed at him with pure rage. Harry's broom was becoming increasingly more difficult to control, but it could at least fly somewhat. The snake started to lift its head towards him while bringing its body out more and more. Harry flew up into the sky. He was now around the same height as the castle. The monster rose up but was unable to reach him. Despite its massive length, it fell a bit short of his position. Harry, however, was not given a moment of respite, as his Nimbus 2001 chose this moment to completely give up. The piece of wood he had been riding had started to fall down along with him. The basilisk saw this and opened its gigantic mouth to catch him on his way down. You don't seem to have learned your lesson yet. Harry aimed his wand down. All 7 pieces of jewelry started to shine. Bombarda Maxima. The explosion sent him flying in a descending path while the creature learned a valuable lesson. Harry had to use wind spells to slow down his fall and was able to latch onto part of the snake's body by using a sticking charm. Without his broom to fly around the beast, he will now have no choice but to stick close to it. I need to reach its head. I will be able to kill it then. Attacking its body was a pointless effort. Even with the power of the 7 Arcstones, he would be running out of magic before inflicting anything close to lethal damage. The best bet now was to climb its body, reach the head, and use something to destroy its brain. With his mind made up, he got to work. He had to use a wandless version of the sticking charm on his hands and shoes to avoid falling. The snake had started to move, and he had no idea where it was going, but it didn't seem to have little interest in the castle, which was quite a relief. He continued to ascend the body of the monster as this one started to travel through a thick forest, busting everything in its path. Where is it going? Harry wondered while continuing to move, one step at a time. The basilisk started to trash around when he got close to its head. It definitely didn't want him there. It was then that he spotted the sight of Fox in the distance and finally realized where the snake was going. Since it was unable to kill him, it seems like the creature decided to go after the other people who were previously in the chamber by following their scent. It seems like I have underestimated your intelligence. You want to bait me out in the open by attacking them. Chapter 113. The True Power of the 7 Arcstone Array. Fox made a dive attack and tried to gauge the remaining basilisk eye while the snake hissed angrily and tried to bite him. Harry used this opportunity to finish his climbings to the top of the head. He then heard his sister, Ginny, and Daphne scream and got startled. Turned out, the giant snake had not lost track of its target and continued to chase the 3 girls. They had managed to run out of the forest and into the clearing that led to the castle, but the basilisk was now standing in their way, preventing them from escaping. Don't even think about it. Harry stood up on the top of the monster's head. Gladius. his wand transformed into a double-blade sword. The beast was well aware of what Harry was intending to do and tried its best to shake him off by moving its head with violence. But Harry had applied some powerful sticking charms on his shoes and left hand, so he was able to hold on. Divulsa, a baleful purple aura manifested around the sword before he drove it into the beast's remaining eye. This one shrieked like crazy as the blade pierced its eye, and the dark magic started to corrode everything, not leaving a single piece intact. "Fox," Harry called immediately. The phoenix seemed to already know what he wanted to do next, without saying it out loud, and approached him. Flew close, allowing him to grab onto his claws, and flew away from the head of the beast while carrying Harry. He grasped at the phoenix's claw with his left hand while still holding his wand on the right. The loss of both its eyes was not going to distract it for long enough. He needs more time to prepare the spell that will kill this monster. While still in the air, Harry weaved his wand in a complex series of movements, and a disgusting-looking green liquid started to appear all around the basilisk. Harry saw this and nodded in satisfaction. "That should do it for now. Take me to them." The phoenix flew a short distance away and landed right next to the three girls. "Harry," Lyra ran and jumped at him. She wrapped her arms around his neck and held him with a lot of force while trembling. "I'm fine, Lyra." He tried to reassure her but could not waste much time now. "What did you do to the basilisk? Is screaming a lot." Ginny covered her ears. "I destroyed its eyes." "You don't have to worry about looking at it, but it's still very dangerous." Harry answered. "Do you have a plan? What do we do now?" Daphne asked with a clear corner despite trying to appear calm. "Yes, we should run away now that is distracted," Lyra realized. "Run away where? Haven't you seen who is following us? If we go to the castle now, we will be guiding that monster in there," Daphne told her. "We would put everyone in danger. Oh no, what can we do?" Ginny cried with fear. Harry pulled his spare wand and held them both in his hands. The basilisk had ceased its shrieking. It flickered its tongue while it turned its head around. Without its eyes, it had to rely on the remaining senses to locate them. "Is looking for us," Ginny noticed. Harry did not look worried. "It won't be able to go anywhere for now." When the massive beast attempted to move again, this one seemed to slip away before it started to thrash around on the spot. "What is it doing?" Lyra wondered. "I placed a slippery jinx around it," Harry answered. "You used a prank spell on that massive monster?" Daphne said with disbelief. "Well, it seems to be working. It doesn't seem like it can move from there," Lyra pointed out. "Maybe, but that won't last for long," Daphne told her. "That's okay, I just need to gain a bit of time." Harry examined his ring and necklace. 7 Arkstones array," he said in a soft whisper. "Time for WH Libera." Ginny was completely cut, because as soon as Harry finished his chant, all 7 Arkstones became alight at the same time and with much more force than before. The runework is designed to only supply him with a bit of magic at the time in a constant flow. What he had done now was to release the restraints and allow all the magic contained in the 7 pieces of jewelry to enter his body. A wave of force came out of him and pushed the 3 girls away from him. Bluish mist surrounded him while his eyes changed color from their usual vibrant green to an eerie light blue tone that resembled the shining magical stones on the artifacts. Harry, Lyra had her eyes opened widely as she watched the changes in her brother from the spot where she fell. "What is that mist? Is that magic?" Daphne observed him with rasped attention. She had read about stories where magic became so concentrated that one was able to see it with the naked eye, but she never thought she would be witnessing this phenomenon in person during her lifetime. Harry stared at them with his dangerous-looking bright blue eyes and cold expression. "I need you to stay behind me a good distance away." "What are?" Ginny stammered the words. She was too nervous to speak. "Now, I'm going to kill this beast." His voice sounded a lot more cold and emotionless while in this state, which made him seem more intimidating even if that was not his intention. He gave the 3 startled girls one last glance before he turned to face the basilisk. Chapter 114, The Strongest Flame, The Spell with No Name. "Fox, would you lend me your flame for a bit?" Harry requested. The phoenix flew in front of him, and with a loud cry, its body burst into powerful orange flames. "Thank you, my friend." Harry gave him a sad smile. He knew this was going to hurt it. Both wands were pointed at Fox. Magna, Incendium, the iridescent fire that came from his wands combined with the phoenix. The orange flames grew in size and potency while they rotated around, creating a brilliant sphere of orange flames. The girls had gone a good distance away from Harry, but even from where they were, the heat was becoming very intense and had to cover their faces because it was starting to hurt them. Harry then created a protective shield around the sphere of flames as this one grew and ascended into the air. Magna Custodia. Many runes appeared on the surface of the translucent shield, and the heat stopped leaking out. This was Harry's most powerful defense. It combined runic arrays with charms, creating a shield that would stop everything. He could not feel the heat any longer, but could see the fire keep growing in size and intensity while it pushed back against the shield. But after a few more seconds, the fire seemed to have stabilized and was not growing anymore. The flames were now of an extremely bright golden color, almost white. This alone would be able to decimate most creatures on the planet and turn them into cinders, but against this monster, he knew this was not going to be enough. Needs a bit more. Both wands were pointed at the flames. Fiendfire. A giant stag made of dark flames crushed through his barrier and jumped into the sphere of phoenix fire and combined with it. Harry had to quickly remake his barrier and then was forced to add another layer of protection to contain the violent explosion. What is he doing? Lyra and Ginny stared in horror at the menacing spectacle. Was that fiendfire? Daphne shouted. This was one of the darkest pieces of magic she knew about, and one her father warned her to never use, under any circumstance, because of how dangerous it is, even for the caster. She could only conclude that the only reason they were still alive was those strange barriers that Harry had created around the fire. An immediate change occurred in the flames. These ones changed color once more, but instead of adopting the dark red tone of the fiendfire or the light yellow of the enhanced phoenix fire, they took a light blue tone as they continued to grow in size and become more violent. A third layer of protection had to be added. The spectators stared in horror as the flames pushed against the shield containing. If only a wisp of those flames got out, they would be turned into charcoal before understanding what was going on. The fire turned blue, Lyra exclaimed. Is actually kinda pretty, Ginny remarked. The triple layer of barriers spun around, moving the runes written on them, while inside, one could see a bright sphere of blue flames. Yes, that is stunning and terrifying, Daphne added. She could only imagine how hot those flames were after Harry combined the two more frightening flames in existence. Harry did know exactly how hot they were. He spent many years working also with muggles to find more efficient ways to use their magic. This was something that combined their scientific knowledge with his own magic. A spell that only Harry knew and had only been used once. Didn't even have a name. What he had just done was extremely dangerous. The reason for the flames to change color is that the fire had raised the temperature to over 15 million Kelvin, the same temperature as the sun's core, and these flames had then ignited the hydrogen in the atmosphere that was now being used as fuel. This creates a chain reaction that will continue to grow out of control until it destroys everything. Unless is contained and stopped. His barriers were the only thing preventing this from happening now. The effects of his slippery jinx were diminishing, and the basilisk was starting to approach with difficulty. Harry was not worried about that. His spell was ready to be used. The ball of flames continued to get brighter until it became impossible to look directly into it. It was like trying to stare into the sun itself. Harry used his will to move the barrier containing the deadly flames towards the massive snake. The beast was smart enough to feel the danger of the situation. As it felt the sphere of death approaching, it decided to forget its hunt and attempted to escape. Too late now. Harry had positioned the sphere right above the monster. He made a downward slashing motion, and the miniature sun descended upon the beast. As it made contact, the flames grew in size even more until they completely covered the massive creature, who only had time to give a short shriek of pain before being silenced. The basilisk may have been resistant to magic, to the point of almost immunity, but no amount of resistance would protect it against something akin to being submerged inside the sun's core. But the danger was not over. Harry had to use everything he had to contain the violent magical fire that seemed to be trying its best to breach its containment now, pushing against its 3 layers of shields. He heard the girls behind him scream as small waves of heat and wind were able to escape. Harry had to drain every last bit of magic from himself and the 7 Arkstones, but it was finally able to dispel the flames. The miniature sun started to diminish in size until it disappeared completely, leaving nothing more than an empty spherical void with a pool of lava at the bottom. There was no trace of the colossal monster. It had completely disintegrated under the intense heat. Once all was over, the 7 Arkstones broke into small shards that fell onto the ground. His 2 wands were reduced to dust, including the phoenix feathers from their cores. This was not caused by the heat from the flames, but by the tremendous amount of magic that he had just circulated through them. This was much more than their wand makers could ever imagine when they created them. Harry collapsed onto the ground, feeling completely exhausted, both magically and physically. I'm not doing that one again, he decided. It had been too close for comfort. Chapter 115, The Missing Students. 1 hour earlier, Hogwarts Castle. Professor McGonagall was giving a lesson about the basics of transfiguration to a group of first years. Her eyes kept wandering to the 2 empty seats on the first row. Those seats belonged to the Potter and Weasley girls. She could not help but be worried. She had only known the girls for a short period of time, but they had never missed a class or even arrived late. And Lyra was especially invested in her class. She has shown as much talent as her father had, if not more. Professor, a student called for her. McGonagall just realized that she had stopped lecturing while lost in her own thoughts. My apologies. Now where was I? She glimpsed back at her book and found the next chapter. When she was about to resume her lesson, the ground started to shake with tremendous violence. She heard her students panic and tried to calm them down while reassuring them that nothing bad was going to happen, despite herself being also quite scared. I wish Albus would do something already about these blasted earthquakes, she thought. This last tremor had lasted for a good minute and felt a lot stronger than the others. Expecto Patronum, McGonagall called, and a small silvery white cat appeared in front of her before it ran off to deliver her message to the other professors. Bring all the students to the Great Hall. Classes are cancelled for the day. As the one in charge, she considered it the best course of action. In the event of another tremor to occur, it would be easier to protect the students if they were all in the same place instead of wandering around the castle, and her instincts were telling her that this was not over. I also need to call Albus. He ought to come back. Only 20 minutes later, the Great Hall was filled with people. Every Hogwarts employee and student was present in the room. Almost every student. Did you find anything? McGonagall asked with concern. Professor Flitwick shook his head in defeat. I looked everywhere, and even sent the ghost and elves to comb the castle, but nothing so far. Well, find them, Minerva. I'm sure they are hiding somewhere, startled by the tremors. Professor Sprout tried to reassure her friend. The back door of the Great Hall opened all of a sudden, and the headmaster walked inside with steady steps as he went directly towards the professor's table. Albus, McGonagall felt a wave of relief after seeing him. When no one else knew what to do, the headmaster had never let her down. Minerva, I received your message and came back as soon as I could. The board is being quite insistent on closing the school until this matter of the tremors is resolved. Maybe it should be closed, headmaster, told Flintwick with a serious tone. This last tremor was strong enough to create several cracks in the walls. Saw them myself. Albus, we have 4 students missing. We can't find them anywhere. McGonagall said with urgency, I haven't felt any student leaving the wards unauthorized. They must be somewhere within Hogwarts. Who are the students in question? The headmaster asked. 3 of my lions, Lyra Potter, Ginny Weasley, and Harry Potter. They're also a student from a second-year girl from my house, Daphne Greengrass. Professor Snape interjected. Harry Potter, Dumbledore muttered. Headmaster, we found something. A ghost came flying into the hall. Nick, what is it? Did you find the students? McGonagall hurried to ask. The almost decapitated ghost shook his head the best he could. No, we haven't seen the students, but something terrible happened on the 6th floor. Nick told everyone. What happened? Tell me. Albus frowned. Someone has destroyed a girl's bathroom on the 6th floor, and I really mean destroyed, the ghost exclaimed. Myrtle bathroom? Asked Professor Sprout. That was the only bathroom on that floor, but no one uses it. Yes, she is very distressed about it, and very vocal too. The ghost made a complicated expression. Did she see who did it? Asked the headmaster. Sorry, headmaster, I did not ask. That's quite all right, Nick. We should go there and take a look. This may be related to the missing students after all. Dumbledore looked at the professors. Severus, Minerva, you can. They all were surprised when the headmaster stopped talking abruptly and closed his eyes while clasping onto his forehead. Albus, are you feeling unwell? McGonagall was the first one to ask. I'm well enough. I just felt 3 students leaving the castle's boundaries. What? The students left? Sprout exclaimed. Wait a moment, you said 3, but we have 4 students missing. Flintwick pointed out. That is all I know, I'm afraid. I don't have a way to know the identity of the students themselves. just that three of them have passed through the wards and left the protection of Hogwarts. The headmaster said, there are of course ways to track down the identities, but the tracking charm placed on the students is basic enough to avoid inflicting on the students' privacy too much, while at the same time offering some reassurance for the professors. We can start by looking at what happened on the 6th floor, suggested Snape. I could search the outside, Hagrid offered. If they went into the dark forest, that could be really bad. Nighttime is approaching and that place can get very dangerous. Dumbledore nodded. Yes, thank you, Hagrid. Go take a look. Severus and Minerva, come with me to the 6th floor. He glanced at the ghost. Nick, I need you to go look outside of the castle too. I know you cannot go too far. Just let me know if you see anything out of the ordinary. What about us? Asked Professor Flintwick. Stay with the students. Don't let anyone leave the hall. Dumbledore made a worried expression. I think something bad is about to happen. Chapter 116, Discovering the Chamber of Secrets. The two professors and the headmaster approached the destroyed bathroom with quick steps. As soon as they entered through the hole where the door once was, they were welcomed by a very angry ghost. Did you come to finish the job? She came flying and screaming but stopped when she saw the person who had just entered. You are not him? Who is this? Myrtle stared at the headmaster. Myrtle, you may not remember me. I was just a professor back then, but we talked for a bit. I am Albus Dumbledore, the current headmaster of Hogwarts. I don't think I remember you. That's unfortunate, and I'm very sorry about what happened to your bathroom. You have my word that it will be restored as soon as possible. Really? Her expression changed. That would be, but now I really need to find the person responsible for this. Dumbledore said with urgency in his voice. Can you tell me who did it? You are going to punish the culprit. He never told me his name. He was a cute boy with glasses and the most stunning green eyes I have ever seen. The ghost recalled. Glasses, McGonagall said. Green eyes, Snape frowned. It does sound like Mr. Potter, Dumbledore declared. He better be expelled for this. I knew that boy was going to cause trouble. It is his son after all. But he went too far with this, Snape growled. Severus, control yourself. Harry Potter is nothing like his father in this regard. You would know this if you gave him a chance. He would never do something like for a prank if that is what you are suggesting. McGonagall pointed to him. We will reserve judgment until we have all the facts, Dumbledore stated to them before turning his attention back to the ghost. Tell me, Myrtle, what did Mr. Potter do exactly? Let's see. He came the other day and just stared at the faucets for a few minutes before leaving. Faucets? Dumbledore searched, but could not find anything of the sort on the rubble. If I recall correctly, there were many faucets at the end of the bathroom, right over there. She pointed, haven't been here in a long time. She didn't want to admit that it was because of the ghost's presence right in front of her. There is nothing left. What spell did he use to cause that much destruction? Snape was genuinely curious. He pulled out his wand and performed a series of scans. Right, Myrtle appears to remember something. He also talked to them. I thought that was very weird. He talked to the faucets. McGonagall looked confused. I think he was telling them to open something, the ghost recalled. What about today? What did he do? Dumbledore questioned. I don't know. I only saw him for a moment. He didn't even say hi to me. Just went to the faucets and then everything got loud and confusing. Things started to explode and dissolve. I thought I was going to die, so I hid inside one of the toilets. When I came out, everything was like this. Myrtle explained her version of the events. Headmaster. Dark magic has been used here. Very dark magic, Snape stated. For once he did not try to blame Harry for this. Dumbledore walked towards the end of the bathroom and moved some of the rubble around until he discovered something. There is an entrance here. The two professors approached. A secret entrance. It seems to go straight down, McGonagall observed. Snape waved his wand over the entrance. This seems to be the source of the dark magic. Maybe there were some protections in place. Dumbledore frowned. This castle has many secret entrances. Some of them are better protected than others, but I have never encountered one protected with dark magic. The founders knew better than that. I can think of one founder and one chamber that could be better protected than all the others together, Snape said. You don't mean? McGonagall seemed to have reached the same conclusion. There is only one way to find out. Dumbledore glanced back at them. Wands out. Be ready for anything. The trio descended into the bowels of Hogwarts until they arrived at the pool of bones situated at the entrance of the chamber. What is this? Skulls, McGonagall exclaimed with disgust and hurried out of there. Not human, Snape pointed out, but neither he nor Dumbledore looked to be pleased either. Headmaster, you need to see this. Snape found something lying on one side of the bones. Snakeskin, Dumbledore noticed. That's massive. There are no snakes of that size, McGonagall said. If this is the place that I think it is, that is not just a snake. Dumbledore looked into the corridor. Stay behind me. They walked through the destroyed passageway and saw what was left of the circular metallic door that was now embedded into the wall, as well as a pool of blood. This is all very recent, Snape spoke. They could still discern the intricate design with carvings of snakes on what was left of the metal door. This truly must be, McGonagall muttered. They ventured further and entered the main chamber. The three of them gasped and stared in awe at the sight, even in its current dilapidated state. The Chamber of Secrets was a sight to behold. This really is the legendary Chamber of Secrets, Dumbledore proclaimed in awe, or what is left of it. It seems like a massive battle has been fought in here. Snape looked around at the cracker on the walls, the blood, and pieces of gore. McGonagall screamed. She was the first one to spot the body of one of the basilisk in the distance. Is that the chamber's monster? It looks dead, Snape pointed out. Let's get closer to inspect it, Dumbledore suggested. What if it's not dead? McGonagall exclaimed. Dumbledore conjured a few big rocks and sent them towards its head. The rocks collided and they then waited. No response. Dumbledore moved his eyes to her. Fine, it's dead, McGonagall huffed. Be careful where you step. It seems like most of the floor has collapsed into that hole over there. He pointed at the massive hole in the middle, not knowing that the giant basilisk was the one who created that. Snape got closer and examined the creature. Merlin, this is a basilisk. Chapter 117, Following the Trail. A basilisk, McGonagall got startled. A specimen of this size, it must be centuries old. Maybe it was the original one, placed by Salazar himself, Dumbledore concluded. So is like 1,000 years old. Can these creatures live that long? She asked. We will have to consult with Hagrid, but this seems to be the case. Dumbledore looked around the room. He did not spot the other basilisk, because it had fallen into the dark cave beneath the chamber, and the third one was completely eaten by the giant monster before escaping. There was not much else to observe in the main chamber. Everything had been completely destroyed, and the place looked ready to collapse at any moment. You don't think the children killed it, right, Albus? McGonagall did not want to think about a group of young students facing a beast like this one. The swords that Harry had used to kill the beast were gone already. All that was left were the many wounds he inflicted on its body. It seems to be covered in deep gashes, and is very recent. The blood looks fresh too, Snape commented. For what I remember, basilisks are extremely resistant to magic, almost to the point of immunity. The one who killed this one seems to have conjured a series of big-bladed weapons to do the job. Whoever did this knew what they were doing, Dumbledore concluded. Albus, could this creature be the one responsible for all the tremors we have been suffering? McGonagall asked. The beast is certainly big, but no, I don't think this basilisk would be capable of that, was the headmaster's answer. That being said, the answer for those events could be somewhere in here, he added. Headmaster. Do you think I can process this creature? The materials could be invaluable for my potions. Snape looked at the basilisk like it was a pile of gold. I don't see why not, but we have a job to finish first. That's right, we haven't found any of the children yet, McGonagall spoke. I don't think it's safe to stay here much longer in any case. Let's use a quick way out then. Fawkes, Dumbledore called for his companion. They waited, but nothing. How strange. Fawkes. I need your help, my friend, Dumbledore called again. He is not arriving. McGonagall had never seen this happen before. Something must have happened to him. He always answers my calls. We will have to use a different way. Do we have to climb back that dirty pipe? McGonagall didn't seem very pleased with the idea. Perhaps there is another way out. Dumbledore stared up at the ceiling. The two professors followed his sigh and spotted a massive circular hole in the middle of the cracked ceiling. Albus, what is that? McGonagall got alarmed. That hole was not made by accident. It looked like something had broken through the ceiling and crawled its way into the rocky foundation. It appears that some sort of creature has wormed its way into the ceiling, Snape commented. The size is disturbing. Just disturbing. If that was made by another basilisk, then it must have been at least 10 times bigger than this one. McGonagall pointed at the dead beast. Remaining here will solve nothing, and if a beast like that is making its way into the castle, we have to stop it. Dumbledore took out a small piece of fabric from his robes. In Gorgio, the fabric grew in size until it transformed into a big rectangular carpet that remained floating in the air. You have a flying carpet? Albus, they are illegal, McGonagall sighed. But never mind that now. I'm afraid at my age, a broom is not very comfortable. I'm sure the good minister would understand. Dumbledore jumped on top of the carpet with little effort. Yes, you seem very old and frail. McGonagall and Snape climbed on top. Let us go then. Dumbledore directed the carpet, and this one flew into the massive circular hole left by the giant basilisk. The carpet moved at great speed through the newly created tunnel. It had pierced through dirt and stone with little effort, going to show the power of the creature responsible for it. The diameter of this hole is at least 70 or 80 feet, around 25 mt. Snape analyzed the tunnel as they traveled, meaning the snake should be around 800 feet in length. That can't be right, Severus. A creature that massive could not have been hidden inside Hogwarts without anyone knowing about it. McGonagall said, I'm only talking about what I'm seeing. I don't have an explanation either, Snape admitted. They reached the point where the pipes started, but there was little left of them. Let us hope this tunnel leads to the outside. Dumbledore was dreading the worst-case scenario, where this monster enters the castle. If that is the case, they may not be able to evacuate everyone in time. Oh no, please. McGonagall was thinking the same thing. The flying carpet increased its pace, moving as fast as it could possibly go, taking sharp turns left and right. Finally, they were welcomed by a gust of cold wind. Yes, is going outside, McGonagall celebrated. Be ready, we may have to lure this beast away from the castle somehow. Dumbledore was not the type to act without proper planning, but when the lives of his students were at risk, he was left with no other choice. The flying carpet came out of the hole and into the open sky. Looking back, they were once impressed by the sheer size of it and the creature that made it. Where is it? Snape twisted his neck to the sides, but could not spot the monster. Remember to not look at it directly, Dumbledore said. Even though he was sure his colleagues knew this already, he made the carpet fly around the castle, but could not spot any giant snake moving around the castle's surroundings. Headmaster, wait for me. Dumbledore stopped the carpet in the air and turned his head in the direction of the familiar voice. Is Nick? McGonagall called after seeing the ghost approach. Headmaster, I saw it. Screamed. What did you see, Nick? Dumbledore asked. A monster and a massive snake. It came out of the castle. It was so scary. I saw it all. Chapter 118, A Trail of Destruction. Where is it? Where is this monster? Snape moved his eyes around the area as they hovered on the flying carpet but could not see anything out of the ordinary. It came from the castle and then it moved that way. Nick pointed to the mountains. It was almost like it was chasing after someone. At one point I heard it shriek in agony but could not see who was attacking that beast. Then I saw a blinding flash of light common from that area. It completely surrounded the monster. And then the ghost made a troubled expression. And then what? McGonagall asked. Nothing. The monster was not there anymore. I don't know where it went. Could it be some sort of vanishing charm? Maybe someone sent this creature away, suggested McGonagall. Let's take a look. As Dumbledore spoke, the flying carpet took off and flew into the nearby forest, where Nick had told them the monster went, not that they would need many indications to find its trail. Merlin, look at that devastation, McGonagall pointed down. Looks like my estimation of its size was accurate. Snape had a grave expression on his face. They followed the path of destruction until they realized something. The beast was changing directions here, Snape commented. McGonagall gasped. Going back to Hogwarts. Luckily, it was stopped before it made it too far. Dumbledore was staring at the area where the ghost was said to witness the flash of light. As he moved the carpet closer, they were able to get a better look. At the end of the beast's track was a massive circular hole. They could still see light coming from the bottom. It's very hot in here, McGonagall got alarmed. Dumbledore made the flying carpet descend until it reached the bottom. Headmaster, don't get so close. It will burn the carpet, Snape warned. Albus, what is that? McGonagall pointed at the glowing substance. That's lava. He glanced around the hole. It was completely covered in a pitch-black rock. And this is all obsidian. The heat necessary to create something like this would be ridiculous. Snape had studied a bit of Muggle science. Not much, but at least enough to understand how obsidian is formed. Is this obsidian? I have read about it, but I have never seen it in person. It's supposed to only exist near volcanoes, McGonagall said. Dumbledore performed some readings, trying to figure out the cause of this phenomenon. I can't detect any specific spells. The amount of magic concentrated in this single point is just too much. So this was made with magic. It wasn't made by a dragon or something, McGonagall said. Definitely magic. I can't tell if it was one wizard or many, but it was no dragon or any other magical creature of that, I'm sure. Dumbledore, then if this monster was hit by whatever this magic was, I think we can conclude that it's dead, even if this creature was 10 times bigger than the one we saw at the chamber, Snape declared. I need to go back into the castle right now, Dumbledore said with urgency. Albus, what is it? Asked McGonagall. Someone has entered my office without permission. The headmaster said. How? That place is impossible to open without the password, Snape said. He knew well how secure that office was. Dumbledore made the carpet lift again into the sky and started to fly back into Hogwarts. You both have a lot of work to do. Dumbledore's eyes moved to meet theirs. This is very important. What we have seen today, no one must know about, not even the other professors. You want to hide all of this? Don't they deserve to know the cause for all these tremors we've been having all year? She exclaimed. We will tell them that the problem has been resolved. Give me some time to come up with some explanation that will not cause mass panic, said the headmaster. He is right, Snape added. If people found out that several giant basilisks have been hiding under the school, you can be sure they will close the school until it has been inspected, brick by brick. You will also lose all of our jobs. Minerva, there is no need to cause more dread in the hearts of the students and their families. We can assure them that Hogwarts is completely safe once more. That's all that matters, Dumbledore explained to her. McGonagall did not seem completely convinced, but knew she had to relent on this one. Now, Minerva, I will need you to repair as much of the damage caused on the 6th floor as possible, and make sure to properly seal the entrance to the chamber. He then looked at Snape. And you, my friend, I need to take care of all the damage that has been caused to the exterior. Just try to cover it as much as you can. I know I'm asking a lot of you. Snape frowned. He was indeed asking a lot. Just covering that hole filled with lava was going to take him days of work. I'll do what I can. I'll help the two of you as soon as I finish checking my office, Dumbledore said. You don't want us to be there with you? What if it's related to, you know? Snape dreaded the worst-case scenario. Colt it be, Albus, you can't go by yourself. We should call the order at least, McGonagall exclaimed. Now, calm down. If I thought there was a chance that he was involved in this in any way, I would of course call the order, but I am sure that my guest does not have bad intentions. You seem to know who it is, Snape realized. Dumbledore smiled. I do have an idea. It was someone he had hoped to talk to for a while now. He had so many questions. Chapter 119, A Tough Day. Harry escorted the 3 girls to the infirmary and left them there. Their clothes were dirty, but did not have any serious injuries, just a few cuts and bruises from running through the forest. They had not spoken a single word to him after the fight was over. He couldn't blame them for being shocked after seeing all they had seen today. It would already be too much for an adult, but these girls are in their early teens. Harry held the 7 pieces of jewelry he had been previously wearing. The metal remained intact, but the stones were complete gone. He crumbled into dust after finishing his spell. That shouldn't have happened. I'm sure I didn't make any serious mistakes during the creation of the magical alloy. The only conclusion he could reach was that there was some problem with the Arkstones themselves. He wasn't knowledgeable enough to note if the stones he received were of high quality or not, but since they broke in such a way, he could only reach one conclusion. And I also lost both my wands. What a day. He already expected them to break. No wood would be able to sustain that, but not even the cores had remained behind. I guess I went a bit overboard this time, he concluded. With his sister, Ginny, and Daphne behind him, he didn't want to take any risk of the beast surviving, so he went all out for a bit. Now he was going to need a pair of completely new wands. Let's see how that conversation goes. Harry stopped walking in front of the familiar statue of a gargoyle. Password, the statue requested. Move away and grant me access to the headmaster's office, Harry told it in a monotone voice. That is incore. The statue stopped talking and froze. A moment later, it spun around, revealing the stairs that lead to the office. He did not know the password, but it was unnecessary. The moment he placed his name on Hogwarts Arkstone and tied his persona to the school guards, he gained the same level of authority as the headmaster himself. There was no door in the castle that would not open for him if he requested it. Of course, he knew this would alert the headmaster, but it was already too late to hide now. The events of the day had not gone according to plan at all. He was expecting a quick fight against one basilisk. He did not expect those 3 girls to get involved. He did not expect to find more than one beast, and he definitely did not expect to have to deal with a snake bigger than his mansion. The damage he had caused today was impossible to cover. Dumbledore was bound to find out and will link him to it. Myrtle will tell them that it was me the one who went into the chamber, and the headmaster was clever enough to put the rest of the puzzle together. He was already suspicious of him since last year when Professor Nayar disappeared. He will want answers this time. Also, he knew the old man well enough to guess that he would make sure to cover everything so no one else would find out. I'll leave the cleanup to you, Albus. Other than that, he had two good reasons to come into this office. Hey, you can't be here by yourself. One of the paintings of a former headmaster woke up in a bad mood. Harry glanced at it. Phineas Black, I'm not in the mood to deal with you today. How preposterous. A student addressing me lie? Sleep, Harry commanded. The figure inside the painting froze for a moment before closing its eyes and going to sleep. Another benefit of having headmaster's privileges. Here we are. Harry approached the big bird perch placed near a set of stairs. He opened a small box he had previously conjured and emptied its contents on a metal plate situated under the perch. I hope I got all the ashes. He did the best he could to collect all of Fawkes' ashes after the creature burned away in order to power the flames. He recalled that this plate had some enhancements that would make it easier for the phoenix to revive. And hopefully that would be enough for him to recover. Get better, Fawkes. You did great today. He then went to the headmaster's chair and got comfortable. Uff, what a day, he sighed. His clothes were burned, he was physically and magically exhausted, lost his wands and the magical artifact that took so much effort to make. This was definitely more than what he was used to dealing with in this school, and is not even Christmas yet. He closed his eyes for a few seconds and felt incredibly relaxed. If it continued for too long, he felt like he was going to fall asleep. But then he heard the noises of the stone column moving away and someone walking the steps to the office. The steps continued to get closer and closer until they stopped a short distance away from him. Feeling comfortable, Mr. Potter, Harry opened his eyes and saw the figure of Albus Dumbledore pointing his wand directly at him. We have much to talk about, I believe. The old man's expression did not show anger, but was not the usual calm and kind grandfatherly demeanor that Harry had grown accustomed to over the years. This was Dumbledore in serious business mode. Harry smiled. Good evening, Headmaster. Yes, I believe we have a few things to talk about. Chapter 120, Discussion with the Headmaster Part 1. Why don't you take a seat, Headmaster, and you can put the wand down. As you can see, I am completely disarmed. Harry was able to get a closer look at the headmaster's wand now. It was made of some light-colored wood he didn't recognize. That's not the Elder Wand. Of that, he was sure of. Dumbledore stared at him with his calculating gaze for a few more seconds. Very well, I will put the wand down, but I will keep it in my hand. I hope you don't mind. The headmaster took a seat in front of him. He never asked Harry to leave his chair, so this one remained there. Dumbledore's eyes moved around the room, maybe trying to figure out if Harry had taken something obvious from here until they stopped at Fawkes' perch. Fawkes, what happened to him? Dumbledore asked with a hint of sharpness in his voice. He came to help me with our ordeal. I really hope he can recover. Harry glanced at the plate under the perch. If Fawkes came to help you, he must have felt you were trying to protect the school. Of course I was. Harry had a tone of annoyance at the implication. You thought I was trying to destroy Hogwarts or something? My apologies, that came out wrong. I already knew you didn't have hostile intentions, but I cannot help but be wary after what I have seen. Dumbledore admired. Did you go into the chamber? Harry asked. Yes, we followed your steps. Went into the 6th floor bathroom, the chamber, found the basilisk, and then followed the tunnel outside the castle. Only found one basilisk. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow. Pardon? I found 4 of them inside the chamber. One ended up being eaten by the big one. The other 2 remained in the chamber. Did you look into that big hole underneath? Maybe it fell there. I will inform Severus to take a look. 4 basilisk, you say? Dear Merlin, how is that possible? And what happened to the biggest one? Dumbledore could not help but shake at the mere thought of having 4 of those monsters underneath the school. I killed all 4, including the big one. That one took a bit more effort and the help of Fawkes. A bit of effort? I saw the hole that remained. What kind of magic did you use to create something like that? There was a mixture of wariness and genuine curiosity in his face. To put it simply, a very powered-up version of an incendio, Harry told him. Dumbledore knew that Harry was not going to give him all the answers he wished for. Harry noticed this. Even if I told you exactly how I cast that spell, you would not be able to create it, much less control it. I am the only one who can do it. A bold claim, some would call it, an arrogant one. Dumbledore seemed dispersed with his answer. People had considered him the most talented wizard in the entire world. He was not used to somebody underestimating him. Let's move on. I'm sure there are more important things you want to know. Once we are done with this conversation, there is something I need to borrow from this office. Harry told him. You want something from my office? Dumbledore frowned after hearing this. Inside this room were a lot of dangerous artifacts that he didn't trust anyone else to protect. He wondered what could this boy want from here. Let's leave that for later. Go on, ask your questions. Harry urged him to continue. As soon as he was done here, he wanted to take a shower and sleep for a few days. Very well, the one thing I want to know more than anything else is, who are you? Dumbledore stared firmly into his eyes. That's a very philosophical question, Headmaster, but my name is Harry James Potter. MMM. If I hadn't already seen your name written on Hogwarts Arkstone, I would never have believed those words. Dumbledore admitted to him. You saw that? I didn't expect you to go down there that early. Harry made a pensive expression. I went there last year. Also saw your little workshop. Dumbledore said. What made you go there so quickly? Harry wondered where he had gone wrong. When we went to investigate the Acromantula's attack, I detected the use of an apparition. Those blasted detection spells again. I wish I had known more about them before. Harry wanted to smack Moody on the head for not teaching him about that. You probably already know this, but apparating inside Hogwarts is impossible, except for the headmaster. The only way to do it without destroying the wards is by inscribing one's name in that stone, Dumbledore explained. So you went down there because of that, said Harry. It sounded impossible for someone besides me to gain access to that place, but I could not think of any other possibility, so I went. You can imagine my shock when I saw your name written below mine. Wait, is that why you had the paintings spying on me? Harry asked. I needed to know what kind of person you were. You did not reveal much, but it didn't seem like you had bad intentions, so I limited myself to keep an eye on you from afar. Dumbledore's eyes moved back to his. I know your name is Harry James Potter. There is no chance to deceive the Aston, but it doesn't make it more believable for a boy of your age to do the things you do, so there is more to it. There was a moment of silence. Seeing that Harry was still silent, Dumbledore spoke again. I can take a wild guess and say that it involves time travel or perhaps something more. Dimensional travel, Harry flinched. Chapter 121, Discussion with the Headmaster Part 2. Seems like I am correct. Dumbledore had a satisfied smile. I don't really understand it myself, to be honest, but I think what happened to me was closer to traveling to an alternate timeline. Harry was knowledgeable about the existence of other dimensions, but he still wasn't sure about what occurred the day he died, or why it happened. Alternate timelines. Mr. Potter, I hope you are aware of the dangers that lie in altering time. This is not something that should be played with, Dumbledore said with a stern expression. Don't give me that disappointed grandfather look, Professor. I did not come here out of my own will with a time turner or something of the sort. Harry huffed. Then, what happened to you? How did you end up here? What is the last thing you remember doing in your time? Dumbledore leaned forward with interest. The last thing I remember, that would be dying, I suppose. Dying, you say? And then what did you see? The headmaster stared at him with an intense glare. Then, I woke up inside the body of a younger version of myself. Didn't you see anything in between? Harry shook his head. I see. Then, you claim to be an older version of Harry Potter who is inhabiting the body of the boy who belongs in this timeline. There was a mix of disappointment and something else in the old man's voice. You are making it sound like I came here and stole his body, Harry frowned. And then, what happened to the owner of that body? Is his mind still somewhere in there? Dumbledore pointed at his head with the wand. Harry negated it. When I awoke for the first time, I was in a hospital. Apparently, the previous me tried to attack our sister with a stolen wand, and the spell he was trying to cast ended backfiring really badly. For the faces the healer was making, I don't think he expected me to recover. So you think he died before you appeared here? Dumbledore clarified. I think that two souls cannot inhabit the same body, Harry stated. At least, complete souls, he thought to himself, thinking about the Horcrux that used to share his body. My theory is that when I died, for some reason my soul did not go where it was supposed to go. Instead, I remained waiting until an opening appeared. MMM. That is an interesting theory, Mr. Potter, Dumbledore considered. I have read many theories about souls, but no one has been able to bring any solid evidence about any of them. Yes, many wizards believe that the key to eternal life lies in the study of the soul. I'm afraid that I don't have any solid evidence to back my claims either. That's a shame. If you find anything else, I would appreciate it if you let me know. Dumbledore seemed more interested than anything else when it came to the study of the souls. Harry found this interesting as this was a very controversial topic in the country or even in the rest of the world. Does James and Lily know about your situation? The headmaster decided to ask. They do, of course. They are also my parents after all. I think they deserve to know. Dumbledore nodded. I agree, of course, but how much did you reveal to them about the future? That kind of knowledge can be very perilous if spread carelessly. I shared with them almost everything, but Harry raised his hand. Before you try to berate me, let me just say that my timeline was so different from this one that any knowledge I have about the future is completely useless. I see. Dumbledore remained silent for a moment. I won't pry on your past, unless there is something specific that you feel I should know. If something comes to mind, I'll tell you. You have my word. Or maybe my parents will tell you during one of your order meetings. The headmaster nodded while his expression remained still. There is one thing that has me curious thought. What kind of thing? How did you gain access to the foundation of the castle? As far as I am aware, the knowledge to access that part of Hogwarts is only passed from one headmaster to the next. Dumbledore glanced at him. The answer for that is quite simple. I was the headmaster of Hogwarts at one point, albeit for a short period, but I think is worth mentioning that the castle was no longer a school during the time I was in charge. It was instead a fortress. A fortress? That must mean that you were at war. Dumbledore looked worried now. Was it with him? Was it with Voldemort? Harry interrupted him. So he came back after all, the old man sighed. Yes, he came back, and you can be sure that Voldemort will also come back. I don't need to be a seer to guess that. I know that madman all too well. You must have had a tough life then, Dumbledore lamented. Is there something else you wanted to know? I do have a request once we are done with the questions. Of course, you must be very tired. There is one last thing that I wanted to ask of you, is about the events that transpired today at Hogwarts. This whole matter with the basilisk. Yes, Harry asked, but already knew what he was about to ask for his silence. I believe it would be for the best if we keep this matter under wraps. Now that this awful situation has been resolved, informing everything about the creatures that were living under the castle would only cause unnecessary distress among the students and parents. Dumbledore said. Harry smiled. The headmaster was not wrong. If this thing of the basilisk was leaked to the media, this school would probably be closed for good. Or at least until the ministry could guarantee that no more deadly beasts were hiding inside the castle walls. That would take a lot of time and personnel. An outcome like that one would be problematic for him, as he still had a need for this castle and its resources. Besides, this was the best place to lure Voldemort to, as the boy who lived was here and Harry had a big advantage in Hogwarts. Very well, I agree to keep this matter a secret, but I have one condition, and that would be. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow. I'm sure that our beloved potions professor has requested to harvest the materials from the basilisk, Harry said. He did ask, Dumbledore admitted. Harry raised 3 fingers. 3 vials of basilisk blood and 3 of venom is all I want. He can keep the rest. Since you are the one who killed, you do have the right to make that request, but may I know what are you planning to do with those ingredients? Basilisk venom is one of the deadliest substances in the world. Dumbledore did not seem pleased with his request, but did not deny it either. Some personal experiments, but I can swear that I will not use them to bring any harm to any innocent person. Do you need a magical oath? The headmaster hesitated. That won't be necessary. I will trust you, Mr. Potter. I am glad to hear that. Now, as for my request, I thought the ingredients were your request, Dumbledore pointed out. Then consider this my reward, you know, for saving the school and its students. Harry reminded him. Very well, what is it that you require? The old man asked. A book, a rare book that can only be found in this library. Harry smiled. Chapter 122, The Visit. When he went to sleep that night, he jokingly thought to himself that he was going to sleep for a couple of days at least, but he ended up waking up in the infirmary 4 days later, according to Madame Pomfrey. I must have been more exhausted than I thought. He wanted to leave, but the healer insisted on remaining for a few more hours at least. Not even 30 minutes had passed when he heard his sister and Ginny come inside the infirmary. No running in here, young ladies, Madame Pomfrey scolded them. Sorry, the 2 girls said in unison. Lyra saw him and hurried to his bed with long steps. Hey there. Harry was somewhat worried about how they were processing the events of the other day. He wished he had been awake to talk with them before. To him, things like life or dead situations or fighting giant monsters were nothing out of the ordinary, but for them, it was very different. He didn't know if their attitude towards him was going to change. They could start to become more distant or even afraid of him. So Lyra, how are he could not finish getting his words out when his juster jumped onto his lap and almost crushed him with a hug. Has been super worried for you, Ginny said with a warm smile. Oh no, I mean we all were worried. You have been sleeping for a long time, 4 days, not even Ron sleeps that long, hee. Lyra, Harry called. You are crushing my neck. Ah, sorry, she hurried to let go, and then he saw her cleaning some tears using the sleeves of her robe. Daphne was worried too, but she would never admit it. Lyra smiled. The headmaster came to speak with us on the next morning after. That day, Ginny said. And what did he tell you? Harry asked. He could already guess what he wanted. He had those conversations with the headmaster at the end of every year. He wanted to talk about what happened that afternoon. You know, Lyra started. We didn't want to say much, but the headmaster already appeared to know everything, Ginny exclaimed. We were worried he was going to get you in trouble, but he promised that nothing bad was going to happen, Lyra added. That's okay, I talked with him before coming to the infirmary that day. The headmaster was told everything that had happened. Harry reassured them. That's a relief. I didn't know what we could say to him, Lyra said, but the headmaster asked us to keep our little adventure as a secret to everyone else. Ginny frowned. Right, he doesn't want anyone to know what happened. Lyra looked offended. Yes, and that would be for the best. Harry nodded. Dumbledore's motives may be different than his own, but they could agree on that part. But Harry, you are a hero. Lyra moved her hands for more emphasis. That's right, you saved everyone. You could become famous for his, like the boy who lived. I mean Neville, Ginny said. I have no use or desire for that kind of fame, I can assure you of that. Harry had enough of that in his past life. Nothing good comes from that. Ignorance is bliss, trust me. Neither his sister nor Ginny looked convinced by this. They did not understand why he didn't want to be famous like their Professor Lockhart or Neville. Excuse me, Mr. Potter. Madame Pomfrey approached his bed. The headmaster is here and wishes to speak with you. Right, of course he is. He looked at Lyra and Ginny. I'll be out of here in a few hours, we can talk more by then. The girls had no choice but to assent. They could not let the headmaster wait. After they left, the old man approached his bed with a warm smile. The weariness from the other day was almost gone. He also had a thick book under his arm. I brought you some light lecture. Dumbledore placed a book on his lap. You found it? Harry read the cover. Time and Space. The title was vague, and this book had no author. The reason was that the book was more of a compilation of different theories written by many different authors and compiled by several important figures of the Ministry. Is this the one you were looking for? Dumbledore asked. Harry nodded. If the answers I seek are anywhere in Hogwarts, they must be in this book. Glad to hear. You can have it for as long as you need, but don't let any other students see it. Understood. Oh, I also wanted to say that Fawkes had managed to revive yesterday. It seems like he will be making a full recovery. The headmaster smiled. That's fantastic news, Harry said back. It is indeed, and on another topic. I have spoken with your sister, Miss Weasley, and Miss Greengrass about what happened the other day. Yes, they mentioned it. You told them to keep the whole thing about the chamber as a secret, Harry said. Well, I agree. It's best if no one knows about this. No need to cause panic for no reason. Dumbledore appears to be surprised by his words. He was expecting Harry to complain about this. Wise words, Mr. Potter, but nonetheless, I would like to tell you. Thank you for saving Hogwarts, Mr. Potter. Dumbledore had his best grandfatherly smile now. The world may not know about your deeds, but I will not forget them, and neither will those 3 girls. I'm looking forward to seeing what you accomplish in the future. The headmaster stood up and walked away. The future, huh? Harry glanced at the book again and read the title once more. Chapter 123, Daphne's Visit. Mr. Potter, you are free to go. Madame Pomfrey informed him. That's great news. Do you happen to know where my robes are? Harry asked. He currently wearing some white hospital robes. Yes, I'll bring them to you. Give me a minute. Madame Pomfrey turned around and left. A moment later, he saw someone opening the infirmary door with a lot of care to not make much noise. She then slowly sneaked around while moving her eyes around. Harry smiled and kept the curtains of his bed close. The girl moved on her tiptoes with utmost care and Harry kept quiet. Once she was very close and looking inside the curtains of the next bed, Harry decided to speak. You know, Daphne gave out a yelp of surprise. I'm currently the only patient, Daphne. There is no need to sneak like that. Potter, she turned around with a scowl on her face. She quickly recovered and cleared her throat. Ah, is that so? I mean, I don't know what, I wasn't sneaking around. She stood back up and pretended that nothing had happened, regaining her noble demeanor. She walked to his bed and glanced over at him with her usual calm expression. I heard that you had woken up, so I thought I would only be polite if I came to visit. Did you bring me anything? Excuse me? Daphne seemed confused. It is customary for the visitor to bring a small token to the sick person in the hospital. Harry wasn't sure if that was true, but he always enjoyed messing with this girl for some reason. Surely, an educated heir of a most noble house already knows this. That's why I asked, what did you bring me? Of course I knew that. Hold on. She desperately looked for something inside her robes. Here you go. She placed a small box in his hands. Oh, a chocolate frog, my favorite. He grinned. Daphne was about to say something when she heard Madame Pomfrey approach. The healer glanced at her and raised an eyebrow. "Mr. Potter, here are your things. These robes are very damaged, though. I trust that you brought a spare set." "Yes, I did, thank you, Madame Pomfrey," Harry told her. "Well then, you can go now, and make sure to eat properly during the next few days at least." "Madam, do you mind if I talk with my friend here for a few minutes before leaving?" Harry requested. Very well, but don't take long. This is not a social gathering room." Healer gave him and Daphne a stern glance before she left. "You wanted to ask me something before." Harry patted the bed next to him. "You can sit if you want." Daphne glimpsed at the bed for a good second or two. "No, that's not. I just wanted to say." "Is okay, Daphne, calm down." Harry placed a hand on her shoulder. "Take control of your emotions with your occlumency. Relax." She took a deep breath and closed her eyes. "Okay, I'm better now." "Good, then we can talk." "How are you doing?" Harry asked. "I should be the one asking that," Daphne exclaimed. I don't know, to be honest. I still have nightmares about that monster chasing us." "I see." Harry wondered if his sister and Ginny were also having nightmares. He did not consider it before, but perhaps it would be better to erase their memories of that day. It was still recent enough to do it. "I can remove those bad memories if you want." "You mean to obviate me?" The headmaster gave us the same offer. "He said that we were too young to deal with those things." "Why did you reject him?" Harry asked. "Because I would also forget about what you did." "I don't want that." Daphne raised her voice. "Well, if you stick with me, you will eventually get used, I suppose," Harry told her, not thinking too much about the meaning of her words. "You mean you are used to fighting monsters like that one?" Daphne stared at him with her intense blue eyes. "More than you are, at least." Harry gave her a mysterious smile but did not add anything else. "Ugh, fine. Oh, by the way, the headmaster told us to stay quiet about what happened," Daphne said. "Yes, Lyra already informed me about that. She seemed upset about it. What about you? It seems unfair to you, but you don't seem the type who likes to show off his capabilities in public," she stated. "Should I be a bit more like Professor Lockhart then? Maybe I should write a book about how I killed a few big snakes and be featured in the next Witch Weekly." Harry gave her a teasing smile. Daphne made a disgusted face. "Please no," he chuckled. "If it makes you feel any better, I got a couple of decent rewards for my service to the school." "Really? You had the headmaster pay you? How did you not end up in Slytherin?" "It was my second choice." "Don't let anyone in my house hear you say that," Daphne muttered. "Now if you don't mind, I should get changed so I can leave this place," said Harry while he started to remove his hospital robes. Daphne hurried to turn around. What are you doing?" "I'll be outside." Harry waited for a moment until she was close to the door and took his burned robes. He opened the secret pocket and checked its contents. The box containing the basilisk eyes and the remains of his artifacts were still there. Good. He didn't think Dumbledore would go as far as to check his robes while he was sleeping, but didn't hurt to check. He finished dressing, took his book, and left the infirmary. Daphne was waiting right outside. "I thought you may have left. What if someone sees us walking together?" Harry asked. "I'll say that you were stalking me." Daphne gave him a fake grin before her expression went back to her usual one. "You know, I was thinking about something." Harry stopped next to her and waited. "This whole thing about obliviating us." Daphne glanced at him. "What about it? Did you change your mind?" "Harry, have you obviated me before? Because I have some holes in my memories from last year." Daphne looked at him with suspicion. "No," he walked away. Wait." She ran after him. "Harry, I'm serious. Have you ever obliviated me?" No, he walked faster. "Hold, look at me, Harry." Chapter 124, Back to Normalcy, December 5. Harry entered the Great Hall on the next morning and went to sit at his usual spot, between his sister and Hermione. "Good morning." There was a strain in his voice as he sat down. His muscles still felt sore and his chest hurt. "This young body is still far from being completely developed. I must have pushed way past its limits that day." The good news was that Christmas break was around the corner and he will have plenty of time to recover properly. "Good morning, Harry." His sister Lyra greeted him. "Morning," Ginny said before taking another sip of her juice. "Harry, there you are. Are you feeling better now?" Hermione turned to look at him. "Yes, I'm all better." Harry wondered if the headmaster had come up with some excuse for his absence again. "Hey, Harry," Lavender joined in. "Your sister told us that you had a strong case of stomach cramps, was it?" Hermione looked unsure. "She said that you spent most of the day in the infirmary bathroom," Parvati added. "Is this the Dungarian fever again?" asked Hermione with concern. "Harry, I'm worried for you. Maybe you should change your diet." Harry glanced at his sister with cold eyes. Lyra made an apologetic gesture. "Sorry, it was the first thing I could come up with," she whispered in his ear. "Fine." He turned around to look at Hermione, Lavender, and Parvati. In any case, I'm all better now. No need for details. Harry, you are finally back. The captain of the Quidditch team came walking towards him from the other side of the table. Say, how are you feeling? I was told you were very sick. Yes, I'm all fine now, Captain. Harry then realized why Oliver Wood was there. I missed a game, right? Oliver nodded with a sad smile. Against Hufflepuff, yes, we had to use the reserve seeker for that game. And how did it go? Seeing the face Oliver was making, Harry already had an idea. The captain scratched his head and shrugged. We lost. Harry actually played better than expected and even managed to stay on the broom the entire game, but I have to admit that Cedric Diggory is an amazing seeker. He ended the game in only 20 minutes. There wasn't much we could do, unfortunately. I'm sorry for not being there. Is okay, Harry, you were not feeling well, but I was wondering, we have a game against Ravenclaw next week, do you think? Of course, Captain. I'll be there, Harry assured him. Wonderful, I'll send you the training schedule. Oliver looked a lot happier as he left. That boy only cares about Quidditch, Lavender commented. That's too bad, he is kinda cute, Parvati added. Ignoring the girl's comments, Harry thought of something kinda important. I did assure him that I was going to play, but I have run out of brooms. I suppose that I could buy another one during the next break and use one from the school in the meantime. The brooms are old, but that should be good enough for one game. Harry, are you listening to me? He heard a voice to his right and turned only to find a frowning Hermione. Sorry, care to repeat? I was asking you if Lyra had given you the news about the tremors. The headmaster made an announcement a few days ago while you were in the infirmary, she asked. No, it must have slipped her mind. What did the headmaster say? He was curious to know what kind of excuse that man came up with to explain that. Then you will be glad to know that the tremors are officially over. Lavender leaned forward. Lav, I was going to give him the news, Hermione huffed. The headmaster said the tremors were caused by some unusual planet alignment that was interfering with the castle wards and causing all the trouble. But that situation has already been solved, and there should be no more tremors. Thank Merlin, Parvati added. Pav, Hermione shouted. A planet alignment? Harry did not know what to say. That seemed like a poor excuse, but people seemed to believe it. I guess it goes to show how much influence that man has, but I can at least hope he consulted with Professor Sinistra. I went to the library and tried to find more information about planet alignments and their influence on wards, but did not have any luck. Hermione looked depressed. And you won't find any, Harry thought. He also said that we are not allowed to leave the castle for the rest of the week, Lyra recalled. We can't go outside. No, we can only visit the inner gardens. How boring, Lavender frowned. The headmaster said that it was for our own protection until the wards recovered. Apparently, there was some damage on the outside of the castle too. He assured us that it would only take a bit longer, Hermione hurried to say. He probably said that to give Snape the time to fix the damage done to the landscape by the basilisk, Harry concluded. Well, it's not like we can go anywhere interesting, at least until next year when we can finally visit Hogsmeade, Parvati said with excitement. That's right, I had forgotten about that. Lavender cheered up immediately. We can start going on dates. Dates, Hermione looked alarmed. Lyra gave a mischievous smile and got closer to him. Oh, what about you, Harry? Are you planning on going on many dates next year? Harry sighed. Please leave me out of this conversation. Chapter 125, A New Wand. Is there someone inside the office? Harry asked. The headmaster is currently by himself, the gargoyle answered. That's good then, open up. He told it. That is not the correct pass. The gargoyle stopped talking as the structure started to spin around, revealing a set of stairs. Harry went up and found Dumbledore writing something on his desk. Mr. Potter, it is very impolite to enter someone's office without permission, he said without lifting his eyes off the paper. But I brought you lunch as compensation for my rudeness. Harry sat down in front of Dumbledore. There is something I need and I forgot to ask the other day, Harry added. Dumbledore lifted his face from the papers, looked at Harry, and then at the table. And where is this lunch that you mentioned? He observed the empty table with an unimpressed face. Right, hold on, Pipsy. Harry turned around and called. Nothing happened. I don't think we have an elf with that name. Dumbledore commented. Papsy, Pasty, how was it again? Pispy. Harry keeps saying names. You are starting to sound like Professor Lockhart when he tries to improvise a spell. Dumbledore smiled. Aha, Harry pointed his finger at the headmaster. So you knew he was useless. He was also my only candidate. Dumbledore said, now about this lunch. Pisky. Harry just recalled the correct name and an elf appeared in the room. Master called. Yes, remember that lunch I ordered before when I went to the kitchen? Can you bring it here? Master never order any launch from Pisky. The elf made a troubled face. I don't think you called the right elf. Dumbledore pointed out. Oh, come on now, Harry sighed. Pisky, can you bring us some sandwiches, juice, and some of that delicious chocolate pudding, please? The headmaster requested. Of course, headmaster. The elf disappeared with a pop. Somewhere in the castle there is an elf waiting with my lunch, Harry muttered. Oh well. He stood up and walked to the phoenix stand. Fox glanced at him and gave out a cry. The creature looked a lot smaller now and only had a few feathers. Hey Fox, doing well? Fox gave out a happy cry. Glad to hear, Harry grinned. He should be completely recovered in 6 or 7 more days, I believe. It was a good thing you managed to collect all of his ashes. Dumbledore commented. He helped me out quite a bit, is the least I could do. A pop was heard, and 2 trays with food appeared on the table. Harry went to sit down. So, about my request. Dumbledore raised his hand. Before that, I would like you to promise me to not come into my office unannounced again. And no, the lunch that you didn't bring doesn't make up for that. Very well, I will not abuse my authority to enter your office, Harry swore. I rather you didn't abuse it at all. The old man frowned. Harry looked at him with an impassive expression. So about my request, I need a new wand. Your wand is broken. Did it get damaged during your fight with the beast? I'm sure Mr. Ollivander can repair it in no time. It didn't get damaged. The wand is gone, and so is the core, Harry said. Gone? How is that possible? Are you suggesting a complete disintegration? The headmaster became more interested. Yes, I'm going to need everything new. Ollivander is not going to like that. He's going to want to know how it happened, Harry said. And how did it happen? Dumbledore asked. I channeled too much magic in a very short amount of time. Harry gave him a vague answer. I see. The old man did not miss this. He wanted to ask more, but it was obvious that Harry did not feel like saying much. In that case, you will need a new core. Dumbledore's eyes moved towards the phoenix perch. I'm sure Fox would gladly donate one of his feathers for such a cause. He seemed to have grown fond of you. However, it will take at least a week before he is ready to do something like that. A week? I supposed I can wait a week, said Harry. At least, if he goes back with a core, Ollivander will complain less. That will still leave the matter of his secondary wand. He cannot reveal that to the old man. Having 2 wands is not exactly legal, especially for a student who has yet to pass his OWLS. If I recall correctly, there is a duo of talented wand makers in Spain that I could visit during the summer vacations, Harry recalled, and they could make me something capable of channeling more magic than a normal wand. It would be worth the wait. What about your classes? Would you be okay without a wand? Asked the headmaster. I just tell them my wand broke and can't do any practical work. It should be fine for a few days. Very well then, there are still 2 weeks left before the break. You should have your new wand before that. I assume you have no more requests. The old man gave him an intense glance. Come on, Professor. It's not like I ask for much after saving the bloody school. Language, Mr. Potter. You are still a student here. Right. How are things going with the basilisk materials? I would also have those stored at home during the break. Severus is about to be done with the reparations to the outside. Then he can go down into the chamber and process the 2 beasts. It may take a few more days. He is working hard, huh? Does he know it was me? Harry asked. No, I decided to keep your involvement a secret from both Professor Snape and McGonagall. The fewer people who know about your true nature, the better. I already have a hard time understanding the current situation myself. Cannot imagine having to explain it to others. Dumbledore sighed. Welcome to my world, said Harry. Chapter 126, Invitation. Harry stumbled upon a familiar blonde on his way for dinner. Hello, Harry Potter. Luna looked at him with her usual distracted demeanor. Hey, Luna, are you going to the hall? She nodded. Then, do you want to accompany me? You can sit at the Gryffindor table. Harry offered. Is that really okay? I don't want to cause you trouble, Harry Potter. Is no trouble and call me Harry. All my friends call me that. Is this a date? Because Daddy told me to at least wait until next year for those. Luna gave him an intense glare. No, and he should have told you to wait much longer than that, Harry sighed. What are you thinking, Xenos? That's okay then. Luna got closer to him and waited. He realized she was waiting for him to walk. Let's go then. The duo entered the great hall. The place was almost full. A lot of the students at the Gryffindor table stared at them when he brought Luna and had her sit between him and Lyra. Harry, that girl is from Ravenclaw, Hermione whispered to him. And you think I didn't notice that? Harry raised an eyebrow. Luna, Ginny called. Harry, she can't be here. You are going to get her in trouble, Lyra told him. Did none of you read the rules book? Harry asked with incredulity. I did. Hermione looked offended at the mere insinuation. Then, what are the rules about sitting in the Great Hall? Let's see. Herman put all her focus on recalling the exact words. All students must sit at their respective house tables during the opening and closing events, as well as special celebrations like Halloween. See, on normal meals, you can sit at any table you want, Harry told them. Is true, she can totally sit here. Fred Weasley spoke from the other side. Yes, but don't go to the Slytherin table. For reasons, George added. Wait, so it's allowed then? Asked Lyra. Of course, I usually go to the Hufflepuff table. I have some good friends there. Angelina Johnson commented. You also go for the cute boys, don't tell me otherwise. Alicia Spinnet bumped her elbow. Whoa there, you have plenty of cute boys here in the Gryffindor table, Fred complained. Yes, like my brother over here. George pointed to Fred. Look at that handsome face, you won't find another one like that in the school. Please, ignore my brothers. Ginny looked embarrassed. What is she doing here? Ron had just realized what was going on when he finished his first plate of food. Ignore them all, Ginny pleaded. Well, this is fun, we can visit the other tables. Maybe next time we can go to the Ravenclaw table with you, Luna, Lyra exclaimed. I don't mind, I always welcome the company, Luna answered. Okay, so no more complaints. Can I eat in peace? Just as Harry asked this, something fell from the sky and landed on his pumpkin juice, splashing most of it on his face. Apparently not, Harry grumbled. What was that? Hermione shouted. Something landed on your plate, Luna pointed. Thanks, Luna, Harry said. It landed on several plates. Lyra took off a handkerchief and gave it to her brother. Whoa, that thing is huge. What did you get? Ron watched with interest. After unceremoniously dropping its parcel, the owl landed on top of it and started at Harry. What? Don't tell me you want a reward for your fantastic job. Harry stared at the owl with angry eyes. Don't be cruel, maybe is an old owl. Hermione grabbed a few pieces of meat from a nearby plate and handed them to the owl, who quickly took them in its mouth and flew away. I hope you choke. Harry gave it some last words before it parted and moved his attention to the parcel in question. As Ron pointed out, it was very big, almost 80 inches, 2 wide and covered with an expensive-looking velvet blanket. Are you going to open it here? Hermione asked. No, Harry said dryly. He had just wanted to eat in peace, and now he had to deal with this. Come on, you have to open it. I want to know what's inside, Ron shouted. That fabric looks like a good quality silk, Parvati said as she ran her fingers over its surface. This has to be something expensive, Lavender commented. Could it be from Mom and Dad? Lyra asked. That would make no sense. We are going home for Christmas in 2 weeks. If they wanted to give me a present, it could wait, said Harry. There is only one way to know. Ginny said. She was obviously very curious too. Fine. Harry went to rip the fabric to shreds when he was stopped by Parvati. Don't break it, you brute. Let me open it. She took his hands away and carefully removed the cloth, revealing a box made of some highly polished dark wood. What a beautiful box, Lyra pointed out. There is a mark on the top, Hermione said. Wait, that symbol, I know that one, Ron shouted. A beautifully decorated N was on top of the box. Next to it was a white note. That's a nimbus, Fred observed. Not just any nimbus, look at the number, George added. The number 2001 can be seen next to the letter N, a 2001. It just came out today, Angelina exclaimed. Someone must really like you, Harry, Alicia whistled. The sender placed a note. Lavender pointed at the piece of paper. Harry took the note aside and opened the box. A brand new Nimbus 2001 was resting inside. Its wood was glistening, and its runes were so shiny that it almost looked alive. Lots of O and R could be heard on the table. Harry, that's an incredibly expensive gift. Who sent you that? There was a hint of concern in Lyra's voice. Even at her age, she was taught that people who send you expensive things is usually because they expect something big in return. What does the note say? Asked Ginny. This is an invitation to a birthday party at the end of the year. Harry glanced at the name, and it all made sense now. From who? Asked Hermione. Pansy Parkinson, Harry said. Chapter 127, I'll go. Parkinson, Hermione asked. That pompous girl from Slytherin, Lavender said. Harry stared at the invitation card. There was no address written on it. Instead, it had instructions about the day and hour that the invitation had to be used. This is a portkey, Harry concluded. A portkey to an unknown location owned by the man who tried to have his mother kidnapped and his father killed. Harry, you are not planning on going, right? His sister asked. I don't like that girl. Of course, he is not going to go. That's a bloody snake, Ron proclaimed loud enough for most of the hall to hear. Ron, you are being extremely rude, Neville called him out. And this is for Harry to decide. It's not our business. Yes, Ron, and besides, not all Slytherins are bad people, Ginny told her brother with a face of disapproval. She had at least got to know Daphne a bit. She didn't look that bad. If you are not going to attend, I don't think you should keep that gift. Parvati pointed at the box. I don't think you should accept a gift this expensive, regardless if you're going or not, Hermione suggested. No way he's giving that back, are you crazy? Ron could not believe what he was hearing. I wasn't aware that you knew Parkinson, Lavender told Harry. I don't think I ever saw the two of you exchange more than 2 words. Now that you mention it, me neither. But then why would she send him all of this? Hermione wondered. Oh, Mr. Potter, have you been doing something in secret with a certain Slytherin girl? Parvati said with a teasing tone. Lyra, lend me a wand, please. Harry completely ignored everyone's comments. Huh, oh okay. Lyra was confused for a moment, but then she remembered that Harry had lost his wand the other day. He also asked to use hers before apparating them into the castle. She took her wand from inside her robes and handed it over to her brother. Just a year and a half ago, she could never have imagined doing something like this, but things have changed a lot since then, and she now had complete trust in Harry. Harry took Lyra's wand and molded his magic in order to create a mild connection with it. Reducio, he said, as the wand tapped on the wooden box. The box shrank in size until it was no bigger than the case for his glasses. Harry stored the box, along with the invitation, inside his robes. He then pointed the wand at himself. Turgia, the juice remnants disappeared from his face and clothes, restoring them to a pristine condition. Finally, he returned the wand to Lyra, while everyone at the table watched him with a dumbfounded expression. Whatever I do in respect to this invitation and the gift is for me to decide, and is no one else's business. Did I make myself clear? The seriousness in his voice and his expression got everyone nervous, and they all nodded at his question without thinking about it, feeling like they had just been scolded by one of their parents. Harry's countenance relaxed and returned to normal. Now let's see, Pepsi, what was the name of that elf? Harry's spilled cup was instantly replaced by a new one, and a fresh plate with food appeared in front of him. Ah, wonderful, how efficient, Harry smiled. Now I can finally eat. On the next day, Harry was approached by 3 Slytherin girls after classes were over. Good evening, Mr. Potter. Do you always act so formal, Parkinson? It must be tedious. Harry glimpsed at the black-haired girl. Next to her were Daphne and Tracy. It is a small price to pay for being the heir of a powerful family. I'm sure you understand that, Pansy said with her usual haughty look. Not really. My family doesn't follow the old traditions. That's a shame. My father always says that without those traditions, we would be no different than the savage muggles, Pansy commented casually. Well, there is also our magic, but never mind that. What can I do for you 3 ladies today? To the point. Very well, Pansy nodded. I wanted to make clear that there are no strings attached to the gift you received. Whether you decide to attend my party or not, the broom is yours to keep. Of course, I would be delighted if you attended, and my father has expressed interest in meeting the person who saved my life too. Lord Parkinson wants to meet me, Harry stated. He does, so it would be great if could attend, but is up to you, Pansy added. I'll be there. Harry's answer seemed to take the 3 girls by surprise, who didn't expect him to agree so quickly. Of course, none of them knew that he had an ulterior motive for this. But I must say this. Did you have to deliver it in such a public way? Pansy grinned. I don't have to hide from anyone. Those who have a problem with my actions can take the complaints to my father. She glared around at the onlookers, and these were quick to look away. In any case, I'm glad to hear that you will come to my party. I will be seeing you there then. Goodbye, Mr. Potter. Goodbye, Parkinson. And you too, Greengrass and Davis, said Harry. The 2 other girls returned the courtesy. Potter, Tracy nodded. Ha, Potter, Daphne almost slipped. While the 3 of them left, Harry remained in the same place. There was a blonde boy who had been closely listening to their entire conversation without taking his eyes off him. The boy waited for the 3 Slytherin girls to be far enough and came out from around the corner with an angry expression. Potter, Chapter 128, The Duel. Potter, wait right there. The blonde boy was filled with righteous fury. Yes, Harry responded calmly. Stay away from her, he shouted. Who are you? Shouldn't you at least introduce yourself before demanding things from others? Harry of course knew who this was, but they had never been introduced properly. You know me, I am Draco Malfoy. The blonde looked very offended at not being recognized immediately. Right, we are in the same year, and what did you want again? He asked with a tone of disinterest that seemed to elevate his anger. Stay away from my fiancé. Did I end up in the middle of some teenage drama? Harry wondered. Your fiancé? I assume it was one of the 3 girls that just approached me. Yes, he was doing it on purpose now. Yes, Pansy Parkinson, stay away from her if you know what's better for you. She is mine, Draco screamed. Harry felt the eyes of many students who had remained behind to watch the spectacle. Okay, calm down. From what I understand, your engagement to Parkinson was concluded. Am I wrong? Harry asked. So what? Lord Parkinson made a mistake. She was already contracted to marry me. He cannot change that now. She is mine, Draco shouted. The fact that you keep repeating that says otherwise, but I have no interest in interfering in whatever this is, so leave me out of it, Harry requested politely. She gave you an expensive gift and invited you to her party. You expect me to believe that there is nothing there. We're obviously trying to woo her and climb the political ladder with a marriage between your houses, Draco approached. That is very specific. It seems like you are projecting, Mr. Malfoy. That's it. I challenge you to duel for her. Draco pulled out his wand. Excuse me? Harry raised an eyebrow. I must have misheard you. A duel, Potter. You and I, when I win, you will swear to stay away from my pansy. What do you say? No, Harry said with an impatient gaze. You can't say no. What are you, a coward? Draco was not expecting his denial. I have no interest in you or TH. He is no coward. Ron came running to his side after getting tired of watching. Harry is going to kick your ass, and I will be his second, the redhead boy said with conviction. Ron, stay out of. Ron is right. Well, support you, Harry. Seamus interrupted him. We'll help you prepare if you need. Neville was trying to help. HMPH, that's better. The duel will take place tomorrow after classes in the dueling club. You better not run away from this, Potter, or I'll make sure everyone knows your family is filled with cowards. Draco walked away with a satisfied smug. Sigh, why did you have to do that? Harry wanted to strangle Ron at this moment. Is going to be okay, Harry? Malfoy is all talk, Ron said. Yeah, I bet he doesn't know more than 3 spells, Seamus added. But be careful in case he summons that snake. Neville looked somewhat fearful after recalling that. Harry, is it true? Hermione approached him before dinner. Are you going to duel Malfoy? Are you really going to duel that prick so you can date Parkinson? Lavender asked. Is that what you heard? Harry asked. There are a lot of rumors circulating the halls right now, said Lavender. Yes, and most of them were started by you. Parvati gave an accusatory glance. I can't help it. I'm a romantic. 2 men fighting for a woman. Is too much. Lavender made a dramatic pose. Is not 2 men and they are not fighting for Parkinson? Hermione exclaimed. Right. She looked at Harry. Harry wanted to roll his eyes. He felt the attention of the entire school on him during dinner, and the next day was more of the same. Everyone in class keeps stealing glances at him and whispering. Draco was giving his typical smug smile. For a moment, Harry felt that he was back in his original second year. Once more under the judgmental eyes of a castle filled with teenagers, and he did not like it one bit. I'd rather fight that basilisk again. When classes were over, everyone was looking at him. You think he is going to fight Malfoy? He may run away. I wouldn't want to fight Malfoy either. He has a dangerous look. He heard the mutterings of his classmates as he made his way out. Once outside, he found the not-so-golden trio. Ready, Harry? Seamus asked. Of course he is ready. Ready to punch that smug smile out of Malfoy's face, Ron said with excitement. Is going to be okay, Harry? Neville tried to sound reassuring. Let's get this over with, Harry said. He wished for things to go back to normal as soon as possible. The group entered the dueling club. The massive classroom was filled to the brim. Not even the first class had this many students in there. Harry noticed that this time they had made a more elaborate circular platform in the middle of the class. On top of it were Professor Lockhart and Professor Flitwick standing in the middle and Draco Malfoy waiting patiently on one side. There he is. The awaited opponent has arrived, Lockhart shouted while making a dramatic posse. We can begin this duel for love. Let's go, Ron said with enthusiasm while he followed Harry to the arena. He climbed onto the platform and looked around. Harry spotted his sister along with Ginny and Luna standing close to the platform. Hermione, Lavender, and Parvati were also close by, and on the other side he saw 3 Slytherin girls looking with interest. Are you ready to start, Mr. Potter? Asked Professor Flitwick. Yes, let's get this. Wait a minute, I don't have a wand, Harry just realized. Chapter 129, The Duel Part 2. You don't have a... Oh, I remember that you mentioned it before. Your wand is being repaired at the moment, Professor Flitwick said, by Merlin. This is a serious problem. What is it? Is this contestant not ready perhaps? Lockhart approached to ask. Mr. Potter, is fine, Professor. Hold on. Harry walked to his sister's group. Luna was the closest one to the platform. She was holding her wand over her ear like he remembered her doing during her school years. Harry knelt down and took the wand out. I need to borrow this for a minute, Luna. That's fine. She didn't seem to mind at all. Mr. Potter, you can't just borrow someone else's wand and expect it to work for you. Professor Flitwick said calmly. He thought that a second-year student may still not understand this. You don't have a wand? What is this? What a poor excuse, Potter. Malfoy frowned, thinking that Harry was trying to run away from the duel. I bet he broke it himself to get out of the duel. Some of the Slytherin students started to laugh. Harry held Luna's wand in his hand and formed a connection with it. Most people believe that wands are sentient and choose their masters, but in reality is nothing like that. Wands are more similar to gloves with very specific measurements. Once a person finds one that fits well enough, the wand will bond with the user. This is like making the glove adapt perfectly to the shape of your hand, up to the last fraction of an inch. This will make it so no one else in the world would be able to use that wand like the person who bonded with it. However, by taking control of your magic, it's possible to adapt it just enough to fit the glove, and thus make use of someone else's wand. This was no unique ability. Most adult wizards are capable of doing this to a certain degree. Many advanced sorceries require the wizard or witch to have a great deal of control over their magic and be able to shape it at will. However, the branch of magic that requires the most control is transfiguration, and that was something that Harry excelled at. Having been born with a natural talent for it, and being trained by two of its greatest masters, Harry had taken this branch of magic to another level over the years. And his control over his own magic was such that even if the wand had a will of its own, it would not be able to distinguish between Harry and its original owner. A wave of electricity and wind came out of Luna's wand as Harry was holding it. Professor Flitwick took a step back in shock, for he knew what that meant. A perfect match, but that wand already has an owner. That's impossible. What was that? Lockhart almost fell to the ground. Draco panicked for a moment and considered if this had been a good idea, but he reminded himself that at this point there was no going back. He had to commit until the end. I am ready, Professor. Are you going to make the announcement? Harry asked with urgency. He wanted to finish this in a quick, but also effective manner so Draco would leave him alone from now on. Ah, yes, one moment. Flitwick walked toward the center. The rules of this duel are simple. No use of any dangerous magic or any magic deemed illegal by the Ministry. The duel will continue until one of the duelists is unable to continue or until I, the judge, determine that the winner has become clear. Looked at both Draco and Harry until they nodded in agreement. I believe this duel has some additional stakes, Mr. Malfoy. Professor Lockhart addressed Draco. Yes, when Potter loses, he can't talk or be close to my fiancé anymore, Draco announced loudly. I'm not your fiancé anymore, you blasted idiot, Pansy shouted at him. And you, Mr. Potter, in case of your victory, what would you demand of Mr. Malfoy? Lockhart addressed Harry now. Just don't talk to me ever again. That would be enough, Harry declared. Agreed, then we can commence. Master Flitwick. Lockhart glanced at the small professor. Flitwick held his wand upwards. When the light touches the platform, you may begin. He cast a ball of light that flew in the air and started to slowly descend upon the platform right in between Draco and Harry. When this one was just a few inches away, Draco made his move. Densajeo, Mr. Malfoy, Flitwick shouted. Draco had started too early. Cheater. Several students screamed. A flash of light approached Harry's face. He just tilted his head slightly and let the spell fly by him. Then he started to walk towards Draco. Flitwick never made a rule that forced them to remain away from each other. Draco saw Harry avoid his spell and frowned, but was not deterred. Sepensortia, Draco conjured a big green snake in between them. Harry did not stop walking. Depulso. With a flick of his wand, the snake went flying back at Draco before it had time to hiss. Draco screamed in fear as the snake started to wrap around him. It was a good thing he had learned to cancel the spell this time. Professor Snape made sure of it. The snake disappeared, and Draco let out a breath of relief, but then realized that Harry was getting dangerously close to him. He didn't know what his opponent was planning, and that made him worried. Stay away, stupefy. A red light came out of the tip of his wand, and he saw it impact on Harry's chest. He was about to grin and celebrate his victory when he heard a loud commotion of gasps and shouts. What is it? Chapter 130, The Duel Part 3. The red spark of light was held in place at the tip of Harry's wand. From where Draco stood, it appeared Harry had suffered a clean hit, but he quickly realized that if Harry had been hit, the red light from the spell should have dissipated. What is this? Draco didn't understand how Harry was holding his spell in such a way. It was something he had never seen before. In fact, of all the people in the room, only the two professors and the few seventh-year students who came to watch were familiar with this technique. During seventh-year defense against the dark arts, students are taught about two defensive moves that one could perform during a fight. One was deflect, and the other was hold. To deflect, one must create a protective layer around the wand, like a miniature Protego charm, and use it to bash spells away. This allows for a gain in tempo, as the caster can use the momentum to throw their own spell while the opponent is recovering. The hold version is considered a lot more advanced. One needs to create the charm in a very specific shape to contain the opponent's magic. A slight mistake could lead to the spell detonating in one's face, and because of this, the hold is considered a much more dangerous option. That downside leads people to prefer deflecting spells or simply dodging them, while hold is rarely used, not even in professional dueling. The fact that Harry had opted for this was a show of how confident he was in his own abilities. Impressive, Mr. Potter. Professor Flitwick appeared delighted. The main advantage of using hold over deflect was that it allowed the user to return the spell back to its owner. If followed quickly with another spell of your own, it would be an almost guaranteed victory, which is exactly what they were expecting Harry to do next. Instead, Harry gave the wand a swift flick, sending Draco's stunning spell flying toward the upper part of a wall, where it fizzled and disappeared. The spectators were surprised to see this. They all thought that Harry was about to end the duel right there. Even Draco had a shocked expression on his face. However, Harry knew enough about Draco's personality to understand that ending the duel at that point would not have been enough to convince the boy to leave him alone. Had he left it like this, Draco would come up to him the next day claiming that he got lucky and demanding a rematch. After all, the blonde boy did not understand the complexity of what Harry had done. He would need something more impactful to get the message across. What kind of trick was that? Draco demanded to know. Harry ignored his questions and continued walking towards Draco. He was now just 5 feet away. The Slytherin boy was going into panic mode. His pupils were dilated and his body was shaking. His eyes, why is he looking at me like that? I have to. Draco gazed upon Harry's intensely bright green eyes. He recognized the look Harry was giving him. It was the same look that Draco gave to all those from inferior backgrounds than his own, a look of complete indifference, something he reserved for those beneath his notice. Draco clenched his teeth as rage tried to replace his fear. I won't allow him to look at me like that. I am Draco Malfoy. Don't look down on me. He made a slashing motion across Harry's face. Defindo. Draco put as much magic and rage into that spell as he could muster. He wanted to cut Potter's face, maybe even cut his head if possible. Consequences be damned now. Harry didn't even flinch. As soon as Draco started moving his wand, he was ready to counter his spell. He followed Draco's motion with his wand, and as the cutting charm left Draco's wand, it was immediately grabbed by Harry's. This time, Harry did not send the spell away. With a follow-up upward slash, he flung the cutting charm at its new target, Draco's wand. The charm had enough potency to cleanly cut the wooden wand, along with the tip of one of Draco's fingers. The blonde boy screamed as he fell down on his butt. Draco looked up and saw Harry towering over him, his wand aimed directly at him. The Slytherin boy could not take his eyes away from Harry's. The bright green color of Harry's eyes reminded Draco of the killing curse right now. He would never forget the day his father demonstrated this curse to him. He was told it was forbidden by the ministry, but he would need to learn it regardless. His father told him that this was a very important spell to know, along with the other 2 unforgivables, and that all proper wizards should have mastery over them. Draco listened to everything his father said. He wanted to be a proper wizard like him one day. At that time, the green light brought Draco a feeling of joy, but now it made him feel nothing but dread. He is going to kill me. Draco thought as he stared into Harry's eyes. Pure white light appeared at the tip of Harry's wand. Reducto, nu, Draco yelled. This is it, I'm really going to die, he thought. Mr. Potter, stop, Professor Flitwick yelled as he pulled out his own wand. Daddy, Draco called with a loud scream. Just joking, Harry said with a grin. All the pressure and dread that Draco was feeling disappeared all of a sudden. Incarcerus. As Harry cast the spell, a white rope came out of his wand and wrapped tightly around Draco, preventing him from making a single move. Chapter 131, Malfoy did what? That was too much, Hermione complained. That was just right, Seamus argued with her. The group was sitting on the inner garden benches, having a discussion after the duel had concluded. I still can't believe that Malfoy pissed himself like that, Lavender commented with amusement. Usually I have to invent rumors like those. That was not funny, Lav, Hermione looked upset at her friend. That was hilarious. Ron, on the other hand, found the situation really amusing. I don't mind that, but cutting his finger was a bit. Neville made a complicated expression. That was an honest accident, said Harry. Had he been holding the wand correctly, his finger would have been fine. I'm sure Madame Pomfrey fixed that in a minute. Wouldn't worry too much about it, Parvati added. Still, that's probably why Professor Flitwick banned you from the club. Lyra looked at her brother. And gave you 2 months of detention, Ginny reminded him. I have never seen Professor Flitwick that angry, Hermione commented. Well, as long as he keeps his word and doesn't talk to me again, I'll consider it a small price to pay, said Harry. You don't have to start your detention tomorrow, right? Seamus asked. No, the professor told me I have to start after the break. Why, please tell me you didn't forget. There's a big Quidditch game tomorrow, Ron exclaimed. You know, when you have to play, Seamus added. Right, Harry muttered. He totally forgot, Lyra said. I didn't, said Harry. He did forget about that. I'll be there. Try not to end it too fast. Ginny and I are going to watch you, Lyra said with excitement. I'll do what I can, Harry said. That's what we're afraid of. Ginny mustered, and that's the end of the game. Harry Potter captured the snitch, Jordan announced. Gryffindor wins against Ravenclaw 152-0. How long was it? The announcer asked the girl next to him. 90 seconds. Bloody hell, that was fast. Jordan, language. McGonagall scolded him before returning her eyes to the field. This may be a problem. On the Gryffindor stands. So was that a record? Seamus asked. No, according to Quidditch Through the Ages, Hogwarts edition, the fastest game ever played was 6 seconds back in 1956. A player caught the snitch as it was making its initial flight up, Hermione answered. Still, this was the fastest game I have ever seen, Ron said with excitement. I feel a bit sorry for the other players. They didn't get to do anything, Neville commented. Yes, especially the ones on Ravenclaw. Look at the face of their seeker, Lavender pointed. That's Cho Chang. Yes, she looks about ready to murder Harry, Parvati added. I'm glad Mom and Dad didn't come for this, Lyra said. I'll just send them a letter and tell them that Harry won. Doesn't Harry send them letters? Ginny asked. Harry only sends letters to Holly now, Lyra huffed. Ginny raised an eyebrow. Are you jealous? Harry opened the entrance to the foundations and went down the long set of stairs. He then walked through the chamber until he reached his little workshop. There was a lit cauldron with some silvery liquid inside. He peered over and observed its contents. That seems about ready. This was a small batch of magicite that he had started a while ago with the remaining scraps he had. He opened a drawer and pulled out a handkerchief containing 4 small arkstones. This was all he had left from his initial purchase. It was not enough to replace his lost artifacts, but he had a different purpose for these. These will make for a nice present. It was almost the start of the Christmas break, and he had to make something for his sisters. Besides, there were not enough materials to replace his artifacts, and I want to find some better quality materials for my next ones. Since I have to make them again, may as well make a better version of them. He held Lyra's wand firmly in his hand. He had to borrow it again since he is still waiting for his replacement. According to Dumbledore, Fawkes was almost ready to produce a feather for him. Let's get to work. He gave the wand a flick, and the silvery liquid started to levitate out of the cauldron. There was a very small amount of the alloy, but it was enough to produce 2 rings and 1 pendant. Harry proceeded to embed the arkstones and engrave the runes. This time, he used a different runic array. These ones were not meant to be used as a magic storage, but to power a single spell engraved on the metal. It was a simpler work compared to the previous one, and he only had to make 3 pieces, but he still put his full focus on the task. Once he was done, he placed the jewelry pieces on the table and examined them with care, making sure he didn't make any mistakes. Other than the 2 rings and the pendant, he was left with 1 spare arkstone. He had another use for that one. Okay, this is not bad. I think they are going to like it, Harry smiled. He placed the jewels in the individual boxes he had prepared and closed them. His eyes moved to the other side of the table. An old book was resting next to the corner of the table. The words Time and Space were written on its cover. This was the book he requested from Dumbledore. He had been planning on reading it before but did not have the time yet. Maybe I should take a look now. This may have some answers I have been waiting for after all. He opened the cover and started reading. Chapter 132, Surprise Delivery. Mr. Potter, the headmaster would like to see you in his office, Professor McGonagall informed him on Saturday morning. It was a good thing he was alone in the common room. Hermione would have jumped to wild conclusions. Harry was about to order the gargoyle to move out of the way when he remembered his promise to the headmaster. Password, the statue demanded. Let's see. It was Wine gums, whatever those are. It was the one that McGonagall had given him. Correct, you may come in. The gargoyle rotated around and revealed a set of stairs. Professor, you wanted to see me? Harry went inside the office and got comfortable. Yes, I wanted to inform you that. Dumbledore pulled something from a drawer. Your new wand core is ready. He placed the pristine phoenix feather on the table. Harry took the feather. Red and orange lights shone over its surface. Thank you, Fox. I'll put it to good use. Harry glanced at the phoenix on his perch. He looked completely recovered now. Fox gave a cry that Harry interpreted as "You are welcome." Dumbledore smiled for a moment. Yes, we are expecting great things from you, Mr. Potter. However, his smile faded. I do have a less pleasant topic to speak with you about. Let me guess. Is this about my duel with Mr. Malfoy? You think I went too far with my methods? Harry could easily guess. I do admit. That was on my mind. I felt very concerned when I heard what happened during that duel. If it was a normal student, I would not intervene and just let the professors decide on the punishment. But it's you we are talking about. I may not know what you are fully capable of doing, but I'm sure you could have defeated a second-year boy without harming him. So you want to know why? It's simple. I wanted him away from me, and I know how stubborn he can be. A slap on the wrist would not be enough. I had to do something that would really scare him, Harry explained. I still don't understand what reason you have to. Is it perhaps something he did in your future? After all, his family alliances are well on his side. Let's just say, I know what he is capable of. And no, I'm not judging him for what he did in my time. Otherwise, he would already be dead, along with a dozen more students in the school. Dumbledore frowned deeply. He knew Harry was not giving an idle threat, and he really meant his words. You shouldn't judge them for things they haven't done yet, and they may never do, and I'm not. In fact, by keeping him away from me, I may be protecting him, but I would not hold my hopes up with that one. From what I have seen, this Draco Malfoy seems to be on a much darker path than the one I knew. Then let us hope that doesn't happen. As headmaster, I must believe that all my students are capable of accomplishing good things and making the world a better place. I think those lemon candies are affecting your head. Dumbledore didn't look pleased with his comment, but Harry ignored him. Now, can you take me to Diagon Alley? I have a wand maker to visit. I will open the Flu network for you. I trust you can manage by yourself. Dumbledore stood up, walked to the fireplace, and tapped on it. And took some Flu powder and threw it inside. Leaky cauldron. Green flames erupted inside the fireplace. To return, just say Hogwarts headmaster. I'll keep the way open until you come back. Very well. Harry stood up from the chair and walked into the flames. And Mr. Potter, I'll trust that you will behave yourself, Dumbledore said in a way that sounded more like a warning. Of course, I always behave. Harry disappeared into the flames. Are you looking forward to going back home? Ginny asked Lyra. The two of them plus Luna had stayed in the Great Hall after finishing their breakfast. Most students had left, so the hall was a nice place to hang out. To be honest, I do miss my home. I can't believe it's only been 3 months since we started school, Lyra admitted. I know what you mean. It has felt like a lot longer. A lot has happened. Ginny gave her a weary smile. Luna didn't know what they meant. Time had passed very fast for her, so she went back to enjoying her pudding. I'm looking forward to Mum's cooking. Not that there is anything bad with Hogwarts, but, Ginny said, yeah, your mum is an amazing cook. Lyra then recalled something. Did you know that Harry can cook too? He does. Ginny looked incredulous. Totally, he makes some amazing breakfast. You and Luna have to come visit during the break. I'm sure that he'll... Wait, what is that? Lyra pointed up as something flew into the hall. A delivery owl. Someone is getting a present. How nice, Luna exclaimed. Lyra looked around, trying to guess where the owl was going. There were only around 4 or 5 groups of people left in the entire hall. The owl appeared to fly around in circles for a bit before deciding where it had to go. Wait, it's coming this way, Lyra said. The owl was flying straight at them. No way, is something for us, Ginny said. The owl landed right in front of Ginny and dropped a small package in front of her. Is it for me? Ginny found it hard to believe. Her parents wouldn't send her a present now. She was going home in a week. Who could have sent me something? There is one way to find out, you know, Luna pointed out the obvious. She is right, open it up, Lyra said with excitement. Chapter 133, A Mysterious Lady and a New Wand. Harry appeared inside the leaky cauldron. It was still early in the morning, so few people were around. Welcome to. Tom stared at Harry with interest. Did you come alone, boy? Tom recognized the Hogwarts uniform. It wasn't that rare to have students coming by during the school year, but the young ones always came accompanied by a teacher. Yes, sir, I'm just going to Ollivander's, Harry answered. You look very young to go alone. Usually they only let those who have passed their OWLS to travel by themselves, Tom pointed out. I'm very mature for my age, so they let me go alone. But you can call Hogwarts headmaster through the flue if you like. Harry cleaned the soot from his clothes. Now if you'll excuse me, I have an old man to visit. Tom stared at him as he left but didn't say anything, then he glanced at the fireplace. The streets of Diagon Alley were very lively already. It was almost mid-December, so it was normal to see more people doing shopping than usual. Harry disregarded the stares and made a beeline to Ollivander's. Today he had no other business in the alley and wanted to get this done quickly. When he entered the shop, Ollivander was already attending to someone, a tall woman with long dark hair and elegant clothes. He could recognize the acromantula silk and gold threads on her tunic, indicating that this was probably a lady from a wealthy magical family. I don't know which one would be better. She seemed troubled about deciding something. Ollivander averted his gaze from her and looked at Harry. Welcome, young one, I will be with you in a moment. The woman turned around and looked at Harry. When he saw her face, Harry was surprised at how beautiful this woman was. She appeared to be around his mother's age, with a perfectly proportioned face, dark eyes, and a kind smile. Hello, young man, I'm sorry for taking this long. Oh, perhaps you can help me. Help with? Harry asked. You see, my daughter wanted to pick up a gift for a boy around your age. We decided on one of these wand holders, but I cannot settle on which one to choose, the troubled woman said. So you want me to help you choose a holster? Harry glanced at the 3 pieces on top of the table. He was familiar with those. Dragon hide, fire crab shell, and troll skin, Harry enunciated. Very good, young man. You have a good eye. Ollivander nodded in approval. Crab shell is immune to fire and very resistant to physical damage, while troll and dragon hide are extremely resistant to magic in general. Unless this boy is going to be working with dragons on a regular basis, I would discard that one. And between troll and dragon, I would 100% choose dragon hide. It's a bit more difficult to carve enchantments on it, but worth the trouble. I would suggest an invisibility enchant if he is still in school. Most schools would not allow holsters to be used. Wow, you are a very knowledgeable young man. The black-haired lady looked impressed. She moved her eyes to Ollivander. I'll take the dragon hide one. The old man placed the holster in an elegant box and the lady paid for it. Thank you for your help, young man. I hope we meet again. She then walked to the door before stopping when she realized she had forgotten to ask for his name. Mr. Potter, ebony 11 inches and phoenix core, isn't it? Ollivander asked with a knowing smile. It used to be at least, Harry muttered. Is there something else, my lady? Ollivander asked, noticing that she had remained at the entrance while looking towards them. Harry turned around and noticed the woman staring at him with intense eyes. She then looked at the old man. No, that would be all. Thank you, Mr. Ollivander, and you too, Mr. Potter. She gave him a mysterious smile and walked out of the door. Who was that woman? Face was somewhat familiar, Harry thought. So, Mr. Potter, what can I do for you? I hope the wand I sold you is serving you well. Actually, no, that's why I'm here. I'm in need of a new wand. Harry may have been able to word that better. Pardon? Ollivander looked shocked. What happened to the one I sold you? Did it break? Well, yes, it did break, Harry admitted. Show it to me then. I'm sure I can repair it in no time, Ollivander promised. Not this one, Harry thought. No, you see, there is nothing left of the wand. It's all gone, including the core. The core is gone too. That's impossible. Phoenix feathers are one of the most resistant materials in the world. No magic performed by a young student could completely destroy it. Now tell me the truth, Mr. Potter. What happened to the wand? Did you misplace it? You want the truth? Fine. I activated a runic artifact that allowed me to channel through it the combined magical power equivalent of dozens of wizards, and used this power to create a flame so hot that it burned the hydrogen from the atmosphere, manifesting something akin to a miniature sun or a small nuclear explosion. Then, I employed this flame to exterminate a basilisk half the size of Hogwarts. This amount of magic was too much for the wand, and it turned into dust, core included. Ollivander stared at him for an entire minute before speaking again. I guess I'm out of touch after all. I don't understand the jests of the current youth. No, that wasn't a J. Very well, Mr. Potter, I understand. I will make another wand, but only if you promise me to take better care of this one. Wands are not tools to abuse and throw away. They must be respected, Ollivander said with a stern expression. Harry gave up on arguing with this man. It was better this way. Sure. I promise. Chapter 134, Ginny's Gift. Maybe I should open it in our room, said Ginny. No, open it here, Luna demanded. After all, she could not go into the Gryffindor common room. I can't wait that long, Ginny. Come on, exclaimed Lyra. Okay, fine, stop shaking me, Ginny complained to her friend. She undid the package, revealing an elegant black box with intricate gold designs. So pretty, Lyra stared at the box in awe. It is, Ginny was surprised. Even if this box turned out to be empty, it would still be the fanciest present she had ever received in her life. There is a letter on top. N, that seems familiar, Luna pointed at the top part of the box. Lyra and Ginny observed it up close and immediately recognized that symbol. It can't be the same one, right? Lyra asked. She had seen a symbol just like that one very recently. Nimbus, Ginny concluded. It was the same N that she saw on that box that Harry received. It seems like a small box for a broom, though, Luna commented. Don't be silly, it can't be a broom. Maybe they also make other things, Lyra said. Let's see. Ginny opened the fancy box with care. Her hands were shaking with excitement, wondering what could be inside. Whoa, the three girls said in unison. The sight did not disappoint them. Inside the box, resting on a velvet cushion, was a golden chain. The metal was so well polished that it almost seemed to sparkle under the light. At the end of the chain was a miniature broom. I stand corrected. There was a broom inside after all, Luna admitted defeat. You think this is real gold? Ginny touched the chain. Lyra did the same. It does seem like it. She did not seem very impressed with the gold. After all, she already had several pieces of jewelry made of gold. She was more interested in the broom itself. Unlike the chain, the broom did not seem to be made of gold or any other metal. It looks like it's made of wood, Lyra pointed out. It seems a miniature of the same model as Harry got. I can even see the number, and I think there is something else written there, Ginny said. A perfect replica, Luna nodded. But don't try to ride it, she advised. I wasn't going to. It's a beautiful necklace. Ginny seemed delighted with the present. But I wonder who sent it. Is there a note or something? No, but wait. There is a paper here. Lyra pulled a piece of paper that was stuck to the inside of the lid. Don't leave us hanging. Ginny is about to explode, Luna exclaimed. I'm not, she huffed. But please read the note. Let's see. Place the broom on the palm of your hand and say the magical word, Lyra said. What was that? Ginny asked in confusion. That's what the note says. Lyra showed it to Ginny and glanced at the miniature broom. That sounds like instructions, Ginny pointed out. And what happens next? Luna asked. It doesn't say what it does, but this magic word, I think I know it, Lyra said. Just try it then, Luna urged her. Okay. Ginny took the broom necklace out of the box and placed it in the palm of her hand. What was the word? Is written down here. I think it's better if you read it yourself, just in case. Lyra handed the note to Ginny. Ginny stared at the single word marked with a rectangle. Engorgio. As soon as Ginny said the word, the small broom in her hand made a cracking noise and instantly grew in size, knocking several of the cups they had on the table. What? The girls became startled. This is a real broom. It must have some sort of enchantment to make it small, Lyra realized. Ginny stared at the broom in her hands. There was something written on the side of it. Nimbus 2001, for Ginny. Your name is engraved and everything. That's very impressive, Luna said. But if I remember correctly, first years are not allowed to have a broom in school, Lyra gasped. She is right, you need to hide it. If a professor sees it, they will take it away. Ginny hurried to hide the broom under the table and glanced around the hall to see if anyone had noticed. Luckily for them, the few groups in the hall were too busy in their own conversations to pay attention to what was going on elsewhere. Ginny sighed in relief. No one saw us, but how are we going to take it to our room? This is too big to hide. Let me see that paper again. Lyra took the paper and read it again. Here it is. There is a way to make it small again. How? Ginny said with urgency. Lyra showed her the paper and pointed at the lowest part. Another magical word had been marked with a rectangle. Reducio. As the words came out of Ginny's lips, the broom seemed to disappear for a moment. It worked. Ginny said with excitement as she raised her palm up and showed them the miniature broom, still attached to the gold chain. That's amazing, Lyra said. This is the best thing ever, Ginny exclaimed with joy. A very useful gift. I wish we knew who sent it, Luna said. The note doesn't say anything else. Ginny placed the broom back in its box and went back to examine the note. Other than the instruction to enlarge and reduce the broom, there was nothing there. But then, Ginny turned the paper around. There is something written on the back. The girls leaned in to see the text. An easy-to-hide broom for a sneaky witch. Chapter 135, Christmas Break. The train came to a halt at its destination, and the students descended onto the station. Harry, he was promptly tackled by his little sister as soon as he stepped on solid ground. Harry placed down his luggage and hugged the young girl. Hello, Holly, I missed you too. And what about me? Lyra stood at their side with her fists clenched at her sides and an expression of displeasure. That would be difficult. I just saw you a minute ago, Harry told her. Yes, he just saw you, Holly pouted. Get your own brother, the little girl said while pointing at Lyra. Lyra was flabbergasted. I was talking to you, Lyra stared at her sister. And what do you mean by get your own brother? He is my brother. Lyra pulled on Harry's arm. No, mine. Holly pulled on his other arm. Okay, what is going on? Harry did not understand how the situation had degraded to this. What happened to those two? They used to get along so well. James approached the group. Daddy? Lyra let go of Harry and jumped onto her father's arms. James grinned. Hello, dear. He then gave Harry a glance. Hey, son, how was school? You know, mostly normal. For Hogwarts, Harry told him. James' face became serious. He could tell there was more to it than his son was letting on. We can talk more at home. Your mother was busy preparing things, so she sent me here alone. Their father took the three of them home after saying their goodbyes to their classmates. Mom, Lyra ran through the kitchen and almost tackled her mother in the same way that Holly did to Harry. Lyra, careful, I was holding a knife, Lily complained. Oh, Lyra now noticed it. Sorry, Dad said that you were busy preparing something. What are you doing? She looked behind her mother. There was a cutting board with several vegetables being cut. As you can see, I was preparing dinner, Lily said with a warm smile before looking at Harry. Hello, Harry dear. Hi, Mom, are you cooking alone? Harry asked. Mom, why are you doing this yourself? We have 2 house elves. Lyra looked confused. I wouldn't count Dobby for cooking, Harry muttered. We do, but I like to do some things by myself sometimes. Maybe it's because I grew up in a muggle house, Lily told her daughter. Didn't seem like she understood it yet. I'll go leave my things in my room, Harry said before making his way to his room and closing the door behind him. Dobby, he called. The elf appeared immediately with a loud pop sound. Master Harry, sir, welcome home. Thank you, Dobby. Harry sat down at his desk and started to pull some small containers out of the secret pockets of his robes and placed them on top of the table. Dobby approached and glanced at them with curiosity. One of the containers was an inconspicuous white box, while the other 2 were made of glass and had some vials with liquid inside them. The box contained the 2 intact basilisk eyes that Harry had secured, and the glass ones had the vials of basilisk blood and venom that Snape had collected from the chamber. I expected the old man to complain more before giving me these. Master Harry, what are these things? Dobby pointed at the container and asked, but he then realized something. Oh no, Dobby bad, should not ask Master questions. The panicked elf was about to smack his head against the table when Harry had to stop him using his hands. Enough, Dobby, I already told you before to stop punishing yourself, Harry said with authority. Dobby seemed to come to his senses. Yes, Master Sir Harry Potter. Harry glanced back at the containers. These are some rare ingredients that I have recently acquired, and by rare, I mean illegal, so no one can know I have these. Do you understand, Dobby? The elf nodded vigorously. Dobby understands. Harry was sure that Dobby must have done a lot of shady stuff for Malfoy, so he must be used to this kind of thing. Do you remember the place where you hid all the things we took from the bad master? Dobby knows. Harry nodded. Good, I need you to take these 3 containers and very carefully bring them to that place. I will have need of them soon enough. Dobby can do, Harry Potter, Master Sir. Okay, Harry sighed. For some reason, Dobby still had difficulty in keeping his name consistent. Dobby took the containers with care and disappeared from his room. Harry lay on his bed and closed his eyes. He felt tired after the long journey home, especially after being forced into the same cabin as his sister, Ginny, Hermione, Lavender, and Parvati. That felt like a lot more than 6 hours. Maybe I can rest a bit before dinner. All of a sudden, he heard someone trying to open his door, followed by a series of loud bangs on it. Harry, let's play, Holly screamed. Never mind then, Harry sighed. Chapter 136, Explanation. How was your first impression of Hogwarts? Did you like it? Lily asked Lyra during dinner. It was fun, I mean, for the most part. She kept stealing glances at Harry. How subtle, Harry thought. Yes, that business with the tremors was quite awful. It was lucky that no one got seriously hurt, said Lily. Dumbledore told us the matter has been resolved, said James. A planetary alignment was interfering with the wards. Apparently, Lily said with a doubtful expression. Is that what truly happened? James looked at Harry and Lyra. Well, I mean, the headmaster said, and I didn't see much. Lyra stammered the words. She was told to say nothing about the matter. No, that's not what truly happened. Just a simple explanation the headmaster gave to the masses to calm them down. Harry decided to assist his sister since he knew his parents would want a better explanation. Harry, Lyra looked at him with confusion, thinking her brother wanted to keep everything secret like the headmaster. "Oh, and what was the cause for all that trouble?" asked James. "Just some big scary creature that was bumping around near the castle foundations and making it shake," Harry explained. Lyra raised an eyebrow at the simplified explanation. Describing the monster they saw as a big scary creature was not exactly inaccurate, but it felt like downplaying it a bit too much. "There's a big scary creature in Hogwarts. Holly doesn't want to go there again," the little girl cried. Harry gently patted her head. "It's okay, the scary creature is gone now. Your brother chased it away." "Really?" Holly asked. "Really," Harry reassured her. She then seemed to recall something important. "Oh, like Neville Longbottom in the Cursed Castle?" That made Harry chuckle. He was being compared to the fictional version of the alternative Boy Who Lived. "Something like that," he ended up saying. "Lyra, can you take Holly out for a bit? We need to speak with Harry alone for a moment," Lily said with a serious expression. "But I haven't finished eating yet." Lyra complained. "It will only take 10 minutes, please," James said. "I want dessert," Holly proclaimed. "Go with your sister, Holly, and when you come back, you can have as much dessert as you want. Mipsy has prepared some delicious tarts," Lily told her. "Yes, let's go." Holly dragged Lyra out of the kitchen. Lyra seemed like she wanted to complain, but kept her mouth shut. Instead, she gave Harry and her parents a suspicious look, wondering how much they knew about Harry's abilities and how much they weren't telling her. "So," Lily started once they were alone, "about this scary monster you mentioned, can you tell us the truth?" "Yes, I confess. It's actually dead. I just told Holly that I chased it away because she's 6, said Harry. "This is serious, Harry," James said sternly. "We haven't forgotten about the things you told us about your past." "Yes, and there was one particular creature you mentioned fighting during your original second year. A basilisk," Lily said. "Is that the beast you mentioned now? Did you go to the Chamber of Secrets again?" James asked. "Yes, I did," Harry admitted. "You fought that basilisk alone again?" Lily exclaimed. "I did, but this time it was easier," he answered nonchalantly. "Why didn't you call for help? You already knew what was down there," James asked angrily. "Help from who?" "I was the most qualified to fight a giant basilisk. No one else had experience with something like that, but I did," Harry reasoned. They had no argument against that. "Fine, but what about him? Was he also involved in this?" James asked, referring to Voldemort. Of course, Harry knew he was talking about Voldemort. He told them about the cursed diary and how it was used to possess a student he didn't identify to open the chamber. No. This time things were very different in that regard. That man had nothing to do with this. "But then, who opened the chamber to awaken the basilisk?" asked Lily. "That's the thing, it awoke by itself and started to cause trouble, so I opened the chamber and went inside to deal with it. This time there was no diary or possessed student writing on the walls." "It awoke by itself? How?" James knew there was something else to this story. I still don't know for sure. It was true." He didn't understand it completely. What happened in that chamber still remains mostly a mystery to him. He had hoped to find some answers in the book that Dumbledore gave him, but he has only managed to read a small part of it so far. The book is actually a compilation of different people's work, all put together in one tome. There were chapters written during completely different eras by people living in different places. It's an absolute mess as every part is written using a different language. He understood the parts in Latin and somewhat understood the parts in Old Gaelic, but the Sumerian and ancient hieroglyphics would give him a lot of trouble to translate. And that was the easy part. There were languages that he couldn't even identify. It was going to take him a while to translate everything and then study its contents. "I'm looking into it," he finally said. His parents remained silent for a minute. "There is something you are not telling us," said Lily. "There are many things I'm not telling you, but you will have to trust that I have the best intentions to do so. Giving you random information that even I am not sure is correct will benefit no one," Harry told them. Very well, I can accept that," Lily nodded. On the other side of the kitchen door, unbeknownst to them, someone was listening to their entire conversation. Original second year. Harry had already fought that basilisk before. "Who is that man? What diary are they talking about?" Lyra heard most of what they said, but nothing made much sense to her right now. However, this confirmed her suspicions that something major had happened to her brother to make him change so much, and it wasn't just hitting his head very hard. And Mom and Dad know about it. Chapter 137, Presents, December 25, early morning. Presents. Holly screamed while running down the stairs. "Stop running, you're going to fall." Lily chased after her. Lyra sighed. "When is she going to stop going crazy like that for presents? You were doing the same thing until just a few years ago," James teased her and Harry chuckled. Lyra became visibly embarrassed at this. I did not, she replied. James laughed loudly. But you did. I remember you used to say, Daddy, Daddy, let's go, I want to open the presents. And then you would take off running, and your mother chased after you. She made a dissatisfied expression. That was all in the past, Daddy. I mean, Dad, I am soon to be 12 years old and a Hogwarts student, so I'm almost a grown-up, she said smugly. Sure you are, dear, James said with a smile. Harry wondered what being a Hogwarts student had to do with anything. When he crossed the doorway into the living room, he spotted Holly already circling the Christmas tree, collecting every box with her name on it. By the time Lyra, James, and he arrived at the tree, Holly was struggling to carry away a pile of boxes. Let me help you with that. Harry knelt down, picked up the biggest boxes, and carried them to a nearby couch. Holly sat down and started tearing open the presents. Gave a sidelong glance to the tree, where his other sister was searching for her own presents with a face of pure joy. Harry, help. Holly seemed to be having trouble with one of the big boxes. Harry stayed with her and assisted her while she unveiled a good variety of presents, including clothes, toys, and books. Finally, she opened the smallest present of them all. After removing the wrapping paper, she revealed a simple-looking wooden box about the size of his fist. That one is from me, said Harry. He could have made a more beautiful box, but it was a conjured object, and like all conjured objects, it would only last for a short period of time before disappearing. From brother, Holly stared at him. This got the attention of the other family members, who were curious to see what he had gifted her. Go ahead, open the box. The present is inside, Harry told her. So pretty. Inside, there was a pendant made of silvery blue metal with a brilliant stone embedded in it. It had a circular shape, and around it were runic symbols. Attached to it was a simple chain made of the same metal. Oh, that must have cost you quite a few coins, said James. Lily and Lyra moved closer to take a better look at the object. Lyra's eyes widened as she recognized the design. Lily, on the other hand, stared at the pendant with curiosity. She did not recognize the stone or the metal it was made of. Its surface shone like silver, but it had a bluish tint to it that made it look like it was radiating with magic. Where did you get this? What is it made of? Are those runes? What do they do? She started bombarding him with questions. For a second, it reminded him of an old friend with bushy hair. I made it myself. It is made of a special alloy called magicite. Yes, those are runes. As for what they do, it may be better if I demonstrate it. It looks a lot like your earrings. Did you also make them? Lyra asked. Can you make some for me? Earrings? Asked James. Never mind that. Harry brushed their questions away. Magicite? I have never Oh, I see. Lily stopped talking when she realized. If Harry had made it himself, it had to be something that he learned in his future, so she decided not to ask in front of her daughters. The rune cluster looks very intricate and well made, James said, impressed. He was not a master at runes, but in order to become an aura, one needed to have at least an advanced knowledge of them. So you are skilled at writing runes too? Perhaps you could give your mother some tips, Lily whispered in his ear. I'm barely decent with that stuff, but sure, he replied. He could not call himself skilled at runes when he had met people like Hermione or Luna who could run laps around him in that field of magic. But he did have a lot of knowledge that didn't exist in this era, so it's not like he couldn't teach anything to his mother. And what does it do? Lyra asked. Does it shine? Exclaimed Holly. It wouldn't be very impressive if it only did that. Harry glanced at Lyra. Why don't you bring yours and I'll give you a demonstration? I got one too, Lyra asked excitedly. Yes, but they are a bit different, said Harry. I believe it's that small box over there, he pointed. Wait, you want to do a demonstration here in the living room? James asked with concern. He knew how destructive Harry could be. Harry, you can't do magic outside of school. Did you forget about that? Lily reminded him. I already removed the trace, Harry said nonchalantly. What? Lily looked outraged. Of course he did, James sighed. Chapter 138, a little demonstration. Let's see. Harry looked at the coffee table next to the couch where he was sitting. There was a small box made of oak that was used to store sweets. He carefully emptied the box and placed it back on the table. What are you going to do with that? Lyra asked. While his family looked on with interest, Harry tapped the box with his wand. The box started to change shape until it became a small humanoid golem, around 30 centimeters tall, 11.8 inches. It had no facial features to be seen, just a pair of legs and 2 hands with 4 stubby fingers on each hand. Its body was composed of the same light-colored wood as the box it was created from. Wow, what is that? Holly stared at the tiny golem with wide eyes. That's kinda cute, Lily smiled. Very impressive, But what is it going to do? Asked James. The golem looked up at Harry and extended its arms with its palms up. It looks like he wants something from Harry, said Lyra. Harley, he needs to borrow the pendant for a moment, Harry told his sister. He wants this. Holly held up the pendant and glanced at the golem. You want this? She asked it. Of course, the golem did not have the capability to answer, so it just waited. Harry used his connection with the construct and made it move its little head to nod several times. Whoa, he said yes. She placed the pendant on its palms and wrapped the chain around it. Okay, you can borrow it, but don't lose it. My brother gave it to me. Lily and James chuckled at seeing their daughter talk with the golem. The construct turned around and walked to the end of the table before jumping down. Where is he going? Asked Lyra. The little golem took off running with the pendant in its hands, startling the two young girls, but then stopped once it had reached an empty part of the living room. Okay, we can do the demonstration now. Stay where you are, don't go close to the golem, said Harry while pointing his wand at the little construct. Harry, you're not going to shoot that little guy, right? Lyra asked with concern. Stupefy. Harry shot a red spark of light before his parents could say anything. They all saw the red spark fly at the golem, but before it could impact it, a white light emerged from the pendant and deflected Harry's spell. It shines, exclaimed Harley. A semisphere made of white light covered the golem completely, enveloping it in a protective cocoon of sorts. What is that? Lily asked. Some sort of protective charm, but I've never seen one like this, James added. Is a sanctuarium. It is indeed a protective charm, a very powerful one at that. It can stop any attack, magical or physical, including the unforgivable curses, for a limited amount of time, Harry claimed. That thing can stop the unforgivable curses? Harry, that's impossible, James said. Unlike the Protego charm, this forms a physical barrier. Harry conjured a knife and threw it at the white dome. The knife bounced off and landed on the floor. Unforgivable curses can go through magical barriers, but not physical objects, Lily realized. Is Goalie okay in there? Holly asked with worry. You gave it a name already? Lyra glanced at her sister. The golem is perfectly okay. As I said, nothing except the most destructive spells can go through that barrier. For a protection this powerful, there have to be some downsides, said Lily. Of course there are. It has several, in fact. The most important is that the person being protected by the sanctuary becomes trapped inside until the spell wears off. There is also little to no visibility in there. It only lasts for a short duration, maybe 5 minutes. It depends on what is being hit by, Harry explained. So you cannot be harmed, but you cannot escape either, and once the effect is over, you become an easy target. I see now. James was planning on asking Harry to teach him this charm, but these downsides made it impossible to use during a fight. This is meant to protect those who cannot protect themselves, Lily realized. This was the perfect thing to use on a vulnerable target, like a child or an injured ally who can't fight back. Yes, if anything were to happen, this will keep her safe while you deal with the threat. That's the idea at least. I hope you never have to use it, Harry said in a lower voice. You put a lot of thought into this. Thank you, Harry, Lily said with a warm smile. They waited a bit longer, and after 5 minutes the white barrier disappeared, revealing the little golem, completely intact inside, still holding onto the pendant. Goalie, Holly went running and grabbed the golem like a doll. It was very light since it was made from a wooden box. How can she get attached so quickly? Lyra exclaimed. The pendant arcstone will need 24 hours to recharge before it can be activated again, Harry explained. Does mine work the same? Asked Lyra. No, yours has a different charm. Harry took Lyra's ring and put it on one of his fingers. He moved the hand in front of his face with the ring pointing outwards. All you have to do is channel a bit of your magic into it to activate it. A translucent shield appeared in front of Harry. That's a Protego charm, James recognized immediately. It is. The charm is shaped like a shield and can be moved around. He demonstrated it by moving his hand. It is a lot less powerful than the one from before, but you can move around and use it to block and deflect while attacking. He then deactivated the shield and returned the ring to her. It may take some practice to use, but you'll get the hang of it. Why is mine different? Asked Lyra. Harry looked at his sister and lifted his wand up. Because. Unlike Holly, you have the tools to defend yourself. You just need to learn how to use them. But Professor Lockhart hasn't taught us anything yet, Lyra exclaimed. Not even the flipendo? Asked James. What's that? Lyra asked. Yes, that man is useless, but don't worry, I'll teach you a few things next summer, Harry promised her. I want to have a talk with Dumbledore about his selection process for teachers, Lily grumbled. Chapter 139, Harry's Presence. "It's time for you to open your presents, Harry," his mother told him. "That's right, you haven't opened any yet, and I can see that you have many." James gave him a mischievous smile. "Harry," Holly came running to him with the little golem in her hands. The golem was still holding her pendant. "Can I keep him, Holly?" Harry sighed. He gave her a piece of priceless jewelry that contained magical technology yet to be invented, and she was more interested in a wooden golem that any senior Hogwarts student could make. "I mean, she is 6, and now I have to explain to her that this golem is not going to last long." "Holly, dear," Lily must have noticed his issue and approached her daughter. Harry made the golem using transfiguration. He transformed the candy box to make it look like this little fellow, but it will soon go back to looking like what it was before. Holly gasped. "He's going to become a box." "It was a box to begin with. Transfiguration can temporarily turn things into other things, but eventually everything has to go back to being what it was," said James. Holly didn't seem convinced yet. "Is there no way to make it permanent?" asked Lyra, trying to help her sister. "I wouldn't say permanent," Harry spoke, "but as long as you supply a source of magic, you can extend the transfiguration indefinitely. I remember reading a story about a dark wizard who caught his wife cheating and turned her into a pig, then using an unknown method, proceeded to maintain the transfiguration for over a decade until she died." "Yikes," Lyra looked disgusted. "Harry, that was hardly an appropriate story," Lily complained, "but it does give me an idea." He approached Holly. "You know, Holly, why don't you give me some time and I will make a more permanent golem for you?" He was lacking the materials at the moment. "Really? And Golly won't have to go away?" Holly asked. "I suppose not. I'll have it ready for your birthday, I promise." Holly looked down at the golem. "Okay." She placed the golem back on the table and waved it goodbye. "Are you sure you can make that?" Lily whispered to him. "Of course, who do you take me for?" Felt offended at the doubt. Lily chuckled. She found it amusing seeing how prideful her son was when it came to magic. "Well then, it's time for Harry to open his presents," James said. "Presents?" Holly exclaimed. "He said, Harry, you already opened all of yours," Lyra told her sister. "Why don't you help me open some then?" Harry offered while looking at the pile of boxes. He did not expect to get this many. Other than his parents, there were presents from Hermione, Neville, Daphne, and Parkinson. Lyra read the label on the box. "She sent you another present." "Did you say Parkinson?" James said with a frown. "Pansy Parkinson, she is a girl from Slytherin," Lyra clarified. She did not know why her father reacted like that. "And what did this girl send you?" Lily asked with curiosity. Harry opened the box, revealing a beautifully crafted wand holster made of dragon hide. He also noticed the runic engravings. "This is the same model so that's who she was. Also has an invisibility enchantment like mine." "That's not a bad gift. Those holsters are very expensive," said Lily. "That's nothing compared to the Nimbus 2001 she gave him earlier this month," Lyra commented. "What?" James probably said it louder than he originally intended. "Harry, why didn't you mention this? That girl gave you a new Nimbus. Harry, that's a very pricey gift, even for a wealthy family like theirs. Why would she do that?" asked Lily. "We don't know either." Lyra exclaimed. "He won't talk about it." She gave Harry a quick glance. "Harry, you're not like with this girl," Lily muttered. "Please stop," Harry groaned. "It's nothing like that. I just saved her when she fell from the stands on the day of my first Quidditch game, and she said she owed me a great debt, that's all. That happened. Why didn't I hear of that?" Lyra asked. "Because I told no one, and I guess Slytherin girls don't like to gossip as much as Lavender." Harry opened the present that Daphne sent him. It was a very elegant black robe with silver decorations and made of acromantula silk. "Oh, that's so nice." Lily got closer. "Daphne has good taste." "Wait, we're not done with the whole Parkinson stuff," James huffed. "What does Dad have against the Parkinsons?" Lyra asked her mother. Lily made a complicated expression. "Well, let's just say that he and Lord Parkinson don't get along." That was quite an understatement. Was not dumb. She knew there was more to it. Her father would not react so strongly otherwise. "Yes, we don't get along," James coughed. "That's a shame." Lyra glanced at the robes. "So Harry is not going to attend Parkinson's party then? Because those robes would have been great for it." "What?" shouted James. "What party?" Lily looked at her son. "Right about that. There is a party in 3 days, Pansy's birthday, and I have been invited," Harry admitted. "When were you planning on telling us?" Lily asked with disapproval in her eyes. Tomorrow," Harry said. He wasn't really planning on telling them until the last moment because he knew how his father was going to react. "Harry, come to my studio, we need to talk." James looked furious. Something like that, Harry thought. Chapter 140, Preparing for a Party. "Very well," James sat at his desk. "We can talk properly now. What are you plotting now?" "Plotting? Please, Dad, I thought you knew me better at this point." I don't engage in plots. I simply stumbled upon an opportunity by chance and made use of it. Harry settled into a comfortable chair in front of James. And this opportunity is the party Lyra mentioned? James didn't look pleased. It is. How can I say no when I have the chance to locate the lion's den? Not that I expect the party to be held at Parkinson's main manor, but at least one of his vacation houses. I thought we agreed that you would discuss things with me and your mother before taking action against those people. The order is active again. We are making progress, Harry sighed. As I said, I didn't plan for this. It's something that happened. Fine, let's move on from that. What do you intend to do at that party exactly? James inquired. You know, meet people, observe who's associated with Parkinson's, and gather some names. Perhaps I could discreetly explore the house during the party and see if I find anything of interest. Harry wished he still had the invisibility cloak. It would have been very useful for that. Wait, you were planning on going there alone? James realized Harry hadn't mentioned what he or Lily would be doing. Of course, I would go alone. You are openly an enemy of Lord Parkinson, and Mom was nearly kidnapped by men sent by him. I won't put her in danger like that, Harry said firmly. And what about you? You would also be in danger. James frowned, displeased with the idea. Not as much as you two. I'm just an ordinary child as far as Lord Parkinson is concerned, and I'm attending as a guest of his heir, Pansy Parkinson, after saving her life. It wouldn't reflect well on him if he attacked me under those circumstances. You don't know him like I do. That man is ruthless. I wouldn't put it past him to try to kidnap you anyway just to get to me. I did consider that possibility, of course, but I will have my wand and know how to use it. It's not like I'm defenseless, Harry said. It would have been nice to still have his artifact. It was unfortunate to have lost that one. It was going to take a while before he could make another one. Just your wand. I know you are good, but that may not be enough. James stood from his desk and walked to a nearby cabinet. Harry glimpsed at him, wondering what he was looking for. Let's see. I think I still had some. Oh, there they are. James walked back to the desk with a plain-looking container. He then opened it up in front of Harry, revealing 2 black marbles inside. These are... Upon closer inspection, he noticed that the marbles were actually glass containers, and some thick black liquid was inside. If you throw one of these to the ground, it will create a dark fog that could cover a big area, giving you a chance to escape. We always bring some of these items when we are expecting an enemy ambush. It can save your life if you find yourself outnumbered. James explained. That seems useful, said Harry. Didn't the twins invent something like this in my time? It's kinda weird seeing it here now, but theirs was a bit different. Who came up with these? He decided to ask. James smiled proudly. It was your mother. She did. Harry knew his mother was talented at many branches of magic, including potions. But it was still surprising to hear. You should bring a broom with you. Combined with the smoke potion, it will give you an easy escape. James suggested. I will, but I'm sure it will not be necessary. Always prepare, Harry. For a moment his father sounded like Alastair Moody. Always, he nodded. You mentioned before that the Order of the Phoenix is back on working. What progress did you make? James made a complicated expression. Well, we are still gathering some of the former members, but we have more information on Lord Parkinson now. Arthur was able to find out some things like which lords are the closest ones to him. That will help us find more if we investigate the people around him. And those lords are? Harry questioned. Walder McNair and Edward Knott are always next to him and accompany him everywhere. They are like his left and right arms. Evan Rosier and Corvin Yaxley are seen around him very frequently, but not as much as the others. Sorry, Dad, but that's not much. I know, but we are making progress. Besides, it is doubtful that he will make any bold moves now. With Malfoy dead, all eyes are now on him as the leader of the conservative faction, James told him. I'm not worried about him trying to take over the country by force. I'm sure he doesn't have the magical prowess from the real Voldemort. Otherwise, it would be over already. But you need to keep an eye on other creatures like werewolves, giants, and trolls. He may try to recruit them to do the heavy work. James smiled. You are suggesting the exact same thing that Dumbledore did. Well, you know, we both know a lot about that man. That is what he would do, and Lord Parkinson has served him for many years, so he must also be familiar with his methods. James nodded. You can leave that to us. I guess you have a party to go now. Chapter 141, Welcome to the Party. Be very careful, do you hear me? James told him. On the 28th, Harry was currently waiting for the portkey to activate in a small clearing 20 miles north of their house. The reason was for extra precautions, in case the portkey could somehow store information about its jumping point. Harry was currently wearing the black and silver robes that Daphne had gifted him. The robes already came with several hidden pockets, but he had added a few more to store all his things. He was ready for battle. "Harry, if at any point you get a bad feeling, I want you to get away from there immediately, okay?" Lily said. "Yes, I promise. I'll be back in a few hours." Harry glanced at his mechanical watch again. It was time. The invitation in his hand activated, and he felt a strong pulling sensation. The next moment, he found himself in a dimly lit room. The walls were made of stone blocks, and the few pieces of furniture appeared to be ancient. It looked like a dining room, but it was completely empty, and all the furniture had been moved to the sides, leaving a big void in the middle. A trap already, he considered. Under his robes, Harry activated his holster, and his wand immediately appeared in his hand. He was about to perform a scan of the area when he heard a voice. "Mr. Potter, I presume." Harry's eyes quickly moved to the source of the unknown voice and found an old man wearing a black suit. "Yes," Harry asked, not sure who this man was. "Welcome to the Parkinson Villa, Mr. Potter." The old man greeted him with a polite bow. "I am Julian, one of the family servants. Please follow me to the main party area. The other guests will be arriving over the course of the next hour." It was then that Harry realized why this room was empty. This must be the landing area for the portkeys. They must have set them at different times to avoid accidents. He felt a bit silly for not reaching that conclusion earlier, but he was very inexperienced with these kinds of elegant parties. Harry walked to the entrance of the room while the old servant waited for him. "Follow me, sir," the butler said, before turning around and walking at a steady pace. Harry looked over the many objects displayed across the halls as they walked. The walls were filled with luxurious items hanging from them. Intricate paintings and artifacts made of silver or gold with a variety of precious stones embedded in them. Were the Parkinsons always this rich, he wondered? Or perhaps Lord Parkinson was the type who would place his most expensive possessions right on the path he knew his guests would take, as a show of status and power. It was hard to tell since he had never, in his 2 lives, met this man. The one thing he knew for sure was that one day he was going to kill him. After all, he would never forgive those who tried to harm his family or friends, but he couldn't just walk up to him and do it. The world was not at war like it used to be, so he was unable to employ the same methods as he would have during that time. If he acted in such a way, he would bring endless trouble to his parents and sisters, and he wanted to avoid that. Neither did he wish to bring harm upon the rest of Lord Parkinson's family. Unless he learned otherwise, they could be completely unaware of Parkinson's machinations and his acting as the fake Voldemort. "Here we are, Mr. Potter." The old butler opened the door and showed him inside a much bigger room than the one he was in before. Not only was it bigger, but it was also much better illuminated, with countless candles attached to 4 massive chandeliers. The circular room was filled with round tables, but there was also a big empty space in the middle. "This is a ballroom." Harry frowned as a terrible feeling invaded him. He was a person of many talents and skills acquired over the years. However, dancing was not one of them. "Potter, over here." He turned to his left and saw Pansy sitting at a table with Daphne and Tracy next to her. He skimmed over the rest of the room and only found a few other groups of adults sitting down at the tables, while a couple of girls wearing black dresses walked around with trays of drinks. "Seems like many of the guests have yet to arrive," as that servant said. He could not identify Lord Parkinson among the dozen or so lords currently in the room since he had never seen him before, but he did spot Lord Greengrass and made a mental note to speak with him when he got the chance. While walking towards Pansy's table, he made sure to get a good look at the layout of the room. The double doors he used to enter were also the only exit, and that led into a maze of corridors. "That's no good. I don't even know where the exit is since I came through a portkey that took me inside the house." The good news was the several glass doors at the end of the ballroom, which appeared to lead to a massive balcony. Among other things, his Nimbus 2001 was currently shrunken and hidden inside his pockets, making this balcony his best escape route if things go south. "Just need to make sure it's not locked." "Good evening, ladies." Harry offered them a formal greeting as was expected of him. He had recently been learning how to behave properly in formal situations, but he still had much to learn. Pansy had a bright smile on her face. "Welcome, Potter. Please take a seat." She pointed at the seat to her right. He gave the other 2 girls a passing glance. Tracy was not paying much attention, while Daphne stared at him with a weary smile. Chapter 142, The Ladies. As the butler said, more people continued to enter over the course of the next hour. Harry recognized some of them, like Electo Caro, Lord Bulstrode, and Edward Nott. Why is he sitting there? Theodore Nott glared at Harry with furious eyes, as he was currently seated to the right of Pansy. Because I asked him to, Pansy said with a tone that left no room for arguments. Harry received many nasty glares during the last hour, almost exclusively from the young male guests. He might still be learning about etiquette, but he at least knew what sitting on the right side of the host meant. He was being treated as the guest of honor, and many didn't seem to like that fact. Theo was just the first one who had dared to speak up about it. Tusk, fine. He decided to shut his mouth and sit down, not wanting to anger Pansy any further. Like most of the boys here, Theodore Nott had the desire to earn the engagement with the Parkinson family that the Malfoys had lost. And by giving Harry that seat, she was practically announcing who the first candidate was, making him the target of much contempt. Of course, Harry was not aware of all of this at the moment. After all, Slytherin gossip never leaves the Slytherin house. It is one of their unwritten rules. The ballroom continued to fill until only a few seats remained. At his table, most of the students were from the second year: Crabbe, Goyle, Millicent Bulstrode, Nott, Pansy, Daphne, and Tracy. The only exception was Flora Caro, who was currently in the third year, as well as her missing twin. The table next to theirs had older students, most of whom were boys Harry was able to recognize from the Quidditch team, like Marcus Flint, Adrian Pusey, and Cassius Warrington, as well as a few others. Who are we missing? Tracy pointed at the empty chair on their table. Zabini, Daphne was the first to answer. It seems like his portkey was left for last. Nott glanced at Pansy. Did he offend you in any way? Since the portkeys were arranged in order, it was inevitable that someone had to be last, but it was considered a mild disrespect to be left for last, so it was an honor left for the least welcomed guest. Let's just say, Pansy started, I did not like the way his mother attempted to approach his engagement proposal. Did Lady Zabini try to seduce your father? Asked Millicent with a grin. I believe she is looking for her next husband, Tracy added. Oh, there they are. Nott pointed at the door. Blaise Zabini entered with a young woman at his side. If Harry didn't already know better, he would have assumed that this was his older sister. The woman did not look a day older than 25. She was beautiful in an almost unnatural way, with her olive skin, long black hair, and a pair of clear amber eyes that were almost reaching a yellow color. Blaise and his mother came directly towards their table without stopping once to greet any of the other guests. Miss Parkinson, greetings. It appears we are the last ones to arrive. How rude of me. I beg your pardon. Lady Zabini glanced at Pansy with a provoking smile. Everyone at the table became tense after hearing her comment. She apologized for arriving late and called herself rude, but since the order of the portkeys was decided by the Parkinsons, she was essentially calling them out for being the rude ones. They all glanced at Pansy, wondering what her reaction was going to be like. Harry, on the other hand, was completely focused on Lady Zabini, but it wasn't just for her alluring beauty. Why do I feel something off with her? That aura, it reminds me of them. Do not worry much about it, Lady Zabini. We can all get careless sometimes. We just need to be more careful next time. The voice came from behind Lady Zabini. A gorgeous woman with pale skin and black hair stood there, looking at the other woman with barely hidden contempt. Mother, Pansy muttered. Lady Parkinson, Lady Zabini smiled at her. You didn't need to come all the way here. I was about to visit your husband's table next. Harry moved his eyes away from the dark-skinned beauty and stared at the other woman. He was not surprised to find out that Lady Parkinson was the same lady he met back at Ollivander's. It had become evident, after receiving the dragon skin holster, that he himself had chosen a few days back. Lady Parkinson appeared to be extremely angry at the other woman, and Harry didn't know what could have happened between the two of them, but he had heard some of the rumors surrounding Lady Zabini. She is also known as the Black Widow, and it is said that she has already married more than 5 times, but all her husbands die in mysterious circumstances soon after the wedding. There is no need to go speak with my husband, Lady Parkinson said with an icy tone. Your seat is on the other side of the room, she said while pointing at a faraway table. Lady Zabini smiled with amusement, not looking bothered at all by the treatment she was receiving. Then I better get going to my place. She leaned over and gave her son a kiss on the cheek. I'll see you later, dear. Have fun. She turned around and walked with elegance across the room, turning many heads to glance at her curves. Blaise Zabini sat down, looking very embarrassed by the whole situation. I had everything under control, Mother, Pansy huffed. Of course you did, but dealing with adults is our job. Lady Parkinson's eyes scanned the table until they stopped at Harry. Mr. Potter, it's so good to see you again. Chapter 143, A Challenge. Good evening, Lady Parkinson. Harry returned the greeting. Please call me Aurora, no need to be so formal. Lady Aurora then, Harry replied. He couldn't be that informal. Call me Harry, please. Can I call you Harry too? Pansy jumped at the opportunity. She didn't like calling him Potter, but in high magical society, you couldn't call someone by their name unless they permitted you. And you can use my name also, the girl said enthusiastically. Very well, Pansy, Harry said, starting to feel uncomfortable with this interaction. By the way, Harry, Lady Parkinson called for his attention. I truly want to formally thank you for saving my beloved daughter, but I believe my husband wanted to do that first. She glanced at a distant table, and Harry tried to follow her eyes. He seems to be occupied at the moment, talking with some lords, perhaps after dinner. Of course, Lady Aurora, Harry said. He could wait a bit longer to finally meet this man. Then, I will leave you children to have some fun and enjoy the party. She made a polite gesture and walked away towards her table. Say, Potter, Bulstrode was the first one to speak, once Lady Parkinson was a good distance away. Yes, Harry glanced at the huge girl. He did not know much about her, other than that she had a reputation for being violent. Did it feel good to beat up Malfoy in such a way? She asked, leaning forward. I bet it did. Did you see how he wet his robes? Not chuckled. Yes, we all saw that disgusting display. Tracy covered her nose by reflex at the mere memory. Looked completely terrified and embarrassed after that. I was told that he barely left his room for the last week, Zabini added. You were so brave and gallant, Harry, Pansy grinned. No one has ever fought for me in such a way. I was very flattered. Harry flinched. Is that what she thinks happened? That my duel with Draco was just for her? It wasn't completely wrong. After all, Malfoy was indeed fighting for her, or more accurately, for her money. But Harry just wanted to be left alone. Yes, Bulstrode rolled her eyes in annoyance, but I wanted to hear what Potter thought. I don't have much to add. I did what I had to do, nothing more. Harry gave her a vague answer. Well, I'm glad that you did it. Pansy leaned closer to him, making the other boys frown. Malfoy has been such an annoyance all year. Someone had to put him in his place. Can we talk about something else? Daphne sounded very annoyed. Oi, Potter, someone called him from the next table. Harry glanced over and noticed most of the older boys were staring at him with hostile eyes. The one who spoke right now was the Slytherin captain, Marcus Flint. Is there something you need? Asked Harry. I do actually. First, you should address your seniors with more respect. Only when said seniors treat me with the same respect, Harry answered. Marcus clenched his teeth. And second, don't get too cocky because you won a duel against a second-year boy. That's right, any of us could have done the same, Adrian Pusey said with a mocking tone. You are all seniors, while Harry is just a second year like Malfoy, Daphne pointed out. Watch your mouth, Greengrass. This has nothing to do with you. We are talking to the Gryffindor over here. Cassius Warrington, the fifth-year chaser, told Daphne, his voice filled with spite. Lord Greengrass had recently rejected his second attempt at an engagement. You are Warrington, right? Harry's voice became colder. That's right. Warrington glared at Harry. I'll remember that. He made a mental reminder to keep an eye on this one. You know, Potter, Marcus Flint spoke, and didn't dare to interrupt him now, so he had to remain quiet. We would love to have a few friendly duels with you. We could exchange pointers and maybe give you some advice. Now I know you have been banned from that joke they called the dueling club, but we at Slytherin have our own private dueling arena in the dungeons. I could allow you to enter and participate. What do you say? That could be fun, Potter. We could show you what a real duel looks like. Adrian Pusey had a creepy smile on his face. Not interested, Harry answered. At this point, he wasn't sure if all this animosity came because of their loss at Quidditch or because they were also after Pansy Parkinson and they considered him to be in the way. But it looked like a good opportunity to deal with a few Death Eater's new recruits. Knew that at least Warrington and Flint's fathers were some seriously nasty wizards. If this could drag them into a conflict, they may have something useful to say if I can get them alone, he considered. His reason for refusing Flint's challenge was that it would look strange if a second year suddenly accepted an offer like that so quickly, and it wasn't like they were going to give up. Those guys have made the decision to come after me. Let them come. Not interested, you say? Flint chuckled. He already expected him to say no, but they would find a way to make him accept. That's enough, Flint, Pansy got annoyed. Harry is my guest, and this is my party. If you can't behave, Flint raised his hands up. My apologies will be good, I promise. He said those words, but the anger behind his smile said otherwise. Chapter 144, Let's Dance. Mr. Potter, Lord Parkinson came to their table after dinner, as Lady Aurora had told him. Lord Parkinson, Harry greeted him back. This time he had to put in extra effort to avoid showing any contempt for the man in front of him. Lord Parkinson was a short man with a broad frame and a pudgy nose. He had short grey hair, showing his age, and dark eyes. He could not be called handsome by any stretch of the word. His daughter Pansy was very lucky to have inherited most of her looks from her mother, except for the nose. "Finally have a chance to meet you, the one who saved my precious daughter. I cannot thank you enough, Mr. Potter," he said with a wide smile. By the way he was glancing at Harry, it was obvious that Lord Parkinson was talented at the mind arts because Harry could not feel an ounce of anger from the man. His words felt completely genuine, and he would have believed them if he didn't know better. No wonder he is so successful at politics. The man is a natural liar. Harry had to admit that much. "As the Lord of House Parkinson, I want to formally thank you, Mr. Potter, and if there is anything that I can do for you, all you have to do is ask." Harry could feel the eyes of everyone in the ballroom staring at him, some with curiosity, while others with envy and rage. "I will need to think about it and consult with my parents." Harry knew what everyone was expecting him to ask, and he couldn't straight up say that he had no intention to request any marriage proposal. That would be a great insult to the Parkinsons and a wasted opportunity. If everyone thought that he was going to take the great privilege of forming ties with the current most powerful conservative wizard family, they would become more desperate to make a move against him, like those boys from before. "Yes, that would be a good idea. Talk with them. I'm saddened they couldn't attend today. Looking forward to speaking with James." Lord Parkinson did not lose the smile for a second as he spoke. Of course, he didn't mean a single word he said. If his parents had attended the party, he may have not been able to resist doing something, and he would never even consider marrying his daughter to him. It was all for show. Lord Parkinson turned to look at Pansy. "My dear, come here and dance with your father," he said as he extended his hand. Pansy smiled and took his hand before being led to the center of the ballroom. "It is customary for the daughter to have her first dance with her father," Daphne whispered to his ear. She must have guessed that Harry was a bit clueless about the many customs pureblood families had, as his own family didn't follow many traditions. "Right, this reminds me of something," said Harry. He then got closer to Daphne. "Do you mind dancing with me for a bit?" Seriously, she was expecting to be asked that a lot tonight, but not by him. "Let's just say that I don't really have that much practice in that field. I could use some help." "Something the great Harry Potter doesn't know how to do? I thought that was impossible." Daphne pretended to be shocked. "There are a lot of things I don't know, so do you mind?" he asked. "I'll do what I can." She got nervous and said the last part loud enough to be heard by the entire table. "What are you going to do?" Tracy glanced at her with suspicion. "Nothing." She was about to grab Harry's hand when she seemed to recall something. "Harry, you have to offer me your hand," she whispered. He did as told and guided her to the center. There were already many couples dancing. "You know the basics at least. One hand on my shoulder and another one on my waist," Daphne instructed him. "Yes, I know this much." He still remembered the classes Professor McGonagall gave him during his 4th year. The last time he had a chance to use that knowledge was the day of his wedding. "It's been so long, a lifetime ago." Harry, Daphne had to shake him off. Harry's mind came back to the present. "Sorry, let's continue." He placed his hands in the correct spots and they started to move. "Your face was, never mind." Daphne wasn't sure what he was thinking about, but her instincts told her that it was better to let it go. The two of them danced for a while. Harry gave a glance at the podium where the instruments were. All of them were moving by themselves. There was no musician playing. "Hey, you're not that bad. I thought you didn't know how to dance," Daphne commented. "I guess I remember things better than I thought," Harry said. "Remember, it can't be that long since you were taught. My mother started my classes around 4 years ago." Daphne didn't understand how he could think he was going to forget that quickly. "Say, do you think I can speak with your father alone tonight?" "I have a small request for him." Harry changed the topic. He'd rather not have her asking questions about his past. Daphne noticed this and frowned. "I suppose we can go to his table after this song is over. You know, Harry," she seemed to be having trouble speaking about something. "Yes, you know you can tell me anything, Daphne," she sighed. "You know, you have made a lot of enemies today. There are a lot of boys aiming to marry Pansy." When she asked you to sit at her right. "You know what that meant, right?" Harry nodded. "I do know, yes, she was letting them know that I was going first." Daphne looked a bit surprised. "You knew, and you are okay with it? I mean, she likes you, Pansy. If you also, you can request it from Lord Parkinson. They owe you a great debt, so, you know, you can." Harry had never seen this girl stammer her words so badly. "Would you calm down?" He got his face closer to speak in her ear as he didn't want anyone to hear this. I have no intention to get engaged to Parkinson. I just want others to think that way. What? Why would you want that? Daphne exclaimed. I have my reasons. I can't tell you right now. Daphne still didn't know anything about Lord Parkinson having become a pretender Dark Lord. I should inform the Greengrass family as soon as I can. That way they can be more careful around that man. But I can assure you that no one is getting engaged. Not that Lord Parkinson would approve. He hates my family. I will tell you more, but not now and not here. Is that so? I hope you know what you are doing. Daphne had to look down to hide her smile. Chapter 145, Gathering Information. After their dance was over, Harry and Daphne went to Lord Greengrass' table. Unfortunately, he was accompanied by two other lords he was not familiar with, and he could not just ask to talk in private. No one was aware of the Potter's connection to the Greengrasses, and it was better for it to remain this way. So Harry limited himself to exchanging the expected pleasantries and introducing himself to the other lords. Even after being told their names, he did not recognize them, so there was little chance that they were part of Voldemort's forces in his time. This didn't mean much. Maybe they weren't important enough to be seen on the battlefield, or they could be simple collaborators who didn't fully join the organization. It is safe to assume that everyone at this party is either an ally of Lord Parkinson or, at the very least, a potential one. Even Lord Greengrass himself had to pretend to be on his side, but was not yet willing to completely commit. Harry had already prepared for this likely scenario. He waited for an opportunity and handed a small package to Lord Greengrass. This package contained a sample of the type of arkstone he required for his artifacts and a note detailing his request, plus a long list of ingredients. Greengrass took it without looking at him or making any gesture and stored it inside his robes. He would have to wait until returning to Hogwarts to hear his reply, likely delivered by his daughter. There you are. All of the current occupants of the table turned their attention to the source of the noise. Pansy glanced at Harry with her intense dark eyes. I have been looking for you everywhere, Harry. I believe the lady wants to dance, Mr. Potter, Lord Greengrass said calmly. It would be rude to make her ask, he then added. Of course. Harry stood up and offered his hand to the girl, who happily took it with a wide grin on her face. Daphne, why don't you stay here for a bit? I have some things to discuss, Lord Greengrass said. Harry realized that he was probably trying to save her the trouble of being asked to dance by a lot of the boys here. She may not be as popular as Pansy, but there was no shortage of families who would like to get their hands on the Greengrass fortune and business. Harry guided Pansy to the center of the ballroom, and they started to dance, feeling a bit more confident after the practice with Daphne. Are you enjoying the party, Harry? The girl asked, feeling a bit nervous. I am. You have a very nice house, but I assume you don't live here. Do you come here often? He asked. She nodded. We have two other villas that we visit more often. This is just the third time I have been in this one, I think. So they have 3 villas and 1 main house. Lord Parkinson chose the one they visit less often for this party. It could be a coincidence or... He didn't want to reveal the location of some of his more important homes to one or more of the guests. I noticed that you have a lot of servants but haven't seen any house elves working here, Harry commented. My father doesn't like house elves. He says they can't be trusted. Instead, we have those servants. Most of them are squibs, except for the chief butler who is a half-blood. No house elves for security and only 1 actual wizard, noted. Harry noticed that she was starting to look bored and realized he could not just perform an interrogation. You have a lovely dress, he decided to comment. Her face immediately changed. Really, you like it? She had recovered her smile now. He felt a bit guilty for manipulating this young girl, but he had a good reason for doing so at least. They continued to dance for the full songs, while Harry gave her a mixture of compliments and questions, trying to gain as much information as he could. In the end, all he could find out was that their main home was somewhere in the north of Scotland, and the names of the closest lords to her family, the Knots and the Rosiers. Nothing crucial so far, but it did open the door for more opportunities in the nearby future. Eventually, they were interrupted by Pansy's mother, who came to scold her daughter for ignoring her other guests in favor of Harry. I have to go, Harry. She looked very apologetic when she said that. I completely understand. Do not worry about me. Harry then noticed that one of the glass doors leading to the balcony was open. I think I will go take some fresh air. Excuse me. As he approached the doors, he spotted the alluring figure of Lady Zabini outside. Chapter 146, The Alluring Lady. Harry observed the beautiful olive-skinned woman from a distance as she conversed with some older gentleman. She smiled and laughed at whatever the old fellow was telling her while running her fingers along his arm in a very seductive manner. Then she leaned forward and whispered something in his ear, and the man responded with something like, "I'll be right back," before walking away with an expression of pure joy. "Aren't you a bit young to be staring at me so much?" Lady Zabini turned her yellow eyes toward him. Most boys his age would become embarrassed after being caught staring at a woman and would walk away. But Harry did something different. He didn't move his eyes away from her and walked closer. Lady Zabini furrowed her eyebrows at his behavior. "Did the Potters fail to teach you basic manners? You should answer when an adult asks you a question." Harry stopped a few feet away from her. Lady Zabini observed his unusual behavior with a hint of curiosity. She had seen many adult men react like this in her presence. They would become enthralled by her beauty, unable to think clearly. At least not with their heads on top of their shoulders. But her abilities had never worked on children this young before, and she was curious about why it seemed to be affecting this one. In truth, what Harry found interesting about this particular woman was not her physical appearance, but her magic. From the first time he saw her, Harry could feel something trying to invade his mind. She was emanating something akin to a passive compulsion similar to the Vila allure, but also different. This by itself was intriguing, but more importantly, he sensed that something else was mixed with her magic. Something that he was both familiar with and wary of. Harry was not the sensory type, so it took him a while to figure out what it was. But now, being very close to this woman, he finally solved the mystery. "Are you just going to stare at me all night without saying anything? You're not going to charm many ladies like that," Lady Zabini said playfully. "I see. You must be a half-blood then," Harry deduced. "Excuse me," the amusement vanished from her voice. "I am very much a pure blood. I wasn't talking about that nonsense. I was referring to your human blood. You aren't completely human, are you?" "What did you say?" She now looked angry. Throughout her life, she had heard many rumors about herself, like she was a master of mind arts and used that to brainwash men. Or that she used potions, or that she was a demoness and used her unnatural allure to seduce people and steal their souls. "I don't know what rumors you've heard about me, but none of it is true." She was tired of all the talking behind her back. She had always been good at attracting people, especially men. After becoming an adult, she started to use her natural skills to elevate her family's poor status. Thanks to all the money she had acquired from her marriages to old men, the Zabinis were one of the richest families in Britain. Harry raised an eyebrow at her response. "That sounded honest. Wait, so you don't know what you are? It must have happened many generations ago then. Is this some new prank? Because it's not funny, and I don't have time for this, so I'm back." The old lord from before emerged onto the balcony carrying a couple of drinks. He then noticed Harry. "What is this boy doing here? He is one of my son's classmates, and he was about to leave, isn't that right?" she said to Harry in a harsh tone. "Yes, I better go back inside." His curiosity had been satisfied, and he had no business with her. He had briefly considered killing her because of her demon blood. It seemed that whatever pact her ancestors made with a demon happened so long ago that her demon blood was extremely diluted, and she was not even aware of this fact, or that she was passively using a demonic lure to seduce men. If he had to guess, a distant ancestor of hers had managed to procreate with either a succubus or an incubus, and this was the result. Now that he knew this, she held no more interest for him. As long as she didn't provoke him, he had no reason to end her life. When Harry returned inside, he saw a few people at his table. The duo of Crabbe and Goyle were still there, eating sweets. They had not moved from there the entire time and barely said anything. Daphne was also there, sitting next to Bulstrode, and there was also an older boy standing next to them. Daphne didn't seem happy at all while speaking with this boy. They seemed to be arguing about something. Harry approached the table to see what all the fuss was about. He now recognized the boy. He was one of the Slytherin beaters, but he forgot his name. "Come on, Greengrass. It's just one dance. It'll be fun, I promise." The boy leaned closer. "I told you my feet are hurting. I don't feel like dancing with anyone now." Daphne had long lost her calm persona. It was the third time she rejected him, but he would not go away. The boy then smiled and leaned closer, putting a hand on Daphne's shoulder. "Come on, just 1D arg." Boy yelped in pain when he felt someone grabbing his arm and moving him away from Daphne. "I believe the lady said no very clearly. You should take the hint and move on. Let me go." The older boy glared at the person who grabbed his arm with such force that he could almost hear his bones crack. "Potter," He thought it was Warrington at first since he was the one aiming the most for Greengrass, but he was shocked when he saw the second-year Gryffindor instead. "Release me." Harry let him go. "It's best if you leave now," he said calmly. The senior became enraged at being humiliated like this by a junior. He reached for his wand, aiming it at Harry's face. "What do you think you're doing?" Daphne yelled. This drew the attention of most of the room. The boy snapped out of it and realized what he was doing. If he cast a spell here, he would be forever banned from most events, at the very least. "What is this?" Lord Greengrass approached, accompanied by other lords. "Boy, have you lost your mind?" Lady Parkinson exclaimed, "Put that wand away." Harry, Pansy came running. The senior quickly stored his wand back into his robes. "It's not what it looks like. We were just kidding around and I wanted to show him my wand," he said, the first thing that came to his mind. "Tusk," Marcus Flint frowned. "That idiot," he huffed. He and Adrian were planning a way to provoke Potter into a duel, but in the end, it was one of them who was provoked into doing something dumb. "Now we won't be able to," Adrian Pusey started. "I know," Marcus spat. "Julian, I want you to accompany Mr. Derek to the fireplace and open the Flu network for him. He is leaving." Lord Parkinson said it with a tone of authority that left no room to argue. "Certainly." The butler nodded. Peregrine Derek knew he had made a huge mistake tonight, but his anger was all directed towards one person. "Potter, you are going to pay for this," he promised himself. Chapter 147, Time Passes. Once the boy was escorted out, the party returned to normal, and Harry sat down next to Daphne. "That was very reckless, Potter, to confront a senior like that," Bulstrode said. "I like it, you have balls." She then gave him a nod of approval. Harry ignored her last comment. Who was that guy? He knew he was a Quidditch player, but did not know much more. "Peregrine Derek, a sixth-year beater from the Quidditch team," Daphne told him. "Is he always like that?" Daphne sighed. "He can be bothersome, but he never irritated me this much before." "That's because he is afraid of getting in trouble. I guess he took too many fire whiskies today," Bulstrode said. "I heard that he always goes for the youngest girls, like first and second years, but he knows better than offending an important family like yours." "I'm going to have to keep an eye on that one," Harry thought. "Lyra, Ginny, and Luna are still first years. If that guy dares to even look at them in a weird way, I may have to bury him in the Chamber of Secrets." "Harry, you're making a scary face again," Daphne whispered to him. "Nonsense, I don't have a scary face," Harry retorted. "You totally do. You are making one right now," Daphne said back while leaning closer to him without realizing it. "Look, if anyone is going to be making scary faces, it should be the Ice Queen of Slytherin." Her face gained a tinge of red. "No one actually calls me that, and they shouldn't. You are far too emotional for that title," Harry told her. "That's your fault." She started to raise her voice. "You two are very close, huh? It seems like Pansy has competition." Bulstrode had been watching them interact with a face of amusement. Daphne was about to complain when more people returned to the table, forcing her to remain quiet. "I did not touch anything," Not huffed before sitting down. "You put your hands on my butt as we danced, don't try to deny it." An enraged Tracy pointed her finger at him. Maybe he just wanted to check if there was something there. "After all, it's hard to tell with those loose robes," Zabini chuckled. "Don't listen to him, it was an accident," Not exclaimed. "Oh, Blaze, I saw your mother talking very passionately with Lord Williams. I think you're getting a new dad soon," Bulstrode said jokingly. "What, not that old fool?" Blaze stood up and ran out. Pansy came back to the table looking exhausted after spending the last 2 hours dancing. The party came to a close without any other notable events. The older boys kept throwing nasty glances at Harry, but none of them tried anything after Derek was kicked out of the party. Lord Parkinson came accompanied by his wife to say goodbye before he left. He sounded polite and respectful the entire time, and Harry could not detect an ounce of hostility toward him. Just goes to show how good he was at lying. The family remained together for the rest of the holiday, receiving only a brief visit from Ginny. Harry enjoyed every second he spent like this, and he was willing to face anything or anyone to keep them safe from harm. Upon returning to school, Daphne contacted him to inform that her father had accepted his request, but it would take time to find everything on his list, and that it would be very expensive. Harry told her that money was not an issue. After all, he had several millions of galleons stored in a secret location, courtesy of Lucius Malfoy, who was paranoid enough to keep most of his fortune at home. He was not in a hurry either. Most of those materials, he won't need them before starting his 3rd year. And only a few were required for the next summer. He has requested a large number of things for several different projects, like creating a golem for Harley, restoring his broken artifacts, or completing the materials needed for his planned rituals. Time in Hogwarts passed quickly once he went back to his usual routines. The older Slytherin boys did not make any trouble for him. It's not what he expected, but it seems they were being patient about this. Later on, he found out that Lord Parkinson made a formal announcement informing the other lords that his daughter's engagement would not be decided until next year, putting all proposals on hold. Daphne kept him informed about other things too, like how Malfoy had become completely isolated inside the Slytherin house. No one would talk to him unless it was to offer some mockery. His family's financial situation had gotten worse. There were rumors saying that Lady Malfoy had sold the ancestral home along with all their villas except for one, where they were living now. Draco looked miserable now, but Harry could not feel bad for him. That boy always had a dark heart and enjoyed the suffering of those he considered to be beneath him. For his part, Harry made good use of this peaceful time to train in the Room of Requirements and to work on translating the time book he acquired from Dumbledore. He continued to win every Quidditch game in the same manner as before, and the Gryffindor team was on its way to winning the Quidditch Cup. His method of playing did not make him very popular among the majority of the spectators who came to enjoy a nice game of Quidditch only for it to end after a few seconds. The other players were even more unhappy and had requested for the professors to take action. Harry had the feeling that next year there were going to be a few new rules. Then, in May, something happened that made Harry's blood boil and will start a great change in the Slytherin house. Chapter 148, Luna in Trouble. Early May, just a few minutes before curfew, Harry was inside the Room of Requirements, finishing his routine training when a nearby painting spoke to him. "Sir, a young student is being attacked." An old knight wearing silver armor suddenly appeared in the painting. Harry had been using the paintings and several elves to keep an eye on the castle after hearing some disturbing rumors about the older Slytherin boys. Dumbledore didn't know about this, but the paintings could not tell him either since Harry had made use of his full authority, but he was sure the old man would probe if he did. Since January, he had stopped 4 attacks on younger students, this being the 5th one. An elf popped into the room. "Master Harry Potter, sir," Dobby called. Harry now had a bad feeling. Dobby was only watching 3 very specific girls. "Who is it?" he asked his elf urgently. "Miss Luna, sir," Dobby said. "Take me there." Harry extended his hand and the elf took it. They both disappeared from the room and reappeared in a corridor that Harry recognized as belonging to the 7th floor of the castle. "Get back here," Harry heard a boy's voice nearby. He pulled out his wand and ran towards the sound. He caught a glimpse of the boy entering an abandoned classroom and followed behind. Harry then found Luna on the other side of the classroom, looking at the boy with fear in her eyes. She didn't appear injured but was missing her shoes and having a hard time breathing. Finally, the boy was also huffing but not as much as Luna. "Now you are Min." A red light hit the back of his head and he fell down. "Luna, are you okay?" Harry asked the frightened girl. "Harry," she looked confused at his sudden appearance. "It's me, you are okay now, Luna." He approached the girl while giving the stunned boy a passing glance. Peregrine Derek. He had been expecting to catch this one much earlier given his reputation, but this was the first. "Is he dead?" Luna pointed at the older boy. "Had this happened outside the school he may have been," he thought. "No, just stunned. Don't worry about him. He is not going to move any time soon. Can you tell me what happened?" He knew she had not been hurt by him. Dobby would have stopped him if that was the case, but that was a last resort. After all, a house elf attacking a student could lead to some unwanted investigation, and Dobby is technically a wanted elf after the Malfoys incident. "I went out to look for my shoes. They told me they saw them somewhere around here." Luna tried to explain. The older girls, they told me where to find my shoes when they saw me looking for them. Then, that boy approached me. He had a lot of plimpies buzzing around him, and I didn't like it so I ran away, and he then started to chase me for some reason. Do you think I did something wrong? No, you did well at running away from this guy. Okay, I think I understand the situation. Let me deal with this now. I'm going to accompany you back to your common room. It's already past curfew, said Harry. What about my shoes? She pointed at her naked feet. Dobby, can you find them? They should be hanging somewhere nearby. Yes, Harry Potter, Master Sir. They could not see the elf as he was currently hiding, so they just heard his voice. Who's that? Luna tilted her head to one side. My elf. You can call him too if you are in some trouble, but he is not allowed to appear in front of other people, Harry explained. Why not? It's a long story. A pair of red shoes appeared out of nowhere and floated in front of Luna. My shoes. She took them with a smile on her face and put them on. Harry then escorted her to Ravenclaw Tower while the stunned body of Derek levitated behind them. "How long are you going to keep him like that?" Luna pointed at the older boy. "Just a bit longer. I need to take him somewhere." "Why?" Harry asked. Luna shrugged. It didn't seem like she was concerned for him and just asked out of curiosity. This girl was always hard to read for Harry. He could never tell what she was thinking. "I want to enter." Luna walked to the statue guarding the tower and spoke to it. The statue came to life immediately. "Then you have to answer this riddle. What I open." Harry interrupted the talking golem. He was not in the mood for riddles. This one immediately shut up and the entrance opened. "Whoa, I've never seen anyone answering a riddle so fast." He only said 2 words. Luna looked very impressed. "Let's go." Harry walked inside. Luna didn't make a comment about him walking into her common room despite being a Gryffindor and followed him inside. "There you are. I was about to go out and look for you." Professor Flitwick had been standing close to the entrance and rushed to her as soon as she entered. "Mr. Potter, what are you doing here?" "Well, I am the one who found your missing student, and I also wanted to speak with you about something." "I assume it's related to Miss Lovegood's disappearance?" "Yes," the professor asked. When Harry nodded, he continued. "Very well, then I will allow you to stay in Ravenclaw Tower for a bit. Come to my office, you too, Miss Lovegood." "Is the floating boy going to wait outside?" Luna asked. "Floating boy?" Flitwick became confused. Chapter 149, Visiting the Potions Professor. Harry left the tower entrance, and it closed behind him. The conversation had left Professor Flitwick very riled up. He was truly not happy to find out about some of his ravens bullying a first-year student. Harry just limited himself to giving him the facts, but didn't try to push things further. The main reason for this was that he knew the girls who did this and why they did it. Cho Chang and Marietta Edgecombe could be mean sometimes, but they were not evil either. Luna's encounter with Derek was just a coincidence and not something they had planned to happen. Otherwise, Harry would have taken matters into his own hands instead of letting the professor decide their punishment. I will still be having a conversation with those two. After all, he was probably the reason for this sudden prank on Luna. Cho had been bitter with him all year for her losses at Quidditch, and she knew that Luna was a friend of his since they sat together often during meals. So it wasn't hard to reach the conclusion on why this happened. "Dobby," he called once back in the corridor. "Master, you think you can remember Luna's shoes? Their size and style, you know, the ones you just recovered a moment ago." "Dobby remembers. Dobby has a very good memory," the elf said with excitement. "Very good, Dobby. Tomorrow, I want you to make a trip to Diagon Alley and buy 2 identical pairs and one of those high-security suitcases. You can take the money from that place where we keep things." "Of course, Dobby can do it." Harry then recalled something. "Wait, send Mipsy to Diagon Alley. Don't go yourself. Better not risk someone recognizing you there. Once you have the items, bring them here. If my parents see you and ask anything, tell them that I will explain later." The elf disappeared, leaving Harry alone with the stunned Derek. It was not hard to convince Flitwick to let him carry the boy directly to Snape, since he was the one who knocked him down. Harry started to walk while making the floating body of Derek follow behind him, but after a few steps, he stopped and looked back. Finite incantatum. Derek's body fell back onto the hard stone floor with a thud, and he woke up. "Wah, what?" Harry threw another stunner at him before he could get a grip on the situation. He then grabbed Derek by one foot and started to drag him across the floor with zero concern for his well-being. "Much better," Harry nodded. Thud. Derek's head was hit against a wall as they turned a corner. "It's going to be a long way to the dungeons." It was well over an hour after curfew when Harry arrived at Snape's door. Harry placed a hand on the pommel, and it unlocked immediately. "What, Headmaster?" Snape was startled. Dumbledore had never entered his office at this hour without notice, making him think it must be a very urgent matter. "Not quite." Harry came inside while still carrying the older boy. He was a bit surprised to have made it this far, considering Derek was at least twice his size. "I must be in even better shape than I thought." "Potter, how did you open my door? What are you doing here at this time? Is that one of my students?" Snape wasn't sure what to get angry at first. "I'm not telling you." "I came to deliver this guy, and yes, he is one of yours," Harry answered. Snape pulled out his wand, his eyes seethed with fury. He does not remember the last time he was this angry with someone. "Calm down, Professor. You're going to hurt yourself with that thing," Harry said while pointing at his wand, and then walked to one of the shelves, looking for something. "You better have an excellent explanation for this." Snape got closer to the stunned boy. Derek was in a terrible state after being dragged across 7 floors. His robes were torn, his skin was covered in bruises and cuts, his face was hard to recognize, and his limbs were bent in impossible ways. What in Merlin's name happened to him? Snape was shocked. He had never seen a student get this badly hurt. Ah, there it is. Harry finally found the type of glass bottle he had been looking for. He then used his wand to extract a set of memories and placed them in the small bottle. This, of course, surprised Snape. Pulling memories like that was not easy and required the person to have a decent mastery of occlumency. Otherwise, the memories would be an incomprehensible mess. You can go review this later in the headmaster's office if you need evidence. Harry placed the bottle filled with the memories he prepared about Derek on top of the table. But if you want to know what happened, I caught this waste of oxygen chasing after a first-year girl to assault her. What? Snape exclaimed with shock. That first year also happens to be a friend of mine, Harry added. Snape looked back at the destroyed boy. You did this to a 6th year? Not directly, but it doesn't matter now. Potter, you could end up worse than expelled for this. You cowl. Oh, please, save me the poor attempt to scare me, Harry interrupted him. But let me tell you something. The only reason this thing is still alive is that I still have some respect for the old man, and I don't want to kill a student inside his school. Had this happened outside these walls, he would not be breathing right now. Snape took a step back without thinking after seeing the expression on Harry's face. He was used to seeing eyes like those, the eyes of a cold killer. How can a boy this young have eyes like those? He didn't understand it. Is this really Lily's son? He had to admit that he had been wrong about the boy. Since the first time he saw that face, he thought he was going to be another James Potter, a troublemaker, a prankster, and a bully, but the Harry he was seeing now was not that. It was something much more dangerous. Who are you? The professor asked. Chapter 150, Time. I don't think this is the time or place to get philosophical, Professor, but if you are contemplating the idea that I am an impostor, then once again, I will ask you to take those concerns to the headmaster. He can vouch for my identity. Snape didn't say anything and didn't move from his place either. He appeared to be having some trouble processing the situation. Stop thinking so much, just take these memories, take that pervert to the infirmary, and then go see the headmaster. Harry started to walk away. Potter, I didn't say you could leave. He snapped back to reality and reacted by lifting his wand and pointing at Harry again. Harry ignored the angry professor. Snape could be very temperamental sometimes, but he was not going to shoot at his back like a coward. I said stop, Snape shouted. Harry stopped right at the door frame, and without turning around, he spoke again. I can already imagine how this is going to go down. Despite everything, Dumbledore will not expel that boy because he likes to think that people can change if they are given enough chances. He likes to see the good side in everything. But you and I know better, right, Professor? Harry glanced back. Some people have no good side. I want this to serve as a warning. Keep your house in line, or the next time something like this happens, I will do it myself. He exited the office after saying what he wanted to say, leaving behind a shocked Professor Snape. It seems like I have been completely wrong, Snape muttered, still looking at the open door left by Harry. You are nothing like your father. He wondered for a moment if that was a good or a bad thing, before remembering that he had more urgent matters to attend to. On the next day, Harry expected to be called to the headmaster's office, but the call never came. He could not guess what Dumbledore was thinking, but could only hope that at least Snape took his advice seriously. Luna was left alone after that. Harry had no idea what Professor Flitwick could have told the girls, but it appeared to have worked, at least for now. By the end of May, Harry had to make another trip to the Chamber of Secrets. Accessing the chamber was much easier this time around. All the nasty protections set in place by Salazar Slytherin were completely removed and replaced by some much weaker and harmless ones instead. Myrtle was not very happy to see him again, especially when he destroyed part of her bathroom once more. This time, he made sure that no one was following him at least. Not that he expected to fight any more dangerous beasts, but you never know. Oh, they have done some cleaning down here. The debris had been removed, so he had no trouble walking around. When he reached the innermost chamber, he noticed the ceiling had been restored and the holes had been covered. The chamber was still in a deplorable state despite this, but at least it won't collapse anytime soon. Still stinks, though. The rancid smell of dead basilisks made it difficult to breathe here. No matter, I didn't come here for fun. Harry tapped the stone tiles with his wand and transfigured a simple stone table. He then placed an old book on top and opened it. Let's see. He flipped through the pages. This was, of course, none other than the Time book, the one lent by Dumbledore. After months of translating it and studying its contents, he was finally confident enough in his knowledge to perform some tests. His main objective was to find the cause of what happened in this place a few months ago, which could in turn answer a few other questions he had. The Time book contained the insights of many experts in the field of time and space magic. It talked about the dangers of time travel and how, when someone travels back in time, that person is at a constant risk of creating an entire parallel universe. If the traveler does something to change the timeline, no matter how small the change is, even if it's only something like breaking a window that was not supposed to be broken in the time he came from, then another parallel timeline will come into existence. The timeline where the window was never broken will remain the same, but now the traveler will be in a timeline where that window was always meant to be broken by him. Those two realities will now exist parallel with each other, covered but unable to interact with one another. Even small things could lead to big changes, like his mother getting pregnant a few weeks earlier, meaning that he would be born earlier and not form part of the prophecy. Time travel has existed for several centuries already, and even with all the restrictions put in place by the ministry, there have been thousands of persons traveling in time since its conception. The amount of new realities spawning from all those travels is impossible to calculate. But what worried Harry was that once created, these alternate universes should have remained separated. But that doesn't seem to be the case anymore.